right here on 92.3 The Fan. Don't miss the 92.3 The Fan off-season special. Get the latest on the Browns tonight from 7 to 9. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. On next time for Baskin and Phelps here on 92.3 The Fan.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima.
Josina Anderson had floated, according to her source,
co-head coaches.
The co-head coaches. Here's what I wonder. Could you do it where, all right, whoever gets the ball first, you start out the game. Like if the offense gets it first, you are the head coach.
Yeah.
Until you punt the ball. Then now it goes back and forth. And wherever the ball is on the last possession, that's who gets to make the final call.
Well, can you defer being head coach to the second half?
I'll do it in the second half. We'll see how things go in the first half.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps. Cleveland's Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Well, the Cleveland chill is back, but the Cavaliers are pretty hot on the West Coast as they're playing some pretty good basketball right now. The Browns are trying to figure out their coaching staff. And, hey, I mean, are we looking at the return of Schwartz as the defensive coordinator? I don't know. We'll see as time progresses. These are all things we're going to figure out, and they're all questions we're going to talk about today on Baskin and Phelps. Scott Petrak's going to join us at 11, Tyvis Powell at noon. And he is Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. Always a pleasure to be with you. Dan Mennigan is here as well. So is Matt Corelli. Jeff, how was your weekend?
Oh, swell. Is the Cleveland Chill a lacrosse team, or what is that?
No, but the Columbus Chill was a pretty awesome minor league hockey team.
I know. That's I was wondering.
Why wouldn't somebody that wouldn't be a bad name for a team around here, the Cleveland Chill? I don't think it would be bad.
I still like teams that end in S.
Oh, does it bother you that if you're...
Yes, actually, I don't care for it.
Because you don't like saying Miami Heater. That's what you like saying. I
don't like the Miami Heat.
And you can't stand the Utah Jazz.
Not crazy about the Jazz. No.
Any other famous teams you want to throw in?
They should have changed the name when they moved from New Orleans anyway.
Yeah, they should have.
Could have been the Utah Stars, like the old ABA team.
That wouldn't have been bad.
Zelmo Beatty, back in the day.
They could have did something like they did with their hockey team, too. They came up with some pretty creative names to end up coming up with what they did. But the big thing
would have been fabulous.
But forgetting about teams that don't end in S, let's talk about the Cavaliers.
Yes.
Which made a major move. I think it's a major move. It helps them in so many ways. It's major, especially when you look at next season, Jeff. And to take you out of that second apron with a couple tweaks here and there. And
it's a significant move.
Significant?
Certainly.
You wouldn't say what?
No, you can call it anything you want.
It's a 7-8?
It's a move.
Not 6-7. 7-8? Out of 10? Kind of move?
6, 7. Yeah, I know the kids. Right. The kids all just went, oh.
So DeAndre Hunter finds himself out in Sacramento.
But that didn't work, did it?
No, it didn't. I don't know that he didn't like it here. I heard somebody say he didn't like it here, but I just don't. He just kind of didn't. He was quiet.
He told Chris Fedor, "Why would I want to be traded?"
Yeah,
he was happy.
I liked him. I liked him as a player. I liked him last year, especially. I don't know that his impact is what we expected from this season, but he was just a quiet dude. I mean, he just didn't really. It wasn't like he was going to run off and make TV commercials.
Yeah.
But maybe during the playoffs, he could have had an impact maybe the same way he did last year. I thought he was pretty good in the playoffs until he got hurt.
I always liked DeAndre Hunter's game. I never thought he was a great NBA player, but I always thought he was a real solid NBA player. And I liked the 6'8" wing guy idea. His defense wasn't as advertised, and he didn't score here like he scored in Atlanta. Now,
was the opportunity there the same it was in Atlanta?
Andy, I was just going to say that. And that gets back to what we've talked about a lot. There are a lot of guys on this team that need shots. And he might have been the fifth option on this team. That's a tough way to go, man. And so we'll see what he does in Sacramento. Maybe for him he does well. I think they've put themselves in a position that it just screams, what's the next trade?
All right, let's get to that in a second. Because the things that I was reading, CBS had a pretty good article this morning, because I was looking to go see grades on the trade.
CBS liked it.
Yeah, they gave the Cavs an A- on this, and they're asking themselves, what are the Kings thinking?
Yeah. The guys the Kings gave up. Dennis Schroeder has been around the NBA like crazy. I believe he's played on, and I don't know the exact number. It's something like 7 teams in the last 6 years. He just keeps getting moved from team to team. And it's interesting because it seems like every other team he goes to, he plays well for. This is the move where he's supposed to play well.
This is the other?
This is the other.
Okay.
So this is supposed to be a good fit for him. He and Kenny Atkinson have a history together. That's a good thing, and we'll see how it plays out. I've always liked Schroeder. I think he's scrappy as all get out, and I think he'll be nice here. Now you have 6'1" Darius Garland, 6'1" Dennis Schroeder, 6'1" Craig Porter. On top of 6'2" Donovan Mitchell. How many 6'1" guys do we need, for goodness sake? And Keon Ellis is a strange guy here. And that's nothing about him. It's this. He shoots the three really well. He's a good defender. And yet he was, look at his scoring averages and everything else. He's a role player. But, man, he was a highly, highly, highly talked about guy at the trade deadline. One of the key guys who were being mentioned at the trade deadline. Also has an expiring contract, which helps. But he's the type of guy you could, want to keep around. If you're talking about fit, Andy, which I talk about a lot, he's a great fit. Think about Isaac Okoro, okay? Now think about a guy who supposedly plays better defense than Isaac and shoots a heck of a lot better. Not quite as big, just a little bit shorter. But Keon Ellis has a much, much, much better three-point shot. Last year, Isaac, he improved his percentage, but he's not a good three-point shooter. Not in my estimation. Good three-point shooters make shots when they're supposed to make shots, when they're needed. That's what Ellis is supposedly supposed to be. In watching a lot of tape on him over the weekend, man, he lets it fly. He's not shy. I like it. And he's really pesky on defense. I think he's a great fit. And I love this idea. Allen, Mobley, Tyson, Mitchell, Ellis. But then you're going to have Jalen Tyson and Donovan Mitchell play a lot of point, and a lot of this deal getting Schroeder was to not have, Donovan play point.
Right.
It screams to me that Darius Garland is, I wouldn't say expendable, but in the discussion, if somebody knocked their socks off, I could see that because you picked up 2 guards. And if the Cavs are going to do anything significant before the trade deadline, which is Thursday at 3, if they're going to do anything significant, I think they're going to have to move somebody who you don't think they're going to move. Could be a guy like Max Strus.
You make it sound like it's going to be Darius.
I don't think it's going to be Darius. I don't think it will be. But if it doesn't go well, it will be at the end of the year.
I did this when I initially heard the trade and we started talking about Schroeder. That I was excited that they got him because he's a guy I hated to play against. He was just to watch the Cavaliers, especially when he was in Atlanta, and to watch him play there, he would just aggravate me. As I would watch the Cavs play, he'd come up with big rebounds. He'd hit a shot that would kind of break your back every once in a while. And I'd sit here and I'd watch this guy, and I'm like, I can't stand him. And those are the kind of guys I love that we trade. He
speaks highly of you.
No, well, that's
I don't know why you would think poorly of the young man.
This is the highest compliment I can possibly give him.
Yeah, I know.
I could not stand him. And the fact that he's on our team now makes me happy.
That's great.
Let other fans from other teams not stand him. I'm glad he can play. I love the way he plays defense. He can play.
Got a long resume.
I know. I started looking at that. Look at this thing. He started off in Germany, obviously, when he was young, playing for SC Braunschweig, and then he played for the Phantom Braunschweig. I don't know what that is. Phantoms are.
The Cavs are his 11th NBA team.
He started with Atlanta. He was there till 2018. Then he went to the Thunder. Then he went to the Lakers. Then he went to the Celtics.
Who was he in Atlanta? Kenny Atkinson.
Oh, good point. So the Lakers, then he was with Boston in 21-22, Houston, back to the Lakers, Raptors, Nets, Warriors, Pistons, Kings. I didn't realize how well-traveled he was.
Not only that, he's played for a lot of teams.
I don't even think it's worth a rim shot. That was so bad.
Dan's busy.
He's got things going on. So I like this for a number of reasons.
He can play. He can play.
I mean, the bench got a lot better. The bench got better. It did. And defensively, I thought they got better.
It did.
As much as you may have liked Hunter's ability to play defense last year, especially late after they made the trade,
he was not as good here as he was expected to be.
I think they picked up more quality on defense. You know what I'm saying? It was a quality deal. And, again, this gets back to not being in the second apron next year where your hands are tied on everything.
That helps. There's no question about that. It's just a little weird to me. And I'm not blaming the Cavs. I'm not blaming DeAndre Hunter. Just a little weird to me that he didn't play as well as everybody thought he would play here. You know, his shooting wasn't.
Well, he got a little injured.
His shooting was down. His 3-point shooting was way down. Defense wasn't as good. He just didn't play as well as we thought. And is it the Cavs' fault? Maybe. Is it DeAndre Hunter's fault? Maybe. It just didn't work. What I liked about DeAndre Hunter, Andy, I think the NBA is won by teams that have good play on the wings. And you picked up a 6'4" guard who is, by all accounts, a real nice role player. Let's not get carried away. Ellis is a really nice role player and can maybe play a little small forward for you because he's tenacious on defense and can knock down the three. And Schroeder's just a professional point guard. Now, I wonder what does that mean? Because you now have 3 guards who are 6'1". What are you going to do with all those guys? Porter's never going to see the floor if Garland's healthy.
What kind of position are they putting themselves in towards the deadline then on Thursday?
Their
hands are tied compared to other teams.
They have an abundance of guards. And I would think you're going to move them. You're moving somebody. If I can't imagine Lonzo Ball is going to be on this team. I really liked the addition of Lonzo Ball when they made it, and I liked the addition of Larry Nance when they made it. And I remember saying, I like them both if they're healthy. Well, they've kind of babied Lonzo, which is not a bad idea because of his injuries, but he's never gotten it going this year. And he's not played up to his capabilities, and same with Larry. You know, Larry's been dealing with injuries, and I don't think either guy has been healthy enough to become a real regular contributor. Lonzo Ball back in the day would have been a phenomenal addition to this team, and he played well in Chicago. And that's what I was hoping the Cavs would get. So I'd be surprised if Ball's on the team after the trade deadline. I'd say there's a chance that Larry Jr. is going to get traded before the deadline. You never know. But I truly, Andy, I just think they have an abundance of guards. And that's where I think they would, and I wouldn't say too many. You know, it depends on how they want to play. But they have an abundance of guards. Jalen Tyson, I think, helps to make DeAndre Hunter expendable.
He's played so well.
He's played real well. He's done a really nice job.
You know, you got Strus probably coming back here soon. Does he make it past the trade deadline?
I don't know if Max comes back soon. And he's a guy that you could end up trading to improve your basketball team. And that's the kind of guy, I mean, where I say, well, you don't expect him to trade this guy or this guy. I would think you would put Max Strus in that category. I wouldn't think you would expect them to trade Max Strus, but I think they could. You know, what are they looking for here? You know,
I don't know how they. My whole problem going into this trade deadline on Thursday for this team was how are they going to be able to change things? Because when you're in that second apron, it just feels like you're locked on everything. So when I read the trade, I was like, wow, how'd they pull this off? And then just to kind of go back and look through the minutia of being able to make a deal like this, and then ask yourself, what kind of deals are they going to be? If they wanted to make more deals, what kind of deals could you make? Because I know people were like, hey, man, go get Giannis. But I their hands are so tied. I don't know. You'd have to make a major move.
Well, Giannis
to
is
try
out
to get
too.
him. So
he's out for an extended period of time.
But is he back for the playoffs? So yes,
probably.
And then you're trying to put together something really quick in 10 days, if he can come back, if he's even healthy enough to do that. So when you look at what the Cavaliers are doing, I actually thought I was like, bravo, when they made this trade. And it wasn't that I didn't like DeAndre Hunter. It's just that when you look at that second apron and you look at what they picked up and how they picked up defensively, I think the bench got better. And I think they made this team better. Now, I don't know where they are in the East, and we'll ask you that when we come back here in a second. So, first of all, just your thoughts on the trade in general, because we haven't had a chance to talk to you about it. And do you think they have another trade in them? It's Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, 216-474-0092.
Your new goal.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, 216-474-0092. Getting your reaction to the Cavaliers trade over the weekend. DeAndre Hunter to the Sacramento Kings. Dennis Schroeder, Keon Ellis, as you just heard Jeff Thomas say, maybe in the next game here out on the West Coast as they continue this West Coast swing where the Cavaliers started things off. I don't know. I want to say West Coast swing because they started with Los Angeles at home. But, you go out to Phoenix, you lose 126-113, then they beat Portland last night 130-111. Allen with 40 last night. Outstanding job. Still back to L.A. now on Wednesday is the game where we may see Schroeder and Ellis, and then they'll follow up the rest of this trip with at Sacramento, which will be interesting, on February 7th. And then Monday, February 9th, they are at Denver before coming home on February 11th. He is Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. Jeff, again, let me just ask you one more time as we head in this conversation with our friends on the phones. Do you think the Cavs? Yeah, they're our friends. Oh. Do you think the Cavaliers have another trade in them?
Oh, absolutely. Yep. I would think there's another trade.
And what do you think they're looking for at this point? Someone under 6'1" or over 6'1"?
No, I think somebody 6'1". They're collecting them.
Oh, that's how it works?
Mm-hmm.
It's like baseball
Team
cards?
with the most 6'1" guys wins.
I didn't realize that.
You didn't know?
I did not know. Let's turn to our friend, the mayor. He is in Brooklyn. Hi, the mayor.
Mayor.
Mayor of Brooklyn, are you there?
Now he is. Hi, Ken.
Now you are. He is?
Hang up.
Is that me? Put him on hold? What do you think? Let's try Ken in Cleveland. Hi, Ken in Cleveland.
Hold on a second. We have issues.
We have phone differential issues. Oh, I see what happened there. I got it. Now try it. All right, the mayor is in Brooklyn. Get it?
Yes. Good morning, everybody.
Hey, how are you?
Good. I know what they're going to look for, and I'm a little perplexed. And let's leave the core four alone, please. I'm so tired of people saying, "Oh, we're going to get rid of this guy or that guy." Well, everybody that complained about J.A., you saw what happened last night.
Look what happens when you give him the ball, Ken.
That's right. You know that old line that J.A. last year? Feed your local big man. do you see what happens when you give the ball to the man and he slams it home?
Yes.
You understand how that works?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm going to tell you something. That is not a bad Portland team. They were missing an all-star last night in Abida, or however he's pronounced his name. He's a good player.
Yeah.
He's a good player, okay?
He's become one in Portland, that's for sure.
Yeah, that team is on the cusp. They need a couple more guys, and they're going to be a real problem. I saw it last year. I see a lot of late games, and that's a good team. Okay, they're a problem.
My biggest question for both of you guys then on that too: how did Jared Allen score 40 points and only take 1 3-pointer? How is that? Is this? Was I watching a different game?
He was in the paint.
Oh, not every shot has to be a three. That's crazy.
Yeah. Now here's the deal, guys. Let's go back to the trade this weekend. This was done, obviously, to get under the cap or close to it.
Yep.
And because of the emergence of Naquan Tomlin and Tyson. Okay? That are the main reasons. And I think what happened is Hunter, I like him as a player, but I think he became a square peg in a round hole. He really did. And I don't know if it affected him when Ty wasn't re-signed or what, too. I mean, that could be part of it, too. But, what they're looking for is another big. I've been screaming for another big. You guys know that. You know what I wanted last year. Kids playing well. They need another big. And you know what? Dean Wade is a better player than he thinks he is. If he would just go and do things, don't defer to everybody. Go get it. But the only thing I'm perplexed about, and something that Jeff brought up, and that is all the point guards on this team. I think it's absolutely – I don't care if you get a bag of balls for ball, okay? I don't care. Just when he gets on the court, it drives me crazy. But
he's not been what everybody was hoping he would be.
And I hoped he would because it would have worked out great. But it just hasn't worked. And I'm concerned also about Junior. I love Junior, but they got to get under the cap. But I wonder, guys, something you didn't bring up. And that is, what about the buyout market? They said there's a guy that I wouldn't mind taking a look at because this team has too many bigs in the first place, and that is Batazzi down in Orlando. They think he might be a buyout candidate. He's not making a ton of money. He might be somebody you want to look at.
He's a nice center.
Yes.
I like him.
So just a couple of things to chew on.
Thank you, Mayor. We appreciate you. I hope you're
Nice
feeling
job,
well,
Ken.
too.
Yeah, I'm doing well, guys. Thank
Good.
you.
Good.
All right. Thank you, Mayor.
I do think it's interesting, and Ken, backing up what I said earlier, I mean, you have Darius and Schroeder and Craig Porter, who I think everybody likes. When Craig gets a chance to play, Craig's pretty good. 3-6-1 guys. Now, it's that's not the end of the world, but it just seems like they're collecting guys who can play in the backcourt right now. Darius, Schroeder, Craig Porter, Lonzo Ball, Donovan Mitchell, Sam Merrill, Keon Ellis, Max Strus, and Proctor. That's 9 guys who play in the backcourt. A couple of them can slide a little bit and play a little bit of small forward. Strus can do that. Proctor can probably do that. Ellis can do that. That's still a lot of guys who play in the backcourt. And your front court guys right now, Tyson, Mobley when he's healthy, Wade, Tomlin, Nance, Allen, and they're not playing Thomas Bryant a whole lot. I agree with Ken. I would love to get another big guy in this team.
Let's speaking of Kens, let's go to Ken in Cleveland. Another Ken. Hey, Ken.
Hello. How y'all doing today?
Hey,
Good,
Ken.
good. You?
I'm doing good. Can't complain. All right, so I got 2 things to say. Now, Darius Garland, we should not get rid of Darius Garland. If y'all watch the games real closely, Donovan Mitchell had problems when there's not another ball handler in the backcourt. He has problems with the bigger guard, with the bigger wings. We need a guard to penetrate. We need a guard to create for others. We really don't have that on the roster other than Mitchell and Garland. Maybe Schroeder going to do it for us, but I got a trade too for us. Royce O'Neal for Lonzo Ball, head up. I think that'll fix a lot of our problems.
Who?
Royce O'Neal, he's a good perimeter defender. He can hit the three.
Playing for Phoenix right now?
Yes, but he played for Phoenix.
I don't know that Phoenix would do that.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think they would do it, but I think they need a point guard too, though.
Well, but if Lonzo's not playing well here, he's not going to play well there, right?
I think Lonzo probably need to change the scenario.
I don't know. I thought Lonzo did a nice job in Chicago last year. And
he
the thing with him, Ken, is clearly his health. But for whatever reason, he's not played well here. And I thought if he were healthy, I thought he'd be terrific here. That hasn't been the case.
Yeah, that hasn't. No, it hasn't. That's all I was calling. Just to say, I don't think we should touch the core four. I think Garland should run the offense when he comes back, so Mitchell could play better off ball. He's a better off ball player to me. And one more thing, I don't think the Cavs should make another trade if we don't get Giannis. So I think this roster, as it is, I think this roster is good enough to compete for a championship with Schroeder and Keon Ellis.
Sounds good. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. By the way, that trade would go through.
They're not getting Giannis.
No, but the O'Neal for Ball trade would be. But you're right. I don't know why. The money is almost exactly even, too. Almost exactly even. So that trade would go through. Kevin in Cuyahoga Falls. Hi, Kevin.
Gentlemen, how are we doing today?
What up, Kevin?
You guys are sounding much healthier. That's a good thing.
Just for you. I was working out over the weekend. I hit the treadmill. I'm like, I got to sound better for Kevin.
I love it. Yeah, so I heard the trade and I thought, wow, how many more 6'1" guys can we put on our team? I mean, because that's what we needed, right? We needed to add to that 6'1" guys on our team. So I'm with you, Jeff. I think another trade or two could possibly
I
happen.
agree, Ken. Yep.
Yeah. And on top of that, how many 6'4" guys do we have that are plus defenders that can shoot the three pretty well? I mean, we've got
We're collecting those
these
too.
guys.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like Altman is infatuated with guys 6'4" and under that are, basically kind of considered plus defenders and decent at shooting the three, which, okay, we've got now a log jam, and there's only so many minutes you can give these guys. I mean, there's only so many minutes in the game and so many minutes you can give guys to put their shoes on the court. And so, obviously, to me, we have a huge log jam. So I would say the trade was, you guys know how I was so excited for Hunter. I thought he really was going to be a piece to fit here on this team, and he was just what we needed to take us over the hump. And I also was pretty disappointed. I was expecting a lot more out of him, but with Jason, oh my gosh, this kid rookie, oh my gosh, he's blowing the doors off. So it certainly made Hunter trade easier to do, which is a good thing.
Yep.
Yeah,
Tyson's been terrific.
He's been amazing. What a draft pick they made. I mean, good job on that one. So, but yeah, I'm with you guys. And I'm at the point now, if Darius Garland is in a trade offer, I wouldn't be hurt about it. And Andy, I'm with you. I hated Schroeder playing against him.
Couldn't stand
that
him.
guy.
Could not stand him. But aren't you happy he's on our team now?
Oh, yes.
As long as he can play. Yeah.
Yes. Now he can be the pest and hopefully kill teams like he did to us. So
you remember when he had the Lily Munster
little thing in his hair?
Thing in his hair? Yeah.
That's when he was most aggravating.
Yeah. He doesn't have that anymore. He got rid of it.
I think I heard a story long ago on the radio. They said his mom encouraged him to do it to get noticed by NBA draft guys or something like that.
She was right.
Yeah, well, it worked.
He stood out. She was right.
She did.
Enough so that I couldn't
stand him. I think it was a good move for us. I think the team is somewhat better off, but yeah, we got a log jam, so I'm keeping my eyes and ears open. I'm expecting the Cavs to do at least one more, and it might be a big trade. I wouldn't be shocked, basically.
The money's what scares. That second apron makes me linger on whether they can make a big trade or not. But thank you, Kevin. Appreciate it. Am I wrong?
But a big trade, Andy, means that they're going to trade someone who you don't think they're going to trade.
Well, doesn't that mean a core four?
No.
Doesn't?
No. It could mean Max Strus. It could mean Sam Merrill.
Dean Wade?
I don't think Dean would be. And I like Dean. I've always liked Dean. I don't think that would be considered a big trade. To me, a big trade would mean Garland, Mitchell, which isn't happening.
No.
Strus, Tyson, Mobley, Allen.
Why would you get rid of Tyson now?
I wouldn't. That's what I'm telling you. I wouldn't want to get rid of him at all. I think they found a really nice player who can play guard. He can play forward. He can handle the ball enough. I think Jalen Tyson. That's the type of pick that teams make that sustain successful teams. You got him later in the first round, and he can play. That's the kind of guy you don't trade. That's the kind of guy you keep and you win with.
And then when the Browns draft his brother, come on, man.
Don't laugh.
Come on. What's the last time we had brothers in town? Alamar's?
Mobley's.
Oh, Mobley's. That's right. What am I thinking? On different teams, though. No, Alamar's would have been baseball. The Bibbies?
I don't think they were here at the same time.
Just different times? Okay.
Kelly's. They weren't here at the same time, I don't think. Pat and Leroy?
Yeah.
I don't think you had.
I got to think about that. Yeah. One more phone call before we go to break here. Mike is in Lyndhurst. Say, Mike.
Mike.
Hey, fellas. Thanks for taking my call.
Hey.
I am. I'm really excited about this trade. I mean, for weeks now, I've been saying, man, this team needs a point guard. You can't rely on Garland to stay healthy. And Porter seems like he's taking a lot of energy, putting it on defense and rebounding. You just need a ball handler to give Mitchell a breather, keep him, help him have the endurance to last all season. And I'm really excited about the perimeter defender in Ellis. I do agree with what Jeff's saying about losing some size there. However, off ball, DeAndre was done. I mean, there was always a wide open three ball.
It's weird, Mike, that he didn't play as well as we thought he would here, isn't it?
Huh.
I think that's weird. I thought he would play better here.
Mike, thank you for the phone call. More of your reaction to the DeAndre Hunter trade for Dennis Schroeder and Keon Ellis. So we'll talk about that. Also going to get into the Browns in the next hour with Scott Petrak from the Chronicle Telegram. What is the defensive coaching staff going to look like? It's interesting. 216-474-0092. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
Behind the
7 to 9. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Basket of Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. Still getting a reaction to the Cavaliers trade over the weekend. DeAndre Hunter of the Sacramento Kings, Dennis Schroeder, and Keon Ellis coming our way. We should see them. And in fact, they may have a chance to go back to Sacramento here as long as I would think they would play in Sacramento later on this West Coast swing that the Cavaliers are on right now. So Cavs coming off a win last night. Impressive. They lost their first game on this West Coast road trip to Phoenix. So they're 1-1 as they travel through back to Los Angeles and Sacramento. So they're all over the place out west before they come back home in about, 10 days. It's like 10 days away, a little bit more than that. Scott Petrak will join us at 11 o'clock. He's from the Chronicle Telegram, brownzone.com, and obviously he's got the latest on what's going on with the Browns and coaching staff and Jim Schwartz and all the things that are going on. And, obviously we've got a new head coach in Todd Monken. So Scott will join us. We'll also talk to Tyvis Powell about that at noon from the Browns Radio Network. Jeff, I'm listening to everybody talk about this in the last segment about making a trade. Both you and Dan both feel like there are trades coming. I kind of do too. So I'm on the same boat, but I just don't know.
At least little ones, Andy. Yeah. But I think there could be a trade of significance still to come before the deadline.
I don't know, but what is significant? That's the question.
Well, I think it's trading a guy who you don't think they're going to trade. To me, you bring in Keon Ellis. He's a 6'4" guy who's really scrappy on defense and can knock down a three. Who's that sound like? Max Strus.
Yeah.
You need two of them? You have Craig Porter, who people like. He's a 6'1" guard, scrappy on defense and can pass it. You have Dennis Schroeder. He's a 6'1" guard. He's scrappy on defense and he can pass it. You have Darius Garland. He's a 6'1" guard. He's not scrappy on defense and he can pass it when he wants to. Do you need three of those guys? I would think one of those guys is leaving, and if I had to wager a bet, I would bet it's Porter.
I think that when people think major trade, though, Jeff, people are thinking core four.
Well, that's blockbuster trade, Andy.
All right, I'm trying to find the adjective then, the way you're setting this thing up. Then I don't see any reason to trade any of the core four guys right now. Do you?
Yeah.
You would trade one of the core four?
No, that's not what you said.
Okay, would you trade one of the core four? You don't see any
reason. Yeah, if I got the right return for it, sure I would. Andy, this is the league where superstars get traded every year. And if somebody wants to give you their superstar who plays a wing position for your superstar who's a point guard, I'd do it. I'd do it right now. You know my thoughts on Donovan and Darius together. I mean, what happened last night when they needed some offense? By God, the guy who couldn't score, he just can't play offense, put up 40. He put up 40. Yeah, Jared Allen can't play offense. He's no good.
And 17, right?
Yeah.
And 17 boards.
Yeah. How many times have I had to sit here and defend Jared Allen? I mean, I've been doing that for how many years?
2, 3, 5, 12.
I think Jared's a fine NBA player. Why would you trade a guy on a team where you need – Ken in Brooklyn was right. They need another big. Why would you ever think of trading Jared Allen? That'd be silly. Why would you think of trading Evan Mobley? One reason and one reason only. You get somebody who you think is better. I wouldn't trade Evan Mobley. Evan's retiring here as far as I'm concerned. You're not trading Donovan. Donovan's made the All-Star team, which he should.
Yep.
He's clearly the leader of this franchise now. That means if you're going to move anybody, you're moving Darius. And could Dennis Schroeder step in and play point in a little different way and make everybody else more effective? Yeah, maybe. I think he could. If you want to know the truth, I don't think he's the player that Darius is. But what's this about? It's about fit. And I don't want to move Darius. But if you got the right deal for him, Thank you. You've been a fabulous player here, and you'll be a fabulous player somewhere else. It's about building the best team. And you know my thoughts on it. I've not been shy about saying that since the day they traded for Donovan. I don't think those two guys fit together in the backcourt very well. Keyword is very well. Could they still figure it out and win big? You bet they could. But J.B. Bickerstaff couldn't do it, at least to the point where they got past the second round. And Kenny Atkinson hasn't done it, at least to get past the second round. Could they do it this year? Sure. Would you be better off if you went and you got a 6'6" guard who could play point? Something like that. It's just you would have to get a big-time player in return for Darius Garland. Otherwise, you don't move him.
I'm just eyeing down the standings. So the Cavs and Raptors are 7.5 back on the Pistons right now.
Yeah,
They're
Cavs have been playing pretty well.
Tied for fourth, essentially. Yep. So, and then the Knicks and Celtics are essentially tied for second. They are 5.5 back. So you're 2.5 back on what could be the second spot in the East. Did this trade get them closer to a team that could represent the East in the NBA Finals? Did it get them closer to the Finals? Are they a better team now after trading DeAndre Hunter than they were before?
I think that's tough to say. And the Cavs would obviously say yes because they added to a backcourt. But you added another guy at a position where I think you already had an overlap in bringing in Dennis Schroeder, who I like. I like Dennis. And I'm not overly familiar with Keon Ellis. He spent his entire career in Sacramento, but he's what has been labeled a 3-and-D wing guy. In other words, he shoots the three, and he shoots it well.
Right.
And he plays really good D. And I think you need that, except for one thing. Max Strus is the same guy. I think they're very similar players. And Max might be a guy you move. I don't know. It just seems that there's plenty of overlap in the backcourt, not in the front court. And that's why I would assume Kobe Altman has his eyes open. Kobe played point guard in college. Kobe's 5'11". Maybe he loves picking up guards like Andrew Barry loves picking up defensive backs.
Or the who was it? We still can't get a wide receiver over 6'2". So what's the difference? Same as the Browns, under 6 foot and under wide receivers.
I guess. Again, are they better today? They probably are because DeAndre Hunter wasn't playing up to what everybody thought that he should be playing. And again, that might not be on him. It might be they couldn't figure out how to use him properly. But, DeAndre was not a superstar player when they picked him up. He was a good NBA player. He's still a good NBA player. And maybe it'll work better for him in Sacramento than it worked here. I just keep going back, Andy, to you got two guys in the backcourt who need shots to be the guy that you think that they're supposed to be. Schroeder doesn't seem to be the same kind of guy. And is Dennis Schroeder as good as Darius Garland? No. But is he a better fit at times next to Donovan Mitchell? Well, we might find out here when we see Dennis Schroeder in a Cavs uniform.
What do you think the expectations are for him then? When you
he's going to be. He's a key rotation
10
player.
10 points. What are we talking? We're talking assists. We're talking about moving the ball. We're talking about having to hit a big basket. I don't know that he needs to be in that. What I'm saying?
He can do any of that, Andy. I'm not going to put expectations on him. You know what I'm going to say? He's a really good NBA player. He knows how to play the game, and he will make this team better. I do think that. He's better than, and I like Craig Porter. I think he's a better player than Craig, or at least for right now for this team he is. I mean, he's been around a long time, and he knows how to play the game. And I think he'll fit in really nicely on this team. And I think he fits in nicely enough that if he had to be your starting point guard, if something is seriously wrong with Darius's other big toe,
right,
and you had to start Schroeder next to Donovan Mitchell and Tyson, Mobley, and Allen, that's a pretty dang good starting five. And Schroeder, I think, is a better defensive player than Darius. That's one of the key things here. He's pretty tenacious on defense. That's big.
That's why you don't like him when you're playing against him.
Right, that's big. Darius is nobody's idea of a tenacious defensive player. Doesn't mean he's not a great NBA player. Not everybody does everything well. But I would just be paying attention. Do I expect Darius to be traded? No, I don't. Not this year.
Schroeder's averaging almost 13 and 5 assists a game. I mean, you want to talk about it? I think
in how many minutes?
Good question. Not many, right?
Not a ton.
No. Just looking over his last couple games, I would say he's probably averaging over his last 10 games, he averaged 23 minutes. So, you're getting that in a half, right? That's about it.
Yeah, roughly.
His low, he's 19. He had 31 minutes. I'm just looking at a couple of these games he'd play. Yeah, so, I mean, you're going to get minutes out of him.
He just knows how to play.
Quality minutes out of him. He knows how to play, yeah.
And, again, if he's played really well at times here later in his career, and at times he's not played really well. And it's weird. CBS actually pointed it out that he's a guy that has been on this. Every other team he's played for, he's played well. And they would tell you in Sacramento that he didn't play as well as they thought he would. Well, okay, that might mean bounce back time, huh?
Hope this is his turn, especially on a team where you could get lifted up here, too. Obviously a better team, I think. Let's go Mark in Cleveland real quick. Got about a minute.
Hey, Mark.
Hey, I think the problem with Hunter was that he was coming off. We put him in that starting lineup, man. I mean, the guy was coming off candidate for sixth man of the year, and I think that's what we should have kept him at, is that instant offense coming off the bench. It was already an issue with a lot of guys having a problem with Mobley not touching the ball that much. Now when you get this guy in there, he's shooting even at a higher clip, and then he wasn't even hitting. So we're not going to be able to do anything. I don't care what kind of trades we make. We need this kid to go ahead and get into his own to go ahead and get us over that hump. Thanks for having me on, fellas.
Thank you, Mark. Appreciate it.
Mark was talking Mobley there.
Yeah, it was breaking up a little bit.
I agree with him.
I like the trade. Overall, I like everything about it. I think, not only did you get two good quality players, you got guys that can help you out on defense, and you helped yourself out with that second apron going into next year. I don't see any negatives to it.
It gives you a little flexibility, Andy, if another opportunity comes up here before the trade deadline.
All right, let's come back. We're going to bring in Scott Petrak. We're going to turn the corner a little bit and talk a little bit about the Browns. Big press conference coming up tomorrow. You'll be able to hear that as the new head coach of the Cleveland Browns will finally be introduced to the fans. Hey, everybody. Speaking of fans, it's Andy Baskin for FanDuel. Last call.
Well, I think when you look at this, they needed to fix the offensive side of the ball. And what they got with this hire was the most qualified offensive guy that they were going to be able to get in the situation that they're in right now to come in here and try to transform this offense.
Listen for Mary Kay Cabot from the Plain Dealer in Cleveland.com. Thursday mornings at 8:20 on Cleveland's Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Well, the Todd Monken era will become official. It already is official, but it'll be officially official tomorrow once we have a press conference,
wow.
right? Isn't that what?
Is that better than official?
Oh, yeah, it's totally. You know who will agree with me? Our good friend who's on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. He is Scott Petrak from the Chronicle Telegram and, of course, BrownZone.com. Hello, Scott. How are you?
Officially official.
Officially official, correct?
Yeah, it is. I'm good, guys. How are you?
We're hanging in. All right, so you do have a long list of questions for tomorrow. We haven't even had a chance to ask you, what do you think of the deal? What do you think of him being the new head coach?
Yeah, I'm working on those questions. It's interesting. Obviously they wanted to fix the offense, and they think Todd Monken is the best guy to do it. He's got the deepest resume. There's no doubt about that. He's had success in a bunch of different stops on offense. The only question is, how's he going to do as a head coach? And he had the 3 years at Southern Miss, and he turned that program around. NFL is different. It's been a while since he was a head coach. How does he handle that? He's been around coaching his whole life. His dad was a high school coach. So it's just going to be interesting to me to see how he takes that next step up to be that head coach and solve all the problems that come with it and deal with the media 5 times a week. Because I don't know if that's something that Todd really likes to do. But he's certainly qualified and, gives the Browns a chance to fix an offense that really held this organization back the last couple of years.
Isn't fixing the offense more on Andrew Berry than it is on Todd Monken?
Yeah, that's a great question, Jeff. I think Todd will probably be the first guy to tell you that that's the case, right? You're only as good as your players. Every coach knows that. Every coach says that. And I think you're right because, you can take as many shots as you want as Kevin Stefanski. I don't think his system was flawed or broken. I think he knew what he was doing when he had good players around him. They had success on offense. He had 5 quarterbacks in 2023. They won 11 games and went to the playoffs. He found a quarterback at the end that could throw the ball down the field and win in some games. So that's obviously the most important thing. I do think that, it helps if you're a coach that has a great scheme and knows how to get the most out of his players, which it seems like Todd Monken has done in a bunch of his stops. But, you can only do so much if the talent isn't good enough.
Does Myles Garrett walk into the defensive coordinator's office and have a good laugh when it's Jim Schwartz sitting there and say, we both did the same thing? Is that possible?
Well, yeah, if Jim winds up staying, then sure, right? That there are definitely parallels there. My big takeaway from the Schwartz thing is the Browns had to see this coming. And I don't know if they underestimated how upset Schwartz would be that he didn't get the head coaching job. But, I've been around Jim Schwartz for 3 years, and I think it was pretty easy to see that he was not just going to be like, oh, okay, I didn't get the job. He's got too big of an ego for that. So I know he's under contract, and the Browns are relying on that part to help keep him. I think it's more complicated than that. You have to figure out a way to make it work because you don't want to burden Todd Monken with a defensive coordinator with a huge personality and a lot of support in that locker room that doesn't want to be there. So they have to work through that as an organization. I think Monken and Schwartz have to work through that. And I think it's possible. And the fact that he's under contract does give the Browns plenty of leverage there. But if he wants to make it difficult, just like Myles, if Myles wanted to make it impossible for the Browns to bring him back last year, he could have done that. We've seen that we've seen plenty of examples of that throughout the league. So Myles did not want to do that, and obviously the contract extension helped a bunch in that case. But if Jim doesn't want to be here, he doesn't have to be here, and it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. But I know the Browns are still hopeful that he will be back.
All you have to do is say, thank you, I'm retiring. You sit out for a year and you come out of retirement, right? Easy?
Right.
Although if he's sitting on it, he's got 2 years left on his deal, right?
Yeah, he's got. I think there's a club option for 27. So, and there's probably other ways to work it out. He could say, "Hey, I'll give back whatever money," or to give himself a chance to go coach this year.
Sure.
At 59, I don't know if he wants to take a year off. It could also be as simple as it takes some time. He gets the news last week, is obviously upset. I don't know if he's devastated, heartbroken, whatever, his emotions are. And then time passes, and it's like, okay, here are my options. I can go be a coordinator somewhere else if there's any openings left, or I can stay here. I know I got a really good defense roster-wise. Talk to Todd Monken, see what their relationship can be like. I don't know how well they know each other, what the respect level is. See if their personalities can coexist, which I think they can, and then come back, right? Like that's not out of the question. We all know that his initial reaction was one that, I'm done with this place.
If by chance Jim doesn't return, are they a little behind, Scott? Because other teams are building staffs and everything else.
Yeah, they are. And that's the reality of the situation, the reality when you take 24 days to hire a head coach and then a week later you don't know for sure about your defensive coordinator. I don't think that's the end-all, be-all. We saw two coaches look like they got hired yesterday. The Raiders obviously have to wait on Kubiak. So they're later in the ball game getting assistant coaches, and I think that can matter in certain circumstances. I don't think it means you should change how you're running the search to speed it up just so you might be able to get, assistant coach X or Y. But I think that is a reality. I also think Todd Monken has to have contingency plans, and he did when he took the job. Okay, Jim's my number one guy. If he's not here, who's number two? And it could be as simple as promoting somebody on the staff, right? Jason Tarver, the linebackers coach, has been a coordinator before. Ephraim Banda, the safeties coach, interviewed for coordinator jobs this offseason. Can you just promote somebody and then you have some sense of continuity there with the scheme and with the staff? I would assume you try to keep as much of the staff as you could. So I'm sure Todd's been thinking about that even before he got the job.
Scott Petrak joining us, Chronicle Telegram, brownzone.com, where you can read all of Scott's work. So far, Todd Monken is putting the Baltimore band back together. And if you happen to have any ties to the University of Akron, apparently all the better, huh?
Yeah, that's interesting that I didn't know the Ravens had so many Akron guys.
I didn't either.
On their staff, right? And I don't know if part of that is the fact that he's able to get all these guys from Baltimore. I mean, that's how it works, right? Sure. You get guys that you've coached with before. But, did John Harbaugh want some of these guys? But now John Harbaugh doesn't have Todd Monken with the Giants, so he's got to wait to hire his coordinator, and then that coordinator probably doesn't have those same ties. And Harbaugh's like, well, I'm not going to force my new coordinator to hire these guys, and if Todd wants them, he can get them. So I do think that's an advantage for the Browns. The past relationships obviously helps when you're building a staff, but guys are taking steps up, right? Schweitzer, the guy who's expected to be the offensive coordinator, hasn't been an offensive coordinator before. Now, I would assume that Todd Monken's going to call the plays, so it's a good, kind of working your way up for Schweitzer, that he doesn't have to call plays right away and he can have that coordinator role. But most of these hires will be a step up, and that's how it works. But when you're a first-time head coach, your staff is going to look a lot like that. You just have to make sure you're hiring the right guys.
Speaking of putting staffs together, what did you think when Alex Van Pelt decided he was the right fit with Kevin Stefanski again in Atlanta?
I had two thoughts. I thought, well, Kevin's putting together a good staff down there because I think AVP is a really good coach. And then it makes you think, well, when he got fired after 2023 and they won 11 games with 5 quarterbacks, did Kevin really want that move? And, it was Ken Dorsey, and the discussion was he's going to get the most out of Deshaun Watson, and they're going to switch up the offense, and it was going to be all about, taking advantage of Deshaun Watson's skill set, and it didn't work. Ken Dorsey got fired after 1 year, and it made me think that Stefanski was not the guy who made the ultimate decision, but either it was all about Deshaun Watson and or Stefanski didn't really want to move on from Van Pelt in the first place.
And if you're Van Pelt and Stefanski fired you, would you want to go work for him again? You know?
Well, if the conversation was when he got fired, hey, Alex, I don't really want to do this, but I got voices in my ear, or,
right.
Hey, Alex, I love you, but we're going to try something with Deshaun. And we're going to try something new, right? I think of that honest conversation. If you're Van Pelt and you didn't like the way it went down enough, then no, you're not going to go work for Kevin Stefanski.
Exactly right.
But I don't think, right? But obviously they did not leave it in a bad way.
Nope. I agree.
What did you think about the video that came out for the Browns, the Shedeur Sanders meeting with Todd Monken?
That was pretty funny. I had those same thoughts, right? Well, the Ravens did try to get him. Now, I don't think you can read a ton into this. And when we talk about the questions that Todd's going to get asked tomorrow, there's going to be at least one about Shedeur, if not more. It was the fifth round when the Ravens tried to get him, so it's not like they tried to trade up and take him at number 35 or something. But there was some like for him inside that building. You would assume that Monken, as the offensive coordinator, was involved in that decision. So, I'm curious to see what his thoughts are on Shedeur Sanders. Obviously, after finding the coach, and then we'll figure out the Jim Schwartz thing, what they're doing at quarterback this offseason is number one on the list of priorities and big questions facing the Browns. Do they run it back with the guys they have? Do they think about drafting somebody? Do they go get a Malik Willis or a Mac Jones? And I don't think Todd Monken's going to give us those answers tomorrow, but he might shed some light on exactly what he thinks about Shedeur Sanders.
Does he shed any light on what he thinks of Deshaun Watson and Dylan Gabriel?
Yeah, not that I know of. You go back, and I've been watching some podcasts with Monken and some videos, and, I think it's pretty clear that he understands what everybody else understands, that you're better off having a quarterback that can create plays off schedule. And, I don't know how much he demands a quarterback that can be effective in the run game like Lamar Jackson was for him in Baltimore, but certainly he wants a guy that isn't a statue in the pocket, that can move around, that excels at that scramble drill. And we saw a little bit of that from Shedeur Sanders, in his 7 starts. I don't think we saw enough to say, yeah, he's that type of a playmaker. He's not Lamar Jackson. I don't know if he's Bo Nix, right? You start to think about the guys that make so many plays like that. But I do think that Todd Monken really values that in his quarterback. And when you talk about Deshaun Watson, who knows what he's like at 31 years old and coming off 2 torn Achilles and having the shoulder surgery before that.
Yeah.
But in his prime, Deshaun Watson was a guy that was a dual threat quarterback. And I do think that would appeal to Monken at some level.
Scott, have you tried to give your boss a heads up that you need to be in Paris on October 25th?
I've not yet. I've been waiting to see if that's official. It was weird. You saw the report, and then I talked to somebody at the Browns, and we haven't heard anything about it. So I don't know how,
Well, the NFL confirmed the game is the Saints on October 25th, and like even NBC Sports, I'm looking at some of these other places that are reporting it'll be the Browns against the Saints. But I don't. Your thoughts on just this team having to go overseas again, and I wonder how that's going to look on the schedule.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, you figure the bye will be probably on the back end of it, you would assume.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting. I'll tell you what, it's just the way things are going to go. I think somebody from the NFL, one of the higher-ups, said within the last week or two that it's going to get to a point where every team plays an international game every year. They're just going to have, 16 of them. So I think the Browns have to get used to it. They didn't have many, right, throughout their history. I think last year was the second time they went over to London.
Yeah.
But there's going to be, I think there's probably going to be one a year. I don't know if it'll be how long it takes, but within the next decade for sure, I think it's fair to assume that there'll be 16 international games.
Can't wait to hear your questions tomorrow.
Hey, me too.
All right, knock it out of the park.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Appreciate you. Scott Petrak, Chronicle Telegram, and, of course, BrownZone.com does a fantastic job there. Make sure you read him every day. And he was on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Right hotline. All right, Jeff, let's talk a little bit more about the way this coaching situation is trying to settle in, and then even the thoughts about John Harbaugh trying to talk Todd Monken out of taking the job here. I want to talk about that too. So Basket and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
singular way of winning basketball. So he's done a phenomenal job.
Cavs couple days off before they continue their road trip out west. Going to be in L.A. Wednesday to take on the Clippers. Likely that Dennis Schroeder and Keon Ellis will make their Cavs debuts following Sunday's trade with Sacramento. Don't miss the 92.3 The Fan offseason special. Get the latest on the Browns tonight from 7 to 9. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Check out the Fan Off-Season Special every Tuesday night, and that'd be tomorrow, 7 to 9. Jake Volnick, Lance Reisel, and Daryl Ryder will recap all the latest Browns news, all the moves ahead of this offseason and free agency and the draft, coaching staff hires, all that stuff. For 1 week, the show moves to Monday, February 2nd. So that would be today. Get ready. It's with Westwood One's Pro Bowl game broadcast live from the Super Bowl on February 3rd. Because people are going to be tuning in for that. You can listen right here on 92.3 The Fan. Stream us on the Odyssey app and watch every episode live on YouTube. So that's the Fan Off-Season Special each and every Tuesday, except for tonight, from 7 to 9 right here on The Fan.
Hey, congratulations, Joe Flacco. All of the Browns quarterbacks this year, they're all heading to the Pro Bowl.
We all know what the Pro Bowl's become.
This is the first time Flacco's been named to the Pro Bowl. What
does it say? These two guys are in the Pro Bowl.
What they should do is just call it Fan Fest, right?
Yes.
Shouldn't it just be NFL Fan Fest?
Yes. They need this. I'll make you a little wager, but I think you'd take the same bet I would.
Okay.
This will be the last year they have anything that they call the Pro Bowl.
I think what you do,
they might not even get everybody together to play checkers anymore. That might be gone.
I mean, you can be all pro, which I think should be the title, right? Obviously, of the best players in the league.
Well, which they have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and then they should have the Fan Fest, is what they should call it, and just pay these guys off to go be in the Fan Fest.
Any player can go to the Fan Fest if they wish.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be awesome. It might be better than Radio Row. Let's be honest. I mean, Radio Row gets all the hype and all the excitement for this week. I'm surprised. Have we gotten any requests to do stuff? Nothing. It's quiet. Since the pandemic, all that stuff kind of died down too, right? Radio Row used to be a gigantic deal.
It was a big deal.
I got an email last week and asked if we were going to be on Radio Row, and I was like, no. It's like, no, I don't think so. Our Radio Row is located right here in the Halley building above JJ's. That's the row. So you have JJ's little convenience store downstairs, and then you have us up here.
It's actually Pete's.
Pete's and JJ. It'll always be JJ to me. JJ and Pete's?
Yeah.
Is that okay? Can I say that?
Pete and JJ.
Okay. So, again, when we talk about the Browns and we get into this conversation, I said it last week, and I'm driven by the fact that Myles Garrett was able to turn things around. Remember, a year ago when we actually talked about Radio Row, Myles Garrett was up and down Radio Row talking about how he was not coming back to the Browns. And as I said last week, if this is all about ego for Jim Schwartz, if Jim Schwartz, that job is still his title, it's still his job. Unless the Browns are like, maybe he walked out the door and he might have to spend a little time in AR penalty box, or HR.
Needs
in the
timeout.
HR. Yeah, he may have to go in the HR penalty box for a little bit because of his disruption among the calm, cool collective heads out there in Berea over everything. But, I mean, if I were the Browns and I wanted him to stay, and we talked about this last week, if I were the Browns and I truly wanted him to stay and I wanted to make sure there was a good relationship, then have incentive and have, bring him back, make him the assistant head coach, whatever, or leave him as defensive coordinator, but throw some more money incentives at him and just say, look, and this could kind of safeguard your thoughts of, well, he doesn't want the Browns to succeed. He wants his players to succeed. They're disassociated from the actual Browns. Like, those are his guys. Don't you want your guys to succeed? I guarantee you he does. Now, is he mad? Is he upset he didn't get the head coach's job? Absolutely. And you know what? I wouldn't respect him if he wasn't mad.
Yes, you would.
I wouldn't. I respect him for being mad. Why not? He thought he earned the job. The guy's done a nice job with our defense. I think a fantastic job with the defense. He does have some tools that other defensive coordinators around the NFL would love to have. But I respect, you know what? He walked up to his boss, and maybe who knows what he said, although there are rumors out there about what he said. But isn't that who you really want? There's the passion. He wanted the gig. He didn't get the gig. Okay, I get it. But we still think he's important, and we still think he did a great job with the guys that we had around here before. Here's the other question. How many other nibbles and bites is he getting from other teams? That's my question.
Well, they can't nibble and bite right now, Andy, because he's under contract.
All they have to do is call the team, or have the agents could be talking. It's not the...
You can be sure there's rumbling going on. I was just kind of playing the legal line there.
Oh, good job, Jeff.
Thanks.
Good job. Yeah.
Thanks a lot, Andy.
Yeah. I don't know whose bag that is in the back seat of the car. I don't know. Who was in the back seat of the car?
Mine.
Oh. Men again!
Well, we'll see. If the one aspect of this, more than anything, and we don't talk about this very much, and I've said, I'm sure he's saved enough money in his career and blah, 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 blah. Well, if you're 59 and you're still going to make a couple of mil, why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
That's still a big part of this. But you've got to, you got to figure out, is this what I want to do? And as Scott said, if you're Todd Monken, do you want your defensive coordinator to be a guy who might, and who knows, I just say this, who might be unhappy, who might not completely have your back? And I don't know Jim, and I can't tell you if he'd be that kind of guy. I would think he wouldn't be. If he decided to come back, it's because he's coming back and he's going to be all on board. But still, you got to work together. Got to have each other's back.
Can we be super honest about this? In 95% of workplaces across the land, there is probably somebody in the office that thinks they can do a better job than the boss.
Not here.
Not here. That's true. No, we love our bosses here.
Fearless leader.
Yes.
Got it nailed.
And Jeff is outstanding.
Super fearless leaders.
They're outstanding. Yeah. Are we up for raises? Just so you know, I can't remember.
Raise?
Raise? I'll take it. No, it was raises. Together, we're a team. Wow. I see how you are. Raise, singular. Okay. Yeah. Maybe it is just the Jeff Phelps show.
No, it was raise as in raise? Like, what's a raise?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, much saying? Better.
Raise is a bar in Kent.
Am I wrong? Oh, it's outstanding. Spin that wheel, my friends. Am I wrong? That like most workplaces across America have situations that are just like this. And let's be honest, this all comes down to ego. It's all ego.
Yeah, but not every workplace has somebody working for somebody who got the job ahead of them. Many do.
That happens all the time.
Many do.
Yes.
Easy.
Okay.
But doesn't mean it works.
Sometimes it does. Sometimes it doesn't.
Well, let's find out. If he comes,
I know what Dan's going to say.
If Jim comes back, terrific.
Dan,
that'd be great.
If you give me the hostages line one more time, I'm going to tell you could be wrong in this situation.
Dan, say it, will you?
Say it.
I want volunteers, not prisoners.
So if you give him a raise, he now maybe becomes
he's a well-paid,
give him some.
He's a well-paid prisoner.
If you define the situation to the best of its ability, then maybe he's not a prisoner. Maybe he's a volunteer.
We wanted somebody on the offensive side of the ball. That's why we're doing this.
It's pretty simple.
Yeah, except for this.
And he gets to order what the meals are in the team plane.
He's also a defensive coordinator. There are many, many other people out there who are qualified to be defensive coordinators across this fine
How many
league.
Are the team? How many?
We're not building the atomic bomb.
No.
It's not like we only could call like 3 people who can come help us. We're coordinating a defense.
And Dan, funny thing about defensive coordinators, don't take this the wrong way about Jim. Defensive coordinators who are given good defensive players usually coordinate a good defense.
Wow, that is kind of earth-shattering.
And offensive coaches who are given to work with usually don't coordinate a good offense.
The scheme is on the tape. You could even have somebody come in here, watch all the tape, write down all the plays, and reissue the playbook.
Just do it again.
It's not that complicated.
Thank you, Dan.
So if Jim Schwartz wants to go, hey, I don't want to deal with this. I am done. You've looked me over. I don't want to come back. I don't want to work with this guy because I think I'm more qualified than this guy. I'll take the year off.
But what if
the Browns are smart, they'll go, all right, take care of yourself.
What if
Enjoy
he doesn't
your time.
look at it that way?
We appreciate everything you've done. We got it from here.
All right, you're good with him coming back if he doesn't see it the way you see it?
if he's going to come in and he's going to do everything that he did before, and we're not going to run into an internal strife that's going to take place in there, because we've all been down that road in Cleveland enough times, yeah, I'd be fine with it. But the problem is I worry about internal strife.
It's tough to walk away from. I don't know what he makes, but I'm sure it's 7 figures. It's tough to walk away from that.
Right.
Andy, the idea of walking away from these players and this defense, coaches do that all the time, whether it's by choice or not by choice. That's what the league is all about. You coach up whoever you have, and you go play. Walking away from millions of dollars when you're approaching Social Security age, I don't care how much you have saved, it's still a lot of money. And if he just goes back for the money, I think we'd all get it.
Mm-hmm.
But if he would walk away on principle, I think we'd all get that too.
All right, let's go toe-to-toe. What's up, Jim, Strongsville?
Hi, Jim.
Hey, guys. Listen, Andy, I disagree with you to the degree that in the private. Look, I'm just being honest with you. It never works out. It never works out when this situation like this occurs. Generally speaking, if you're a young up-and-comer and you get passed over for a promotion, you're willing to sit back and say, okay, yeah, you know what, just wasn't my time, just wasn't my turn. In a situation like this, though, you're almost guaranteed that when a guy at this age gets passed over for a job he thinks he was the most qualified for, he's checked out, he's already moving on. This is the same thing. Like, look, I'm just telling you that with my experience in 30 years in the private sector, you're like, it's just ego. No, you start looking for a new job. You start looking at new things. You're like,
I don't disagree that he's looking for a new job. And if I were him, I'd be looking for a new job. But he's still under contract, and somehow, some way, you turn. I mean, every story can be written in a different way. And
I agree, but you know what? You want employees, not hostages. Whoever said that is totally 100% right. And listen, you got 2 guys. Schwartz, they're very similar. They're very similar guys, except that one had a shot and the other didn't. So I don't see a situation where a season that we already kind of think is going to be kind of tough. I have a hard time seeing that would not create issues and cracks in the foundation of this coaching staff. And I understand. I love Jim Schwartz. I'd love to bring him back. If he's not, there are other defensive coordinators out there. I just think the ship sailed. If the Browns were smart, they would just move on. Here's the thing, guys, and I just want to say this is the last thing. Any situation where somebody turns in, I've seen this throughout my entire career. Somebody turns in their notice, and the company's like, well, but you know what? We'll pay you more. Will you stay? And the person says, yeah, I'll stay. That's the worst thing ever for both parties. If you turn your notice in, you're ready to move on. And if you pay somebody more just to keep them, they're going to leave shortly anyways. It never works out.
All right, Jim, thank you. I'm sure it works out every once in a while, but you never know.
I'm sure you probably
sometimes you get that feeling that the grass is always greener, and then it's not. I mean, we all know that feeling too. It's a weird conundrum. I think if he comes back, they could work it out, and it could be great, or it could be a complete disaster, like he said, with too many cracks in the foundation. So, all right, let's come back. We'll continue on. We'll talk a little bit more about the Browns. Tyvis Powell is going to join us at noon. And are you ready for, I guess it would be crepes and football? What would it be? It's not kegs and eggs, so it's crepes and something. We'll think about that next.
A lot of carbs early in the morning.
That's true. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
This is Scott Zarilla.
back-to-back set between the teams. Don't miss the 92.3 The Fan off-season special. Get the latest on the Browns tonight from 7 to 9. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere. You can do that on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now, man, the hits just keep on coming. You can find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. I need a tissue, I think.
Oh, you do.
It includes the Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. They're on before us, 6 to 10. It includes us, 10 to 2. An afternoon drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin, 2 to 7. It's live each and every weekday on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. You can subscribe to that channel for free. You can watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan, live and on demand, right now.
Good job, Jeff. Excellent. He's Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin.
Dab my eyes.
It was a really good read. It was
really good.
I don't know. You may have just won a Marconi for that.
Thanks.
And now the finalists for Best Promo Read. Jeff
Just
Phelps.
reading the words in front of my face.
Jeff Phelps, Cleveland, Ohio, WKRK. And the winner is nobody. Thank you.
At least I didn't have to pay to enter.
That's true. Like every TV
That was
award.
for you, Andy.
That was well done. You mean you didn't buy an Emmy this year? What? Could ego be the only thing standing in the way of Jim Schwartz coming back to the Browns, or maybe the Browns need to move in a different direction? I know we've talked about this a number of times. We'll talk about that. We'll go to the phone lines in a second. Also, news trickling out today that it sounds like the Browns are headed to Paris to play the first ever game in Paris against the Saints. Now, we know the Saints are going there. The league has said this, but there have been reports out that it'll be against the Browns on October 25th. They're going to be utilizing the historic matchup is the expansion of the NFL's International Series into France, utilizing an 80,000 seat stadium just outside of Paris.
Wow.
Stade de France. Isn't that the best way to say it? Stade de France in Saint Denis.
Had a really nice French flair to that, Andy.
Can you feel it?
Stade de France.
What do you think of that, Dan? Stade de France in Saint Denis.
I have a feeling that someone's spitting in your beignet.
Oh man, what? How do you? How would you say that in French? Stade de France.
I don't know.
Saint Denis.
I don't know. I took 2 years of Spanish, and the teacher looked at me and said, "You don't belong in Spanish 3. Take another class."
I took 1 year of French. I remember something along the lines of parce que. That meant because.
Mm.
So you know, teacher asks you a question, you just say that, or what? Je ne sais pas.
I
don't speak French. Isn't that it? Or do you speak French?
Something
like that.
All I know is that I barely survived. You had to have 2 years of Spanish to get out of school. My fourth semester of Spanish, I got it. They used to do these grades in Cleveland Heights that were you either got an A, a B, a C, a B, C, D, F, or a P. And they came with number grades based on your
means practice.
No.
Instead of a D.
So so you would get an A1, you can get an A2 or an
You
A3.
didn't give Ds?
And a D or a D1,
Oh, you didn't
D2,
say
D.
D.
Like the worst grade you can get, it would be an F3.
The 1, 2, 3 was for behavior.
It was a behavioral thing or effort.
I got a 3 in French class.
Or effort. Is that? Oh, did you have that too?
Yeah.
You had 1, 2s, and 3s?
I got a 3 in French class.
So my final semester of Spanish, I got a F1 in the class, and they would
In
give
other words,
you
were a hell of a kid, but boy, you couldn't do that class.
But by definition, an F1 should be a P. And I went back in and argued, and I got the P. So I got the pass.
Nice.
Is that pretty good? Proud of me? Come on, Dan.
I'm really happy for you.
You're proud of me on that one? Thank you.
Really happy for you.
I got a
I also remember je ne sais pas
I got an
from French
F1.
class.
F1.
Anybody out there who speaks French, je ne sais pas means I don't know. I use that one all the time.
Oh.
Yeah.
Good. All right. I feel better. Anyway, it sounds like the Browns and Saints, Stade de France in Saint Denis. I know I'm driving people crazy. Let's go Jack in Solon. Hi, Jack. Hi, Counselor.
Jack.
Hey, good morning, guys.
And bonjour.
I haven't called lately, but I wanted to.
You sound sick.
We've missed you.
No, no, I'm fine. I'm just busy, which you know.
Yeah, beating people up in court. That's who you are.
You know, I can't charge you guys, so taking a break here.
Good. We'll send you the bill.
Jim Schwartz. As an employment attorney, I can look at it this way.
Write that down if we need help later.
Employment attorney.
First of all, the Browns didn't handle it well. Okay, if they were going to go with someone else besides Schwartz, which they obviously did, then they needed to sit down and talk to him before they announced it. Okay, that's the way you don't burn a bridge. Now, whether they burned the bridge or Schwartz burned the bridge by his reaction and leaving, it doesn't really matter. I think the bridge has been burned, and you can't go back. Okay, we're going to make you the highest paid defensive coordinator in history. Who cares? That bridge is burned, and look, there's other defensive coordinators. They didn't handle it. I don't blame Schwartz. I'm blaming the Browns, as usually the blame is on the management of the Browns, and they didn't handle it properly. And so I think that's history. I think Schwartz is gone. He should be gone. They need to find another defensive coordinator. He's not the only defensive coordinator that can do a good job. Plus, he had a lot to work with. To work with. So he's gone. He should be gone. And let's move on, such as life is.
All right. Thank you for the depressing start to the week. He's Jack in Solon. Thank you, Counselor. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Oh, that was a good start to the week.
Sapphire is on the road. Sapphire.
Hi, AB. Hi, Jeff.
What up?
Hello,
Sapphire.
well, I've been on hold so long. I'm walking into a meeting, but thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for picking up the phone. Listen.
Yes.
Why not be creative and innovative, Cleveland Browns, and just give Coach Schwartz a head coach title as well, like defensive head coach, and pay him the money, right? Like, none of us are surprised. There's complete chaos down that street in Berea. I don't know how Andrew Berry survived, but maybe somebody that is not putting their id in front of everyone else can just, turn down the temperature and have a conversation with Coach Schwartz about how he would feel about that. Okay, because as a female, I'm going to tell you, this was real personal. Men don't typically, that I'm aware, have such an emotional reaction to being turned down for anything unless they have a good feeling like they're up, okay? And then lastly, Jeff, yes, it is parlez-vous français, okay? I love both of you. Be kind to each other.
Oh.
Be well.
All right, good. Have a good meeting, and whatever it takes in that meeting. Good job. How about that? She talked to us on her way into the meeting.
That's beautiful.
I always feel smarter after we talk to her, too, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we could end the show right there, too, if you wanted to.
She's pretty sharp.
Because they're smarter.
Yeah.
Why is she listening to us? All right. Daniel is in Cleveland. Hello, Daniel.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good.
All right. Everybody, just stop panicking. We okay. Schwartz is not going anywhere. If you guys keep saying the contract, you got to think about the contract that he's still under. He's not going anywhere. Him and Monken's going to sit down and have a nice little dinner, and they're going to get it together. We need to build that offensive lineup. That's all I'm caring about right now. Have a good day, buddies.
Where are you taking him to dinner? You got to go to a good place, right?
Yeah, you got to go to a good place. So they
Steak?
can sit down and have a good conversation.
Steak will work,
That's all
won't it?
it's going to take.
Yeah, all right.
All it's going to take.
All right, Daniel, thank you. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank
you, Daniel.
So many rational phone calls today, Jeff.
Is that good?
I think so. I think that, people that want to listen want to be on the same wavelength as us today. They're rational phone calls. Okay. They can disagree a little bit, but they're not. Nothing's over the top. You know what I'm saying? No, I think if fans turned around and said Jim Schwartz is, the reaction from fans would be, all right, well, they figured out a way to get Miles to say. It probably makes sense. They got
There's
Schwartz
a difference though between Miles and Schwartz. Miles wasn't looking for a promotion. They didn't turn Miles down for something.
I actually think the situation was worse for Miles than it was for Jim.
I disagree.
Miles, you're talking about calling out your teammates too and everybody you play with. With Miles, I want out. The front office doesn't have a plan. obviously this team isn't going anywhere. They must not be good enough because I don't want to play here anymore. I want to go play somewhere else.
And they wanted him back.
And
Jim's a defensive coordinator. They didn't want him
to leave.
They didn't want him to be promoted.
All right, I'll buy that. That's fair. I'll buy what you just said there.
Didn't want to promote him.
Oh, boy. All right, so you've got that story that's kind of out there, too, and we'll find out. I think if Jim Schwartz doesn't have a job, I don't know, within 3 days after the Super Bowl, Jeff, I think he ends up coming back here. Is time on Jim Schwartz's side?
I would think the time to do this would be tomorrow.
To have him come back during the press conference, say Jim Schwartz is coming back?
To be able to say, and my defensive coordinator is Jim Schwartz. That way, Todd doesn't have to answer questions about it. I would think that they're really pressing to try and get that done.
Is that the most pressing issue he has right now?
Yeah, right now it is.
Yeah, I can't. I'm trying to think
No, it is. No, it's not.
Or what is?
Who's his quarterback?
But he's not going to be able to figure that out today.
Exactly.
So I would say the defensive coordinator issue is the biggest today because he can figure that out now.
Okay.
What does he need to be asked tomorrow during this press conference? What are we going to find out? I'm just curious what his view of the Browns has been from someone who was on the inside to someone that was on the outside looking in, playing this team twice a year, and how he's going to make this team better.
Can I divert from that for just 1 second?
Sure.
His Baltimore team put up plenty of points against Jim Schwartz's defense this year.
Okay.
Think he wants him back?
I think if he thinks his team will be better and that he is the best guy out there to lead the Browns defense and that he knows that if he could come up with some kind of a treaty, maybe the defense will respond better. If they're like, he's like, I understand that he's like, if he's smart, he's on the phone and he's talking to Denzel and he's talking to Miles and he's talking to guys on defense he knows are going to have an impact next year. And who
is Todd?
Yeah.
Hi, could you sell out your defensive coordinator?
I'm not asking. Yeah, but that's not the way it is.
Maybe,
Jeff.
Maybe.
Wouldn't you want to know? Wouldn't you? And if he gets vibe from his leaders on defense that Jim is super important,
I wouldn't be calling those guys.
Absolutely. You're not doing your due diligence if you don't talk to your players.
I wouldn't be calling those guys and asking about Jim Schwartz.
Wow.
You know why?
He's looking to hire a defensive coordinator.
No, he's not. He has one right now.
He's looking to let either a defensive coordinator go or stay. And he hasn't worked with him. I don't think there's anything wrong with Jim Schwartz
Miles
or
and
with
Denzel. I would almost be steamed.
If he called and asked you your opinion?
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah.
No way.
What's he going to say? Yeah, Todd, I think he should have been the head coach.
Hey, Miles, I need some help on this. You're an integral part of the defense. You're a captain. You're a leader on this team. You guys know him a lot better than I do, but I know I need X, 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 and X. You tell me, how do you think this will play out if he comes back? How do you think this will play out if he's not here? Why would you not talk to your team's leaders?
I don't think I wouldn't do that. Wow. I think it might be putting the players in a precarious situation where they would feel like they might be betraying a loyalty to Jim Schwartz, even if they said wonderful things about him.
Wow, I disagree. Dan? Would you talk to your leaders?
Oh, they've made their points known. Denzel Ward just sat down with Mary Kay a little bit ago.
Do I need to hear it through Mary Kay, or do I want to hear it for myself? I think you guys are wrong.
My guess is he's going to hear it from Andrew Berry.
Yeah.
Hey, Andrew, what do you want me to do? You want me to hire Jim?
Well, what if Andrew says, I'm not sure? I'm not. I like what he did.
Then why didn't
we were close?
Then why didn't you fire Andrew Berry? If Andrew says that, I don't know.
Well, I mean, you want to give your head coach the option of letting them pick their own defensive coordinator. That's why they hold these guys under contract so long, because you don't know if they're going to stay or go when they bring in a new head coach. And so I think you have to do your due diligence on this. Tyvis Powell is going to join us here, high noon, Baskin and Phelps.
This is
I'm Matt Caroli.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free.
Basket of Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, breaking down what's going on with the Browns. We go to the Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. We bring in the third member of our team on Sundays, game days for the Browns on the Browns Radio Network. He is a former Buckeye. He is a Hall of Famer at Bedford High School. He is the man. He is Tyvis Paul. Hi, Tyvis.
Gentlemen, how you doing? I miss you guys on some. My Sundays is just not the same, you know?
It's empty.
So much better.
It's empty. Watching you run downstairs to get a milkshake before you sat down to get ready for the game after 2 hours of trying to figure out how they can win and then just be disappointed each and every Sunday. Yeah. I remember.
Actually, the last time we had the conference games, I'd rather have been with y'all because I decided to wait until late. You know, that was when the big snowstorm hit.
Yep.
I decided to wait for the whole storm to hit to go shovel my driveway. Worst decision I've made in my life.
Sorry to hear that, man.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm not rich like y'all. I don't have a snowblower.
Yeah.
Mine broke and my neighbor stepped up for me.
I have a snowblower. It's at the end of my arms.
What a guy.
I know. Wasn't that nice of him?
You should have got him a nice thank you card.
I know.
Tyvis, what do you think of the Browns' new head coach, Todd Monken?
I think he's what they need. I really do. I mean, you think about how young this team is going to be, and you're going to lose a lot of veterans to free agency, and then you got a bunch of guys that's going to be second years because all of those guys that played this season will be in their second years next year. You need guys to mature fast. You're going to be dependent again, probably on some rookies to come in and be able to step up and make some plays again. You know, first and second year guys. I think the best thing if you want to lay the foundation, the number one thing this team has to fix, they have to learn to not beat themselves. That was something that hurt them a lot last year. All the penalties. Think about all Quinshon Judkins' big runs that got called back with penalties. Think about turning the ball over. You know, I don't know how long I've been on the broadcast with y'all, 4 years. We always talked about how Kevin disliked guys that turned the football over, yet on Sunday they turned the football over. So these guys got to learn to not beat themselves. And hopefully having a coach like Todd Monken coming in, he understands that. You know, he seems like he's a very old school guy, don't really play games and stuff like that. I think that's what they need. It might not be fun. Don't get me wrong. During the week, it might not be fun. It might be some tough, brutal practices. But when you get to Sunday, his teams perform on Sunday. That offense for Baltimore looked really good. Not this past year because of injuries, but the years before that looked really good on Sundays. So I think it might be what they need.
Derrick Henry, Lamar Jackson, Zay Flowers, Mark Andrews, Isaiah Likely, Tyler Linderbaum. I think that's what they need too, Tyvis. What can Todd do without talent? And can Andrew Berry put enough talent on this team to make it significantly better for next year?
Well, they are all in on the fact that they are better than what they win 5 games this year. They felt they should have won more than 5 games. That's why Kevin Stefanski ain't here. If that's the case, then they better find a good way to replenish that talent. You know, it's going to come through the draft because I don't know how much money we're going to have in free agency. You probably have enough to get you one good name, but you know, when you look at the free agency pool, there's not really a lot of big names hitting free agency this year. So I think it's going to have to come from the draft, and you better hope that Andrew Berry has figured out what to do in the draft. Everybody's clinging on the fact that he did it last year. He has to do it again.
Help me out with this. Who is the starting quarterback week 1 next year, and who do you want to be the starting quarterback week 1 next year?
Well, I think I want, and I think who I want, and I think who it's going to be is the same answer. I think Shedeur would probably be the logical choice. I mean, guy first day in the building, you know, you want to be around to meet the head coach, and I only seen one video of one guy.
There's only one guy carrying around his own video crew.
That's true, too. I don't think it was his video crew, though.
Yeah, probably not.
The other one was in Italy, so I know he ain't part. Like, as long as the check clear on Friday, he good. And then I'm sure Dylan Gabriel's working hard behind the scenes. He's never been one of those guys that's been big on trying to be on camera and stuff like that. I want to say he's one of those guys that do a lot of good stuff off the camera. So hopefully, it brings a good competition for OTAs. But I think the logical choice would be Shedeur. I think he showed enough for guys to give him 26. And like I said, whether you in the Shedeur camp or you're against Shedeur, you want him to be the starting quarterback both sides. Why? Because if you win Shedeur and he does well, boom, you got your franchise quarterback. You can tell the world how risked up he was the guy. And if you're against Shedeur, you want him to do bad. So if he do bad, you'll get the first pick of the draft and you'll get your quarterback. So therefore, both sides really should come together like butt cheeks on this one and really understand that this is the best thing to do.
You've never made more sense in your life.
Well, people don't hear it. They don't listen to the show for that. What is this logic that I'm talking?
I agree with you because, Shedeur looked better than Dylan. And if he can be the guy, well, you're right. Then you have your quarterback, and he's affordable. He's playing on a rookie deal right now. Do you think Andrew Berry can go into the offseason with those three guys at quarterback, Deshaun, Dylan, and Shedeur, and that's okay? Or do they need to bring in another option? And should you name a starting quarterback, or do you let him get into OTAs and everything else and let him compete?
I think you let him compete in OTAs. I think by fall camp you name the guy. I think that OTAs should give you a good general idea of who you want. It's a new playbook, so whoever's picking up the playbook the fastest, but let them compete there. But when you get to fall camp, we can't do this. It's a three-man race. That's got to stop. We got to stop conning ourselves. We got to stop lying to the media. It's never in the world going to be an open competition with four people trying to get the job. It wasn't that last year. They shouldn't have never said that it was that last year. They should have called it for what it was. And I think you cannot make that mistake again. So you go through OTAs, see who's picking up the playbook best, see who's delivering, who's got the best chemistry with the guys. You can rotate them all throughout OTAs. 1s, 2s, 3s, get reps. Get as many reps, get different guys with different quarterbacks, see who works out the best. But when you hit the ground into July, you better know that it's time to roll, and you better have your quarterback named your starting quarterback for the season.
All right, let's talk about defensive coordinator then. Is there any way Jim Schwartz comes back and is the defensive coordinator of this team?
The interesting thing about all of that is the answer is, is there any way? Yes, there is some world. No matter how bad things have gotten, no matter how he feels, there is a world where he could do it. Is it likely? I don't know. You look around and some of those jobs that you thought he would take is not available. Bills hired their guy, 49ers hired their guy. The only thing, there's only one person that dictates to me personally if Jim Schwartz is the DC next year. And his name he was actually a former head coach of mine. His name is Vic Fangio. If Vic Fangio retires from DC and Philly, I think 100% Jim Schwartz wants to go back to Philadelphia. But if Vic Fangio decides to run it back another year, I think Schwartz is under contract. I don't know what you really can do about it unless he sits out a year. I don't think he would.
If you're Todd Monken, you could say, "Hey, Jimmy, we don't need him around anymore. Let's cut him loose."
Did you call him Jimmy?
Yeah. Oh, they're
Nice.
tight now.
Oh, the other Jimmy.
Yeah, but
Okay.
so here's my point. Jeff and I had this conversation just last segment that if you're Todd Monken and you haven't worked with Jim Schwartz before, you know his reputation, you know friends, I'm sure, of his friends, and talk to you, would you not pick up the phone and talk to Myles Garrett? Would you not pick up the phone and talk to Denzel Ward and ask their opinion on how you think it would work if he came back? Would you talk to those guys or let them just read what they're reading in the paper?
No, you definitely have a conversation with them. You want to get off on the right foot, show guys that you respect what they do, you respect their opinion and all those things. So you absolutely should pick the phone up and do it. At the end of the day, I look at it like this. Todd Monken and Jim Schwartz is one of the same. And I think honestly, it's both of them has been what Cleveland's need. As the same thing I said about Todd Monken's offense in Baltimore, you can say the same thing about Jim Schwartz's defense in Cleveland. I don't know how much fun they had, but I tell you what, on Sundays, they definitely showed up and they showed out. You know what I'm saying? And I think that that if you get those two together, maybe they can't coexist because both of them are alphas like that. But, I think for Todd, if I was Todd, I'd say, you know what, Jim, you got the defense. You run your thing on defense. I'm not going to interfere with it. You do your thing. You've done a wonderful job over there. You do your thing and just let me handle this offense and just, don't get out of line. Don't get out of line. If I address the team, don't be behind my back saying certain things, none of that. And I think this thing could work. They could do something magical. I think both of those guys are tremendous coaches. I would hope that these guys can really figure something out, resolve this with the front office. And don't get me wrong, I've been there. I've been on teams where I've had a lot of beef with the front office, but you can't take that out on the team and the players and the coaches because it's not them. It's not them. It's the people upstairs that you had a beef with. And it's hard to try to separate the business from the personal side. And I think in this situation, that's one of those things that Jim Schwartz would have to do. He'd have to separate, like, you know what? These is my guys. They love me. I've developed these guys. We have great respect. Miles had the best season in his life. I've had a rookie linebacker come out and, look as good as he did. It's going to win Defensive Player Rookie of the Year. Like, you got so much stuff to build off of. It's hard. It's hard to just get up and walk away from those guys when y'all built such a great relationship over the past 3 years. And I think ultimately that's the one thing that can save this is that he says, you know what, I love these guys. I'm going to play out. I don't know how many years left on the contract. I'm going to ride that contract out. We're going to give it one last ride like Michael Jordan and them, and that's it. It's the last dance.
Tyvis, without naming names, and I don't know if you were or weren't, were you ever on a team where the defensive coordinator maybe didn't have the head coach's back?
No, everybody pretty was kind of aligned. There really wasn't a guy that I could think of off the top of my head. Of my 8 stops, there really wasn't a guy. Everybody kind of was, and if they weren't on the same page, they did a great job of hiding it.
Okay.
All right, let me ask you this. Down in Atlanta, Kevin Stefanski putting his staff together. Tommy Reese is the offensive coordinator, and Alex Van Pelt is now the quarterback coach. What are your thoughts on that?
Ain't that funny?
Made us think a little bit, Tyvis.
Yeah, it did.
Well, if you're Alex Van Pelt, you're not going to work for the guy who fired you, are you?
Listen, man, we all know it. All that did is confirm everything that we all suspected.
Yes, sir.
It was the big story was Kevin said that he had to fire AVP to save his job. He didn't want to do it, but he had to do it to stay the head coach. Obviously, there was some stuff in the front office where analytically they wanted a more explosive offense in the passing game. And seeing him hire all these guys is basically confirming that that's what that was. Kevin really didn't want to do it. He understood that his offense was working. I think back when they was all together, they was, middle of the pack in the offensive rankings. So it was working. It was successful. And ever since they made that fire, it's been kind of a disaster. I know we had the one playoff year, but that was just Joe Flacco catching lightning in the bottle. The rest of it has just been a complete disaster on offense. And to me, it's always seemed like it wasn't Kevin's natural playbook. It was Kevin being forced to do some stuff that he's not a mastermind in. Not the one thing that made him become a successful OC and become a head coach. It wasn't that style of offense. And it was me, he was being forced to do something he didn't want to do.
Okay, so as you sit here today and you look at 10 teams that have hired head coaches, I just still scratch my head. What kind of a league is this, Tyvis? It's fun if you're sitting out there, like us, watching it.
We couldn't get a black coach. That's what you were about to say?
Well, I mentioned that last week. How do you go? How do you hire 10 coaches and you don't hire a minority candidate?
Well, Robert Saleh is the closest we got to that.
Yeah.
But yeah, no,
it's weird.
It's always weird. They say this is the most head coaching vacancies ever in NFL history. Not one of them is a minority or a black coach. That's just how the game works, Jeff. It's been like that for years. You know what it is. And if you did get one, you only get 1 or 2 years anyways, and then you're out of there. So, it just gives these guys an opportunity to see how things work. I don't know if guys was confident. The most head-scratching one is probably the Mike LaFleur one and with the Cardinals because he hasn't really done much. As play caller with the Jets with Robert Saleh, it really wasn't good. And then this year, Obviously, we know Sean McVay runs the show over there, so, But, we'll see. The only good news about all this is time will tell. There will be a season to be played, and we'll see which organizations made the right choice.
Tyvis, as always, we appreciate your time, and we will talk to you soon.
Thank you. Go Bucks. Go Browns. Go Cavs. Shout out to Jared Allen. I'm about to grow my hair out and get a fro like that if he keep playing like he playing. Go Guardians and go Bearcats.
Now you're talking.
Hey, Tyvis, by the way, I just got the news. You are also a Pro Bowler this year. You're the only guy that didn't make team until now. Congratulations.
I appreciate that. I want to take this time to thank God for, giving me the opportunity to work with great people, and make some good things happen. I want to accept my award when the Browns go play the Saints in Paris or wherever they're going.
Oh, did I say Pro Bowler? I'm sorry. I must have misread that. Going bowling with your family. Sorry about that.
Get out of here. Bye.
Goodbye. Tyvis Paul. Super friend of the show on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. Of course, you can also hear him on the Browns radio network. Jeff, be generous.
Hey, how about winning a pair of tickets right now? 2. Post Malone presents the Big Ass Stadium Tour 2.
Well, I'm sorry, Jeff. Just say it again because I want to hear you say that again.
Post Malone presents the Big Ass Stadium Tour 2 with Jelly Roll and Carter Faith on Thursday, June 25th at Huntington Bank Field. I'm assuming I won't get in trouble for saying big ass on the radio because it says to say it right here. Enter the word Stone. Stone, S-T-O-N-E. By the end of this hour at 923thefan.com to get registered to win, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets on sale Tuesday, February 10th, 10 a.m., Ticketmaster.com. Again, Stone at 923thefan.com by the end of this hour to get registered to win, courtesy of Live Nation.
Fresh off of the Big Ass Stadium Tour 1, this is now Big Ass Stadium Tour 2. Congratulations.
Can't wait for 3.
I know. I don't know. Does it get any better than this? Anyway, 216-474-0092 if you want to hop in on our show. Hey, everybody. It's Andy Baskin for FanDuel.
Oakland and Seattle. Cavaliers off tonight after taking down the Blazers in Portland last night. They're back in action on Wednesday when they take on the Clippers in LA, and the Cleveland Chargers are back on the floor tonight. They hit the road squaring off with the College Park Skyhawks. Don't miss the Browns offseason special with Jake Volnick, Darryl Ryder, and Coach Lance Risland from 7 to 9 tonight, right here on 92.3 The Fan. For the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan, on Apple Podcast, on Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
I think he's what they need. I really do. I mean, you think about how young this team is going to be, and you'll lose a lot of veterans to free agency, and then you got a bunch of guys that's going to be second years because all of those guys that played this season will be in their second years next year. You need guys to mature fast. You're going to be dependent again, probably on some rookies to come in and be able to step up and make some plays again.
Tyvis Powell, Browns Radio Network, our partner on Sundays, whether it's the pre, the post, or it doesn't do halftime with you, but pre or post game show on the Browns Radio Network, just joined us. And Jeff, your thoughts on what he just said about trying to rebuild this thing?
I think he made some very, very valid points. The roster needs a lot of work, I think, the offensive roster. And I do like what he said about Shedeur Sanders, and I agree with him. You know, ideally, what do you want to see here? You want to see Shedeur become the real deal and become your starting quarterback. Why? A, he's here. B, he's cheap for now. And C, you think they could find somebody else? Where's your confidence? Where's your confidence level in that?
I think there's a Deshaun Watson factor that I think people totally don't think about at all.
No, you and I have agreed on that. You know, ideally, the perfect scenario is Shedeur becomes a beast, and he's really good. Ideally, that's the perfect scenario. Will it happen? I don't know. We'll find out.
If you were the Browns, what would you be thinking about Deshaun? You've invested a ton of money. You've invested a ton of draft stock out there, and you've had nothing but heartache for the most part since he returned or since he came to Cleveland. You still are probably looking at one more year of him being on the roster. Now, Dan, is there a way you think he's out of here before that? Yes or no?
It would be very, very tough to have that be the case, especially if they yank the lever and kick the money down the road again. It would be very hard to make that the case. It would probably have to take Todd Monken banging the table and saying, I don't want him anywhere near this organization. Get him the hell out of here.
I don't see that happening.
The only issue there is this, and you tell me. If you're Todd Monken, do you have to win this year? It's not like you hired 35-year-old Nate Shieldhouse. You hired 60-year-old in 3 days Todd Monken. Does he have to win this year? If he has to win this year, there are two things. If you cut Deshaun Watson and take that huge hit like Denver did with Russell Wilson, will you be able to put enough team around everybody else to win? Because Monken might need that. And the second thing is, what if Todd Monken gets in there? Are you going to trust your coach here if you're Andrew Berry and you're Jimmy Haslam? Let's just say, what if you get into camp and everything else and Todd says, my best quarterback is number 4 over here. He's my best guy. Am I allowed to play him?
Did we not see maybe some of that last year? Going into camp, I like, who do you think was the best quarterback going in last year?
Well, it seemed like Kenny Pickett until he got hurt.
Yeah. So I don't know. And then was that on?
And then they got rid of him immediately before he ever played.
Was that on Kevin or was that on the front office?
I would think it's on the front office.
And, you know, we were just talking about Van Pelt going to Atlanta. It makes you wonder how many decisions were actually Kevin's.
Yeah, we didn't talk about the Stefanski thing.
No. But, I mean, that's why when you talk about making decisions as the head coach of the Browns, you know, how many of those decisions are actually yours? I mean, we know what Kevin Stefanski or Andrew Berry would say if they were sitting in a dais right now. It's groupthink. We're all on the same page, and when we walk out of the room, we're all on the same page, no matter what.
Yeah. When I saw Alex Van Pelt to Atlanta, it just screamed, Well, that's convenient, isn't it? And I wonder.
And Tommy's there now too. I mean, all three, right?
Well, but Van Pelt and Tommy didn't work together.
But from Kevin's standpoint, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
I mean, I think it's telling that Van Pelt got hired in Atlanta.
And what does it say?
It says that either Kevin wasn't behind the firing and had to do it, or that Van Pelt knew that. If Van Pelt thought Kevin fired him, doesn't mean he wouldn't go work for him again, but there's a chance he just might say, hey, sorry, pal.
Yeah, no kidding.
Not interested. And if Kevin thought that he deserved to get fired, would Kevin hire him again on Kevin's second chance, where if Kevin doesn't succeed down there, he's probably in trouble? And he has a quarterback issue. Can Michael Penix become the guy? And I need somebody to develop him, because I need him to become the guy, because that's what the organization has been banking on. I just think it's very telling about what happened here in Cleveland. And to me, it just screams Kevin was not responsible for firing Alex Van Pelt.
That's the first thing I thought of. Is when I saw it, I was like, what?
Yep.
And then it all kind of made sense. Dan, do you concur, or are you? What did you think when you saw Van Pelt took the job in Atlanta?
I got a feeling we're going to find out real early in this battle that's taking place between two sides of the fan base of if Kevin Stefanski is a stooge and his offense is out of date and doesn't work, and if the other side of it, which is did they make the right move and Todd Monken is the way to go, and this offensive system fits way better. I have a feeling we're going to get some answers.
And what do you think the answer is going to be? I think people are going to realize Kevin was better than they thought.
Yeah, I think Kevin Stefanski's offense is going to fit real well down in Atlanta, and I think the Browns' offense is going to be more competent in Cleveland. I got a feeling everybody wins.
If they add some talent to the offensive side of the ball.
Yeah, they have to add talent. There's no question. And they got to rebuild the offensive line.
Todd Monken wouldn't have done a better job significantly with the talent that was here last year.
I don't think anybody would. Nobody would.
And that's nothing against Todd. I mean, there's just not enough talent on the offensive side of the ball. And he left a Baltimore team that had a ton of offensive talent. Had some injuries, but had a ton of offensive talent. MVP at quarterback, one of the greatest running backs in the history of the game. Good tight ends. Decent wide receiver in Zay Flowers, better than anybody the Browns have.
Great left tackle.
Terrific left tackle.
Yeah, Ronnie
good
Stanley's
center.
legit.
Good center.
I also think that if we pull a couple of these free agents from Baltimore, then Monken was worth it, especially when you grab a center. I mean, if they can do that, it might be. Well, I want to
see what they want to pay for him.
I want to see how many free agents he can pull over, especially guys that were in Baltimore.
He's bringing all the assistant coaches.
They're willing to take discounts?
Yeah, none of those guys, though, can block. Ryan is in Florida. Hey, Rhino.
Hey, gentlemen. Thanks for taking my call. Hey, real quick. Hey, Jeff, real quick. What was the name of that tour that Jelly Roll and Post Malone are on again, please?
It's a big-ass stadium tour, too, Ryan.
Hey,
big ass.
Hey, watch that. No, I'm just kidding. Hey, man, real quick before I talk about the Brownies, 5 seconds with Andy. Andy, from the drop of the puck to the shootout to the
how was it?
To the goal, my God, 64,000 people just standing up. It's just insanity. It was heaven and earth. And Jeff, like you said, AFC, NFC championship game, should they be at a neutral field? Well, that kind of was last night with the hockey game. 40% Bruins, 60% Lightning fans. Just insanity. I digress on that, man.
But Florida's a goofy place to be playing games. It's not like if you were playing at the shoe, the Blue Jackets, like it's going to be Blue Jackets. If you play in Philly, it's going to be the Flyers. Florida is such a weird place. You just don't know. It'd be like Vegas.
Right. Well, Vegas, again, with my Knights winning it all, obviously the Panthers and Florida winning it all, and obviously Lightning. And Tim McGraw, country music and hockey, it's a conundrum. I digress on that, man. Good times. The Browns moving forward, obviously at times on the air. Just a very intelligent, really good natured guy with Browns fandom going on. He's just like the rest of us. We want to know what it takes to win again. I'm all about the X's and O's again, guys. But again, the Hectors and the Joes play the biggest part for me as a fan. I think that, just getting the right personnel out there when it comes to players is the key. Don't get me wrong, schemes, blitzes, etc., just whatever. There's a lot of different things that obviously get you the W's. But again, not having the proper personnel, obviously, in the offensive line, quarterback, is the conundrum. Again, addressing that is the main concern for me moving forward. Again, we have our defense stout. I just feel that this NFL draft and free agency is so pinnacle. And again, it's a fork in the road, Jeff, Andy, with this going on, because again, they can move forward with just saying, okay, we got our guy for the future, or they can say, you know what, we need to trade our draft picks again to get future draft picks for our quarterback of the future. There's a lot of questions still out there. And again, I got my popcorn ready as a Browns fan. I just hope they make the right decisions. But hey, guys, great show as always. Thanks for taking my call.
Thank you, Rhino. Rhino in Florida. Give us a little background on the NHL playing outside in Florida. It's weird. I got a picture from North Carolina, a friend of ours, Jeff, mutual friend, or South Carolina, with snow all over.
I got the same.
Oh, you did? Okay. With snow all over the ground.
Yeah.
And I was like, wow, it's just so weird to see snow in the Carolinas cover the ground. But
yes,
he also said he'd be able to play golf the next day.
Yes, he did.
He didn't seem to care about the snow.
Not happy about
I'm glad
that.
they were all as miserable. Hey, at least we broke 20, didn't we, yesterday? I think we broke 20 degrees yesterday at one point. At least my car said so. I didn't have to look at the forecast to see that. But then again, driving in today, it was -8. It was 8.
Good solid 8.
Good 8. Right. Look, the Browns, we'll find out a lot more tomorrow at noon. Will we? I hate to ask that because I'm so I would say that about a Kevin Stefanski press conference, and I would say to myself, maybe we won't learn a whole lot.
You know what we'll hear? There are 2 things I want to hear. 3 things. Let me get it right off the top of my head.
Is this a list?
Things. No.
Okay. Jeff or Dan?
I want to hear about Jim Schwartz.
Okay.
All right. Will they have anything to say about that?
They're going to have to say something about defensive coordinator.
Something. I'm sure he'll be asked.
Okay.
So there will be something there. My guess is he'll be asked, do you have a starting quarterback? So we'll find out if they're going to have a starting quarterback right now.
He's got to answer no. It doesn't make him any sense.
Well, he doesn't have to, Andy. He can answer anything he wants.
Do you think he's going to go, I like Shedeur, and this is where we're going with this thing, and I feel good about it.
Do I think that? No.
No. Do you think he's going to say it?
Well, we don't know, do we? All I know is this.
What's the pros and cons on that?
You've heard Todd Monken speak. Todd's not like Kevin. Kevin was very politically correct in everything he said and didn't really make bold statements. We know that. Todd seems different. Todd might say, you know what? I've broken down the tape already. Shedeur's my starting quarterback. He might say, you know, we're going to think about that as we move forward and blah, blah, blah. And if I was him, I'd say that.
Column B, yes.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't name one, but I want to hear if he does. And then I can't wait until somebody asks him, what do you think of the talent on this offense?
It'll be like, talent?
Offense?
Fannin has got a bright future. Judkins, looking forward to seeing this kid run.
Joe Bitonio's been a great pro.
Hope he stays. I don't know what else he's going to say. We'll continue
I do want to hear what he has to say, though.
Yeah, I do, too. I can't wait till tomorrow at noon. You'll be able to hear the press conference live on 92.3 The Fan. All right, so a lot of things coming up. Sam Amico is going to talk Cavs, especially after that big DeAndre Hunter deal to the Sacramento Kings. That's coming up at 1. When we come back, I need to ask you a question as we talk about Ohio against Pennsylvania. And guess what? Ohio wins again. How? I'll tell you in a minute.
20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Baskin and Phelps, yeah. If you've missed a moment in our show or anybody else's show, you can always use a rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. Integrated Restoration, our good friends. All right, I told you why Ohio is better than Pennsylvania. Ready?
Tell me.
You know what today is, right?
Yeah, this will be Groundhog's Day.
This is.
Truly a holiday that matters.
It is.
It gives you some information.
But is the information correct? That's the question.
Did the rat see its shadow, and what does that mean?
Which rat? That's the question. That's why I say Ohio is better than Pennsylvania. And while I'll give you the information. Ready? Punxsutawney Phil, made famous by Bill Murray.
Used to be Punxsutawney Pete. Remember that back in the day?
Nope.
Yep, it was.
Is this his brother?
It was. I don't know.
Is this the same one they renamed him?
Punxsutawney Pete.
Okay. Punxsutawney Phil. Saw his shadow this morning. 7:25.
Which means what? I keep forgetting.
6 more weeks of winter.
Oh.
Punxsutawney Phil.
That means 6 more weeks of winter in Pennsylvania.
I don't know. And I'll tell you why I don't know. Buckeye Chuck, who is the man, was at the Marion County Fairgrounds once again, the home of Buckeye Chuck. And guess what?
Did not see his shadow.
Did not see his shadow.
That means we're good.
At 7:40, that means we get an early spring. Why is this important? Because Punxsutawney Phil, if that's your real name, is only right 35% of the time.
Loser.
Buckeye Chuck, my friends, 55% of the time.
Well, that's not real good either.
Better than half. That would make him better than your average local forecaster on television. Wow. Wouldn't it?
Wow.
That would, wouldn't it?
That's cold.
That's more than 50%.
Cold.
You don't have a problem with this? Who do we trust? Punxsutawney Phil or Buckeye Chuck? 216-474.
Farmer's Almanac, who said we're going to have a warm spring.
And why do we trust the Farmer's Almanac?
Because they're farmers.
What does that have
them,
to do with anything? Come on, man. It's all about the marketing. Farmers in their almanac know how to market. You're looking at me like I'm crazy.
I look at you like this a lot.
I'm just saying. No, nothing on this. We don't care. This is meaningless to both of you in your lives.
I'm excited.
People, do you realize that local news wouldn't have anything to talk about today if it wasn't for these two?
Okay.
I'm just saying.
Find a puppy that saved a squirrel.
You did find one?
That'll be a story.
Yep.
Puppy will help a squirrel.
Maybe a squirrel didn't eat it.
I feel bad. Every time you
know.
see the mayor of Punxsutawney, that is the city, isn't it?
Got that hat on.
Oh, they're like holding the thing by its neck.
It's cute. It's fun. I think it's utterly meaningless, but it does make me.
It looks like it hurts.
Oh God, yeah, absolutely.
And so does that?
Aren't you supposed to pick a cat up by its neck though?
Is he? Yeah, he does
I've
pick him
always
up by that.
thought that, except you have all 4 paws out there that are just dying to leave their mark on you for picking it up.
Correct.
At least 9 times.
Yeah.
Nothing. All right, I tried. Cavaliers made a big deal, and we're going to talk to Sam Amico coming up here at 1 o'clock. And, obviously they trade DeAndre Hunter to the Sacramento Kings for Dennis Schroeder and
Precursor
Keanu
of a bigger deal?
I don't know, Jeff.
Yep, I don't either.
I think we all, but I don't know how they get into a bigger deal. That's my, normally I would sit here and go, Stan Gilbert's team, he'll do anything to make it happen, right? But in this scenario, I don't know because of that second apron, because that leaves me too many question marks of trying to figure out what the Cavs can actually do down the road. Can the Cavs win the East? Do you think they're primed if they can get healthy to win the East?
You mean in the playoffs?
Yeah, to get
Sure
to the
they
NBA
can.
Finals.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I'd say there are 5 or 6 teams that could win it right now. I'm not ready to bank on Detroit as being the number one team in the East. And so because of that, I think anybody could win it. I think there are a number of teams that have a chance, and the Cavs are one of them. Cavs are playing good basketball. At the time of the season, you need to be playing good basketball.
Did the Cavs get better with this trade? Let's
see it on the floor.
Well, I'm just on paper. Do you think they're better?
Can I tell you after the trade
you have
deadline?
to tell me now. I'm asking you right now on paper. This is why. Do you think they're a better team today than they were before the trade last week?
Everybody will tell you yes. I will tell you maybe. Here's
because you don't want to be wrong.
No, the thing for
let's
me is
let's be open and honest.
Is this. I thought DeAndre Hunter would play better here, and I hadn't given up hope that he could play better here. They did. You know, you traded a guy who's 6'7", 6'8", which this team is clamoring for guys that size, and you picked up a 6'4" and a 6'1" guard. By golly, we have more guards. That's great. I mean, you can only play so many guards in the NBA. It's not like the college game where you can go real small for a while.
Did you go 4 guards and 1 center? Everyone stand outside the perimeter?
Well, Andy, you can do anything you want. But right now, I think last year the thing was, gosh, does this team need a wing? Look at teams that around the NBA who, have a chance to win the title. Look at the teams that have won titles. They have good wing players. Well, we're still kind of looking for that. I think Jordan Tyson's a terrific young player. I like him a lot. But I thought DeAndre Hunter could become that guy.
But he didn't. It felt that way last year when they first picked him up.
Yeah,
I was like, well, it's a good deal.
I thought he did okay, but he wasn't playing very well this year in their system. And I keep going back to wondering if it's part of their system or part of their makeup, their fit.
Dan, is the team better today than they were before they made the trade?
No.
Really?
You need someone between the heights of 6'6" and 6'10" who can guard multiple positions. Like right now, the Cavaliers' big question is who guards Cade Cunningham?
Well, it's not Donovan, and it's not Darius.
Mm-hmm. And it's nobody that you just brought in.
So is this why you're so gung-ho on the fact they're going to make another move?
It's why I think another move is coming.
It could be Keon Ellis. They might think Keon Ellis can defend those guys.
Okay. I don't feel great walking into that kind of a situation, though, going against a guy in Cade Cunningham who's, what is he, 6'7", 6'8", somewhere in there?
I think he's 6'6".
Yeah. But, those are the guys that are all over the NBA that are the ultimate queens on the chessboard, and all of a sudden you can't guard any of those.
Yeah.
You can't stop those guys with this current roster. It's why I think that there's another move. DeAndre Hunter could at least body type get in front of those guys and make life hard on them. They've got to find someone like that.
And, Dan, they bring in another guy who's 6'1".
Mm-hmm.
Even though he's a tenacious defender in Dennis Schroeder, he's still 6'1".
And that's great. And I think Schroeder makes you better, but, God, you need somebody between 6'6" and 6'11" who can guard multiple positions.
You might need a couple of somebodies there. Jordan Tyson might be that guy.
Jordan Tyson is up there. He'll get some of it, but, boy, you want one more.
No, which is why it's still... I still find it odd that it didn't work out better with DeAndre Hunter. And I wonder why. Again, I never thought DeAndre Hunter was like a superstar player. I thought he was a nice, solid rotation player for the Atlanta Hawks. And last year was having a great year when they brought him in. He was leading bench scorer in the NBA. And I thought he did okay here. But you gave up a couple of pieces to get him that I thought were pretty helpful to your team. I've always been a Karis LeVert fan, and Niang fit really well. And this year, you didn't have those two guys, nor did you have DeAndre Hunter because he wasn't playing up to expectations. So, and let's not, though I think he'll be a nice addition here, Keon Ellis is getting a lot of love for being a great NBA player. I think his highest scoring year, he averaged 8 points a game last year. So this is not a guy who typically is going to come in and score, 13, 14, 15 points a game. He's a guy who can come in and hit some outside shots for you and play some defense. I don't, unless they do something different, and that would be, I think, necessitated by another move that could be coming by Thursday. I don't see Keon Ellis starting. I could see him coming off the bench and playing 15 to 20 minutes a game, maybe.
Yeah, they brought DeAndre Hunter, I think, for what he did in college at Virginia more than what he did with the Hawks. Which is
he was with the Hawks a long time.
Right. And he turned into a six-man there where he was taking shots off the dribble and kind of finding his own offense in there. And when he was in college, he was a little bit more of a 3-and-D guy. He was a little bit closer to that guy that you would go, all right, go lock down the opponent's 6'7" guy and give him fits. And that never turned into DeAndre Hunter in the NBA.
Yeah.
I wonder if the thought of DeAndre Hunter was not the DeAndre Hunter that walked in the door. And I think that might have been their problem too.
It's funny you talk about Cunningham you were talking about Cunningham and Jalen Tyson, right?
Yeah.
For a second there. And what's weird is, I mean, both those guys are both 6'6". And I don't know why. No, but I feel like, it feels like Tyson's way younger. He's only a year younger than Cade Cunningham.
Cunningham's not very old.
No,
he came out after his freshman year.
I was just more thinking like,
but it does. I wonder if those guys played against each other in high school too, because they're both from one's from Dallas, one's Tyson's from outside Dallas.
I bet they did. AAU and all that stuff. Heck yeah. I bet they went up against each other.
They all know each other.
Yeah.
But like who right now on the Cavaliers you got Tyson, but who else do you throw at those guys who are 6'6", 6'7", 6'8", somewhere between there? Who are you throwing at Jaylen Brown? Who slows down Jaylen Brown?
Dan, this is the question we've been wondering for a couple of years.
But you had that answer for a little bit.
You had a guy with Hunter who you thought was that guy.
Yeah.
But
his offense was in the tank.
So it still goes back to what we were thinking before the trade. And I mean before the trade for DeAndre Hunter. You need a wing guy. All right, well, you had a wing guy. He didn't work, and you traded him for two guards. And though Keon Ellis might be able to defend some of those guys, if he's out on a 6'8", 6'9" athletic wing, he's spotting him 4 or 5 inches.
That's an ask.
It is.
It's going to be interesting to see how this. I'm just going back to the original thought here too. Is that I do think the Cavs are making another move. I just don't know how big of a move they can make, how they can pull it off with the second apron. But I didn't expect them to be able to pull off this Hunter deal either. So all of these things are kind of sitting there in front of the Cavaliers. I actually think they are better today than they were, only because Hunter just wasn't playing the way he was a year ago. And again,
you're assuming those two guys coming in will play really well.
You got a 50-50 shot. It's just when I look at Schroeder and I see 12 points off the bench, and knowing that he can dish the ball with almost 5 assists a game, I think he's going to be able to help.
However, that was in Sacramento. What's he going to do in Cleveland?
With better players around him, he may be able to be a better player.
Maybe. He had some decent players in Sacramento, and he's had decent players throughout his career. It gets back to this. If Darius is healthy, Andy, Schroeder's not going to play much. And again, then you have small guards shooting the basketball, and a lot of them. Jared Allen just put up 40. Why? There was no Evan Mobley, and there was no Darius Garland, and you needed to get some points. And as he just said, you want me to score? Fine, I'll score. People don't give him credit for that ability. Dude just put up 40. You don't do that by accident.
Sam Amico talks about this with us next. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
An Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Ethos. Learn more and get your free quote at ethos.com/play. The Tampa Bay Lightning took down the Boston Bruins 6-5 in a shootout at the 2026 Navy Federal Credit Union Stadium Series. Now, the Lightning were down 5-1 in the second period, 5-1, but responded with 4 unanswered goals. Is it too early to say that I like the Lightning to win it all? I'm Addie Bates.
Presented by Robinhood.
He crosses, spins, pulls up.
With Robinhood Prediction Markets, buy or sell your predictions all game long. No house odds, just you versus the market. Put your sports IQ to work. Trade every shot, block, steal, run, and moment that shifts the game. With Robinhood Prediction Markets, trade every play. Visit Robinhood.com/predict to start trading. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. Not, but wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around, Or just want to see how much you could save? Check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
As the owner, coach, and quarterback of your small business, you call the shots. From inventory to payroll and more. Now it's time to bring in LendSeek, your funding MVP. No delay of game here. Get up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours for business lines of credit or term loans. Let LendSeek's AI marketplace assist you in making the winning play and score that touchdown. Apply at lendseek.com, LENDSEEK.com.
Hey, don't be pressured when it's time to shop for an engagement ring. Stop in and see Josh at Bookman & Son, where jewelry shopping is made easy and comfortable. BookmanandSon.com.
Nobody makes it easier to make your car last longer.
Save big this month with up to $50 off select services at Conrad's. Our certified ASE technicians will get your car ready for what's ahead. Plus, through February 28th, save up to $130 on a set of 4 select Bridgestone tires and up to $120 on a set of 4 select Firestone tires. Conrad's has 6 more locations to serve you in Dayton, Columbus, and Cincinnati. Go to econrads.com to book an appointment today.
Broadcasting from the 92.3 The Fan Studios, fueled by True North Convenience Stores. The Browns offseason news is just beginning.
And from the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
The home of Westwood One's coverage of the Super Bowl.
Please welcome the Vince Lombardi Trophy.
We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
NBA trade deadline coming up, and the Cavaliers hopping into the fray a little bit earlier as they traded DeAndre Hunter to the Sacramento Kings for Dennis Schroeder and Keon Ellis. We get a little bit more insight on this trade by another super friend of the show. He writes for hoopswire.com right now. He is, of course, the man, the myth, the legend, Sam Amico on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Right hotline. Hi, Sammy.
Samuel.
Hi, guys. How you doing?
We are doing great. Saw you on TV the other day. Looking good, my friend. I was impressed.
I'm sorry to hear that.
No, it's okay. My TV and the TV still works afterwards, so we're in good shape.
I'll be darned. Wouldn't have thought that.
No, it's all good. All right, what'd you think of the trade, my friend? What'd you think of the trade?
Well, I thought it was a good deal in the sense that, listen, DeAndre Hunter obviously wasn't working out, particularly this season. You know, a little inconsistent, disappearing acts. Was not the 3-and-D guy that they hoped for when they traded for him a year ago. So, and then you have your second apron that everybody talks about, which is the penalty keeps you from making trades, and they unloaded some of that salary, so a big chunk of it. And to me, it's like, well, you got a journeyman point guard who, listen, this guy is like Michael Jordan in Germany, right? Dennis Schroeder. So I think that they're protecting themselves in the backcourt. They got a veteran guy, and you're going to see what Keon Ellis can do in terms of playing small forward a little bit and helping out at the guard spot. So I think it was a good deal for them. They're kind of, they're about one Lonzo Ball trade away from getting real close to getting out of that second apron.
Sam, why didn't DeAndre Hunter work out better here? Are you surprised he didn't? I am.
Yeah,
I am.
Yeah, I am. I think that I'm sure the Cavs are too, and he might be as well. But I just think that sometimes, guys, when they get out of a rhythm like that, it might start. I don't know if it got into his head or he just wasn't a fit. I had one scout say, well, there's a reason the Hawks traded DeAndre Hunter to the Cavs for two guys who are no longer on their team. So maybe the expectations were too high for him. I don't know, but it just didn't. He's a great guy. It wasn't a problem there, but it was just sometimes guys just aren't a great fit, and just didn't live up to expectations. And I think to answer that, Jeff, it's a mystery why it didn't work. So often in the NBA, it's all about fit and timing of when you're getting your shots, and are you as good of a defender as advertised? And it just didn't happen here for DeAndre Hunter.
When they picked up DeAndre Hunter, Sam, I think everybody thought, okay, they've filled one of those needs that they needed for a wing player. Now don't they have that? Though Keon Ellis can defend a little bit out there, he's only 6'4". I'm wondering if they think he can do what DeAndre was supposed to do.
Yeah, I'm sure that's part of that trade. Keon Ellis comes as a guy with big defensive upside. That's his kind of where he hangs his hat, is being able to defend wings. So between him and Jalen Tyson, you assume you get Max Strus back. You also use Sam Merrill sometimes at that small forward spot. Listen, they made that trade for DeAndre Hunter last year because they wanted somebody to defend Jason Tatum. That was the main reason behind that trade. Now, you don't have that. You're not going. The East doesn't run through Boston while they're still having a nice year. It's a different team this year. So, you didn't need that as much in this trade. But they are still hoping, to answer your question, yes, Keon Ellis can become that defensive guy on the wing, and they lost that Isaac Okoro trade, right?
Yeah.
And you're looking for this guy to potentially be your new Isaac Okoro
with a better shot and a little better D.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of the book on Ellis, Keon Ellis, is that he is, you're hoping that he's a polished version of Isaac Okoro.
Are they done, Sam? Making trades?
They're certainly not done trying. They're staying active. This is probably, what they hope is you always want to try to improve around the margins. The one thing that they like, obviously, is the rise of Jalen Tyson, the contributions of Naquan Tomlin, Craig Porter Jr. You saw last night, 12 assists. So they don't want to give up on those guys. But if they feel like something can, number one, get them closer to out of the apron, which, like I said, you get Lonzo Ball trade and maybe a smaller thing here and there, you can get out of that. But I think that they're kind of looking, is there a big splash that we can make that will put us over the top? I think they're really looking at that, whether that's Giannis or, some of these other guys, maybe a Kuminga or something like that. Is there something out there that can put us out over the top without us having to mortgage the farm? Usually the answer is no, but that's certainly what they're looking for. Kobe Altman's he's been GM, president of basketball operations since 2017. He's made just about 30 trades now. So,
they're not shy, Sam. They're not shy.
I looked up the stats the other day, made 29, and I think this one puts him at 30.
Yes.
And 6 of those, by the way, have been with the Utah Jazz. So
sure. Yeah.
Keep an eye on that.
You mentioned Craig Porter Jr. last night, 12 assists. Okay. He didn't score a ton last night, but we've seen him be able to score. So now you have Craig, who's a 6'1" guard, Dennis Schroeder, who's a 6'1" guard, and when he's healthy, Darius Garland, who's a 6'1" guard. You're only going to play one at a time. What's going on there? And are all 3 of these guys here this year?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. I think that there's times that you're looking at Schroeder and Garland being able to be on the floor at the same time. I think that you're, defensively, can you do that? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Craig Porter Jr., who's an excellent defender, I think you could do that at times. With Garland out, in his status, kind of, and this is not a shot at him, but he's out a lot, right? I mean, you missed him last year in that playoff series against Indiana. When he did play, he was clearly compromised against the Pacers. I think that Schroeder gives you a guy who protects you in that event. But, yeah, it's probably going to cut in to Craig Porter Jr.'s minutes when Garland's back and healthy. This is where Kenny Atkinson has to get creative, but you also have to protect yourself defensively. And they, until recently, they've been very up and down defensively. So, I think that this gives you another option in terms of we're protecting ourselves when Darius is injured, and when he's back, we'll figure it out. There might be nights that Dennis Schroeder doesn't get a lot of minutes because you're playing Garland and Craig Porter Jr.
Are they a better team today than they were before the trade? That's another thing I keep asking about.
I think so, in the sense that DeAndre wasn't working out, and you hope now you have 2 guys who are re-energized, which can happen with trades, especially when you're coming from Basketball Siberia in Sacramento to a team that still has a shot to contend, right? So I think that they are. I think that the one thing everybody has asked me, what's wrong with the Cavs when they started, when they weren't living up to expectations early. My take was they're missing that voice in the locker room, the George Niang, the Tristan Thompson, the people who will call you out. George Niang used to tell Donovan Mitchell, you need to start passing the ball. And Donovan Mitchell would say, no, you're right, George. They don't have that guy this year. They don't have a guy who will bring that kind of intensity and call out his teammates in a loving way, but still call them out. Dennis Schroeder changes all that. He gives them an edge. He's a guy in the locker room who will provide that leadership. I mean, the guy just tried to take on Luka Doncic in a fight, a week and a half ago. So he has that edge and mentality that I think the Cavs are all wonderful guys. And he's, as far as I know, a good guy, but he's going to bring that kind of intensity where it's like, listen, we need to get it together. And they don't have that. They have not had that voice since they haven't had George Niang and Tristan Thompson. So I think that they are a better team simply because of that.
Sam Amico joining us, hoopswire.com, Sammy's website where you can read his great coverage of the NBA, hoopswire.com. So is this anything? Cavs have played basically half of their season with Darius Garland, half without. When he plays, they're a 500 team, 13-13. When he doesn't play, they're 17-8. What does that mean? Anything?
It doesn't mean a whole lot, I don't think, but some of that is probably the dynamics of the schedule. But I also think that, are they a better team defensively when he's not out there? I don't know. That's kind of the rally cry of some people is he really hurts them defensively because it's very clear that the other teams target him. Now, that doesn't make you a bad NBA player because most teams have targeted Steph Curry his entire career. So I don't know. I think some of that's schedule dynamics, and I think that when Garland is healthy and in rhythm, we've seen repeatedly that he can carry you when Mitchell is not on the floor.
Yep.
So
I would agree.
I think that, I think that it's a small sample size still. Yeah, but yeah, I think the clock is ticking on Darius. I think this is his season where he needs to get healthy, be healthy for the playoffs, and give a great performance because, if they don't get to the finals this year, there will be those names that we keep hearing, Jared Allen and Darius Garland, that we've heard for the last 2 or 3 years. That I think the Cavs would get serious about changing that up.
Sam, how did this trade affect the second apron, and what does that mean as far as Thursday at 3 with the trade deadline?
Well, like I said, you got a lot lower to where the second apron now. I think they're only $13 million over that. You trade Lonzo Ball somehow, some way, which they are, they're including him in all their conversations as far as I can tell and everything I've heard, which would be $10 million off your book. So now you're only $3 million over the apron. But I think that it's the fact that they're so close. They may have to resign themselves to the fact that we're not going to be under that apron until the off season, because some of these trades, you need a dance partner, right? You can't just tell. It's not like 2K where you just press a button. You've got to get somebody to agree to it, and that's kind of where they are, Andy. Kobe Altman, to me, has, because he's made all these trades. We looked a few years ago, right? Everybody said, well, Donovan Mitchell's on his way to the Knicks. He's on his way to the Knicks. And next thing you know, he's on his way to the Cavs. So they've got their cap guy, and I'm sure that they're working toward that. But I think this year, very clearly, their priority is to get or stay in contention to get out of the Eastern Conference. That's their number one priority. And then they will deal with the apron after the season if they have to.
All right, handicap it for us. One trade, little trade, big trade, multiple trades. What happens before Thursday?
I'm going to say that they trade Lonzo Ball. He has a team option on his contract for next season, which is the same thing as an expiring contract.
Yep.
I think they'll be able to move him to a team that would probably take him, and I don't know whether they'd waive him or buy out or whatever, but I think that that's probably going to be something that's easy for the Cavs to do because there are plenty of teams out there looking for that type of expiring contract. So, one GM said sometimes an expiring contract is great for a team as getting a superstar. So I don't think you have problems moving Lonzo Ball, but I'd be surprised if they were able to do or really want to pull the trigger on a real splashy deal. So I think there's going to be a couple of, or at least one minor deal involving Lonzo Ball, and maybe the Cavs will use him to act as a facilitator for another deal.
Sam, last question. With the Lakers being here in town last week, could you ever see LeBron playing in a Cavs uniform again? And then how much would that have to do with Bronny, perhaps, and then also Bryce, their other son?
Yeah, I to answer your first question, Andy, I could. I don't think the Lakers want him back next year. That's kind of the vibe I'm getting. It's kind of the vibe that's been given. Certainly, I could. If the Lakers do not take him back, I've kind of identified 3 places where he would possibly go, and the Cavs are among them. With some people that I've talked to saying San Antonio would be a fantastic place for him to go with Wembanyama, and give Wembanyama kind of that veteran guy who can still get downhill and is more of a facilitator than anything. Obviously, depending on what happens with the Warriors here at the trade deadline, I think that would be the most likely spot if he decided to do it again or play next year, because it's still, California, he's still not far from what's going on with his family in LA and all that. So I certainly see a world where, he could return. I certainly see a world where he could just step away at the end of this season. I think that if I had to lean into anything, it would be that this is LeBron's last season
with the Lakers.
Yeah, and that would be it.
Okay, gotcha. Sam, as always, we appreciate your time. I look forward to talking to you again in the near future, and love seeing you when you pop up on TV too. So thank you, Sammy.
All right, guys. Talk to you soon. Thanks for having me.
Thanks, buddy. Hoopswire.com. That's where you can check him out. He is Sam Amico, and of course, he was on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Right hotline. More reaction to the Cavaliers' moves as we move forward towards the playoffs, towards the best part of the season, including the trade deadline coming up on Thursday. 216-474-0092, Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
Bedroom? Not anymore.
Clippers, and the Cleveland Chargers will be on the road tonight, taking on the College Park Skyhawks. Don't miss the Browns off-season special tonight from 7 to 9 right here on The Fan, featuring Jake Volnick, Daryl Ryder, and Coach Lance Reisland. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Story that kind of bothered me. I'm going to bring this up here in a second. I would wonder if it bothers other people too, but we'll get to that. We were talking about the Cavaliers trade deadline. Are they going to be able to pull anything off? And of course, we had Sam Amico from hoopswire.com join us a little bit earlier in the show. In fact, last segment he was with us. So if you missed any of that, you can always hit the rewind function on the Odyssey app. He's Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. One more phone call here on the Cavs because I know we had some folks that want to pop in. Aaron is in Bedford. Hi, Aaron.
Hey, Jeff, Andy, how y'all doing?
We're doing good. Thanks for calling.
I believe the Cavs are better off now than they was before. I don't really believe that DeAndre Hunter wanted to be here by his play and his attitude. I thought it was the typical, I'm going to play as long as I can before I get traded attitude, meaning that he really didn't want to be here. He didn't work hard enough to me. As far as the other Cavs,
See, I got to tell you, the one thing about that, Aaron, is everything that I heard about him is he's just a quiet dude. He's just really quiet. Now, the injury stuff didn't help. And so, especially, in the playoffs last year, he's playing well, and then he got hurt. But I don't know. I mean, sometimes we sit out here, and the only thing we really know about these guys is what we see through that glass tube, or I don't know, they're not glass tubes anymore, but whatever, through the TV, and we kind of think what we think, dot matrix. We sit on the other side of the dot matrix, and we try to figure out what they think. And what I heard, because I liked him, and I actually had this conversation with somebody last week, and I was like, what's the deal? And they were just like, he's just quiet. He's really quiet. But go ahead, Aaron. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. Only thing I'll say is I just didn't see the work ethic. I understand about being hurt, but I didn't see the work ethic. And it's not just about him. It's about going back to, we talk about matching up with Cade Cunningham. Cade Cunningham haven't proved anything yet. Well, that was the problem we had. We're trying to match up with other teams instead of letting other teams match up with us. I think the biggest problem with the Cavs is they get jump shot happy and they don't use the big men like they're supposed to. They don't set enough.
I totally agree with you. Totally agree with you, Aaron.
So, points and they still shoot jump shots. And it's just, to me, undisciplined shooting or good shooting, and they don't use the post man like they're supposed to. I understand we don't have guys with strong post-up game, but you still got to make the effort. It's almost, and I just want to say one thing about the Browns ahead.
Yeah, I'm losing you. Your phone line's kind of dying out on me, so go ahead. Sorry, quick, make it quick.
Discipline is what I would say for the Browns, and they would be a better team.
Discipline.
Gotcha.
Aaron, thank you. We appreciate the phone call. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Aaron.
All right, so there was a story I was listening to. A morning show was talking about it too, and I read about it. And it's just, it's kind of one of those things that just kind of bothers me if there really is some truth to it. Now, the team is saying that they supported him at the time, but you remember Kwesi Adofo-Mensah, who was here and then went to Minnesota to become the GM there, was let go last week. And I'll start there. As we all know, he got let go, and I think a lot of us were like, I wonder why. But, Dan, you were talking about this.
And it was a little late in the process to get let go for a GM. Everybody's a little surprised at the timing.
Yeah, especially with draft coming up.
Yeah, they're not going to hire a GM until after the draft.
So it was just weird. So it felt like something was off on why did they let him go. So, Dan, I know what I read here, and I'm just curious because in case you have just more on it. So if I just said to you, Dan, why'd they let him go, what would you say?
I got a feeling it came down to the J.J. McCarthy, Sam Darnold decision. I mean, that's where everybody's kind of pointing and saying some of the people in the front office, coaching staff, everyone around was saying they should have kept Sam Darnold, and he wanted J.J. McCarthy and made the decision.
Is that what you think?
That is what I think. Justin Jefferson even coming out the other day and saying, and I think he was just honest. He said, yeah, we probably would have had a better season had we kept Sam. Yeah, I mean, that makes perfect sense. They were 14-3 with Sam Darnold, and they moved on from him.
Who said this at the beginning of the year? I'm just curious at everything that you're just. Oh, it was me. Oh, I think I said that.
Yeah, you're not a JJ fan.
I'm not.
But they wanted to. They invested in him, and they wanted him to be the guy. And he got hurt again, and he had one really good quarter. I think it was the fourth quarter of week 1, and he looked great. And he didn't look great the rest of the year and was beat up, and it didn't go real well.
All right, so here's the part that bothered me. In the morning show was talking about this, that there are underlying rumors about Adolfo-Mensah and just kind of this, that in February, he had, I'm trying to think of how this played out, but I thought it happened during training camp, and it did. Okay, so during training camp, he took 2 weeks off leave for, what do they call it? It's paternity leave.
Family leave.
A family leave. He took 2 weeks off because they had a kid during the training camp.
Isn't that a President Clinton move that he put in a 2-week family leave if you had a baby?
For men.
Yeah.
Yeah, because women get longer.
Yeah.
In fact.
Which, by the way,
yeah,
I used.
Oh, for sure. I used it twice.
Yeah. I used it. Guess what, though? We're not general managers of NFL teams and
yeah, but so what, man?
Well, Andy, it's a different world, and you know that.
That's wrong, man. It's wrong. It's stupid.
It's a different world, and you know that.
So full-time employees in the NFL, you can get up to 16 weeks off. So if he wanted to take 16 weeks, he could have took 16 weeks.
And he would have lost his job.
Well, that eligible NFL staff, 16 weeks.
This happened during training camp.
Yes. You can't fire a guy for that.
Well, they didn't during training camp.
No, I'm saying, though, you're saying, what if you would have decided to take the 16? What if the kid had a problem?
Well, that's a different story.
And so he took 2 weeks off for paternity leave. And I sit here and I hear the story and I'm like, no brainer.
During training camp.
I don't care if it's during the middle of the season. You're going to tell me he wasn't near his phone. You're going to tell me he didn't check his email. You're going to tell me he didn't do the super important things that have to get done at work during that. I guarantee you he did. I guarantee you he did. Most people would. Most people can't get away from their phone for 5 seconds.
Well,
and the Vikings.
It's a different world.
It's ridiculous and stupid and not right.
It's not like he's the head of ticket sales, Andy. He's the head of the football team.
Okay, and do you think there are things, he does have assistants, and there are other people that can help out for a little bit? We're talking about 2 weeks for the birth of a human being. And whether he got fired for this or not, the fact that it's even a conversation is absolutely ridiculous. And guess what? Hopefully the human being's there is a long time longer than that job. It's a job. And no one should have to lose their job or be threatened by their job if they want to take 2 weeks off because they're having a kid.
It's a job where coaches
ridiculous.
work 18 hours a day.
And they're idiots for doing that.
It's just a different world. That's all. I'm not arguing with you.
Yeah.
I took the 2-week family leave when one of my kids was born.
I hated going back to work after 2 weeks.
Well, of course, because you kind of thought, well, I could get used to this.
That's probably true. Would someone pay me for this?
But Andy?
Wait, someone doesn't pay for changing diapers for your own kids?
I mean, it's one of the most critical times of the year for a football team, training camp. Your GM's not out there on the field, watching, observing, helping making personnel decisions. I mean, he's the guy supposed to make those personnel decisions.
Just reading through stories.
Playing devil's advocate here.
I know you are. League reaction is, while the Vikings organization was publicly supportive, league insiders reported the word of his absence traveled quickly, with many traditionalists questioning the move. Well, should he have not taken the day off to have the kid, too? What do you mean? Oh, man, he left training camp because his wife was having a baby? Oh, he's going to take 24 hours off because the job is so... It's football. I love the game. I live it. It makes my Sundays happy. Whether we win or lose, we talk about it. We make a living off it, Jeff. And I still think it's absolutely ridiculous that he would have to face any scrutiny for taking 2 weeks off. And I don't care what time of year it is. Especially in a league where you know you're probably going to be gone in less than 5 years anyway. I got fired up listening to this morning. It's just a stupidity macho thing for him to have to be there. And yes, you're 2 minutes away from, God forbid you trust your coaches, your scouts, your assistant general manager, that they can fill you in to make sure that you're in the right situation. And then ultimately you have to make it. And what are we saying, that because of that, they made a mistake at quarterback? No, Darnold was already gone. I found it irritating, the whole story. Somebody wants to take 2 weeks off because their kid's born. I don't think there should be any problem with that. And I don't think they should be threatened or looked down upon. It's just it
you don't know you don't know for sure that he was.
That he was looked down upon?
No, that
by his peers he definitely
You don't
was.
know for sure that the whole thing went down the way we thought it did. We've heard, right?
Well, are you talking about why he was let go? Or
No,
because of
all of it?
All of it. I just think it's ridiculous that someone would question the fact that no matter what, it doesn't matter whether you're talking about paternity leave or not. Just, I mean, come on. It's ridiculous. Now, did he miss a game? And was he a player who missed a game because of it? I mean, when players have missed games before, the only time I think a player ever misses a game is during the birth of a child, right? Like if for some reason the child's born on an NFL Sunday and they miss the game, they miss the game. I mean, it is what it is, right? Would you be mad?
No. That's a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence.
Yeah.
But some guys wouldn't miss that game. And it's a world that's full of testosterone. And you're not there for 2 weeks in training camp. Vital time for a football team.
He was, though. He was working remotely.
Well, he wasn't there then, was he?
But we live in a world where working remotely is accepted now.
In some jobs. We're sitting here. We could work remotely. We did for a year and a half.
Yeah, but I like sitting in the room with you. It's much better.
We're here
I hate
right now
sitting in a
working
room
remotely.
miles away.
Not working remotely, aren't we?
Would you want me to, if I look this way and you look that way, then are we working remotely?
Might be better.
Dan, would that be better for the show?
I have my own TV now, so whatever works.
Oh, so you don't even have to watch anymore.
Andy,
I used to have to watch the junk you guys wanted to watch. Now I can watch what I want to watch.
Andy, I can honestly, if that whole thing is part of the reason he got fired, I could understand it being a factor. And I say that only not because I agree with it. I used the 2-week family leave. Big fan. That's a different world than the
word
world
on the street is you wanted to have
in.
more kids so you could get more time off. That's what I heard.
If I had met my wife sooner, we would have.
Ah, what a lovely story.
Well, it's true, but that's a different world.
Anyway, I just think if that's the case, it was wrong. Dan, did you want to chime in on this at all or no?
I'm with you. I think it's wrong. I think this is one of
Different
those
world, boys.
Like Sean McVay.
It shouldn't be though.
Done a really good job talking about how for years he thought not sleeping and working 20 hours a day and doing all of these things were what was expected of an NFL coach and what was expected to make his team the best. And it took him winning the Super Bowl to realize that he can have kids and have a life and go to bed and do all of those things that you're supposed to do to take care of yourself.
All they had to do is read the Don Shula story.
And this is one of those moments that I hope circulates around and that is like McVay where everybody goes, oh, yeah, we should be able to take time off for a kid being born to help out around and make sure that everything is going well. It's asinine. That 2 weeks didn't tank your season. That's the stupidest thing going.
It's a different world, boys.
Do you think that Bill Belichick changed this? Or do you think it was started before?
Oh, it was long before.
It seemed to me, maybe just here, that's where I felt like the transition was. It just felt like no days off was,
What have I always said about pro football, Andy?
What have you always said about pro football, Jeff?
It's the most overcoached game going. And
Jeff?
Sean McVay probably now has figured that out.
I agree with you. 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps. 92.3 The Fan.
I'm Pat Boyle here to help you take a look at what.
all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, 216-474-0092, 216-474-0092. Scott Petrak joined us at 11 o'clock. Talked to Browns with him. We talked Browns with Tyvis Paul from the Browns Radio Network. And then Sam Amico from hoopswire.com was nice to have to join us at 1 o'clock. Talk about the Cavaliers, talk about the DeAndre Hunter trade to Sacramento, Dennis Schroeder, and Keon Ellis coming to the Cavaliers. So we will leave those up there for you if you want them. They're on the Odyssey app, and go hit it. It's Baskin and Phelps, and you can always catch it on the Baskin and Phelps podcast, whether you're listening through the Odyssey app or iHeartRadio or wherever, or you're watching us on YouTube. Thank you for bringing us on board and making us part of your day. One of the things I just talked about, we were getting into the story about Dofu Mensah and what happened with him in Minnesota, and it's one thing that, he got fired. And if he got fired, it was because, it seems like all reports because he just made a couple bad moves. And one in particular has to do with the quarterback who we're going to see in the Super Bowl in Sam Darnold and who he believed in. But the other part of it was this underlying story that he just got ripped to shreds for taking 2 weeks off during training camp for paternity leave. And I don't know why. I just felt like I wanted to voice my opinion. I just thought it's garbage if you're going to hold that against them. That's really what I think. I mean, having a kid is a special moment. So whether you have one and understand what I'm talking about or sometime that'll happen to you in the future, you'll understand it. You'll get it when you hit that point in the future. And I understand it's football, and I understand it's a man's game and got to do things this way, and it's always good. And, it's one of those
testosterone there.
Yeah. So it's like, it's just one of those things you're like common sense. Because at the end of the day, football is going to be gone no matter where you are, no matter what you're doing. Your thoughts, Tom and Menor. Hi, Tom.
Hey, Andy and Jeff.
Hey,
Great
Tom.
show as always.
Hey.
So to me, I think it's so important to take that time off. I agree with you guys. But I'm in a different wage bracket than some of these other guys that are making millions and millions of dollars a year. I'm not saying it's the right thing to do, but I think when you sign up for those type of jobs, that's part of the price, and you hear a lot of these guys, some of these players don't even, my God, their parents would die on the day of the game. They're just playing through it. Maybe it's because of emotion or whatever, but still.
Right.
I think when you sign up for these type of jobs, you got to expect that type of stuff. I mean, even the wife at home, hey, listen, honey, I'm making, $5-10 million a year. You do whatever the hell you want, but I gotta, I gotta show up to work. I gotta do what I gotta do. These guys know that going in. It's like Just said, it's an 18-hour-a-day job, 7 days a week. Your phone's on. It's 365 days a year. They sign up for that. Like I said, there's only 32 of those type of jobs in the league. You sign up for it. I feel bad for the guy, but I can see it maybe the day or maybe a couple of days, but 2 weeks I think was a little extensive. If I'm paying a guy $10 million a year or whatever the wage is.
He was working remotely, though, during that time, too. He was still working. It's
but
he wasn't on
it's
site.
Training camp. You're trying to find your team.
Yeah.
You're dealing with players. Again, it's not like he's an assistant coach of the running backs or something. I'm not trying to make that not this more important, but you are getting paid a very nice salary, and you got to understand that going in that, if there's this going on, I got to take the minimal time as I can because I signed up for this. That's just my take.
Thank you, Tom. Appreciate it. Good stuff. Let's go to Chuck and Collinwood. Chuck.
Hey, fellas. What's up, man?
How are you, man?
So, Phelps, man, you talked about Shula last week, and I didn't know. You teach me something all the time, you guys, that he had that 6 o'clock rule, I think you said last week.
Yeah, he wanted everybody home for dinner, Chuck.
So it's crazy because the week before, my wife, was complaining about me working, and I'm like, hey, y'all not complaining when y'all spending the money and things, Well taken care of. I do a lot of overtime. So after I heard that, I went home and told my wife, I said, you know what, I'm going to start coming home, forget the OT, Because the thing is this, I mean, we got our lives to live, and you can't dedicate your whole life to your job because after work, you don't want to have resentment, especially in the house. And in his case with the kid, it's like we don't know the situation with the lady involved, you know. And the most traumatizing things any human can do on this earth is have a kid. So shout out to him for, you know, being right there. And shout out to you, Jeff, for once again making me smarter today.
Nice, Chuck.
Wow, man, that might be.
Hey, Chuck.
It's one of the best phone calls I think we've ever had.
We hope your wife likes having you around.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
If not, you can go pick up the OT again.
Yeah. All right,
Jeff's worried about your bank account now all of a sudden. Okay. Thanks, Chuck.
Thanks, Chuck.
Appreciate it. That was nice.
Well,
he's suddenly going home at 6 o'clock. Good for him.
You know this. I know this. Anybody who is married or anybody who has kids, you don't get that time back, man.
Nope.
That time doesn't come back.
I mean, we got one that's about to graduate and one that's close to graduating again, and you start looking through all these old pictures, especially the last couple of weeks have been rough, but just kind of looking at old pictures and
different world, buddy.
You know, you start, especially I start, you know, I've gone through like a ton of my parents' pictures over the last, you know, week and a half here, and just like, I'm looking at my mom and I'm looking at these pictures of her when she was super young, and I'm like, I didn't even know that person, you know. And,
well, no, you didn't.
No,
you weren't alive.
No, and I don't know. It's just, maybe that's why I'm even more just kind of irritated by the story. Just
you don't get that time back, but I agree with Tom and Menor. You know what you sign up for in those gigs, and he might have been working remotely and everything else, and I get some of that. And I took the 2-week family leave. Wonderful thing. One of the best things I ever did. But I wasn't getting paid millions, and I wasn't running a football team. I was some dude giving scores on TV.
No, I kind of think, I mean, it shows you
7-3.
You know, when people say
somebody else could do that.
Good job. It kind of shows you that where you work and what it means about your workplace, right? Like when someone says, do you like where you work? Do you like who you work with? A lot of times people are like, it's our grumble, you know, but those are the difference makers in, I think, what make companies successful as far as their employees, the ones that go the extra mile, or the ones that say, you know what, hey, I see you just had a kid, take a couple extra days, take as much time as you need. And it's not about reading it in the stupid HR book. It's about being a human being on the other side and understanding what real people are all about.
Dan, I don't know about you, Dan. I enjoy the Odyssey employee handbook, don't you?
I enjoy the real human beings that run our company too. And I understand why we have the book.
He's calling our handbook stupid. I think it was well written, put together very nicely.
Stop. I'm not talking about our handbook, but I have read other handbooks before, and the handbooks aren't. They're written by lawyers, and you know your boss or the company that you work for or whoever owns the company is human. They're not just people that put words on paper. Of course, they're trying to run a business and they're trying to make money, and we get all that. But sometimes when you work somewhere, it's the difference between. It's like a referee. Like good referees know how to call a game. Young referees, a lot of times, and I'm not young, inexperienced referees is probably a better word. Like read the book and think that you call a game based on what the rule book says. And anybody who's worth their salt as a referee or umpire knows that's not the way you do it. And so, I think that applies to companies that you work for too. And then you talk about this story that we're getting at right here when it comes to football and all that stuff. So too, I don't know, just stuff to think about as we ask you why you're smarter. But let's do this first. Is there a moment of the show? Corrali time.
Yes, there is. Moment of the show comes courtesy of Sam Amico, talking about the impact of what the Cavs could look like going forward if they don't come out on top of the East.
I think the clock is ticking on Darius. I think this is his season where he needs to get healthy, be healthy for the playoffs, and give a great performance because they don't get to the finals this year. Those names that we keep hearing, Jared Allen and Darius Garland, that we've heard for the last 2 or 3 years, I think the Cavs would get serious about changing that up.
Well, that was one of 3 interviews we did today. That was Sam Amico. That was at 1 o'clock. Tyvis Paul was at noon, and Scott Petrak was at 11. Thank all of you guys for being a part of the show. Why Am I Smarter? It's brought to you by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. In pain, give QC Kinetics a call. 216-770-5488. 216-770-5488. Dan Mennigan.
Our social media mentions powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. You can always send a message to the show at CLE Talking Heads like Ron does, basically echoing what my smarter is. I'd never heard this phrase before, but trust me, I'm going to start using it.
Both sides really should come together like butt cheeks on this one.
Matthew.
That one did have us laughing, didn't it?
were crying,
Let's gonna
yeah.
find our way into the lexicon.
I was in tears. Matthew.
Smarter today because of Tyvis Powell. He's always a delight. 923thefan.com, the Odyssey app, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Jeff Phelps.
You don't say that, Matt, when he's screaming about his fantasy team when you're trying to edit Browns highlights on a
Well,
Sunday.
I mean, no, he's a delight even then, too. Come on now. Don't do that. That's not nice. It's also not true.
Yeah, but it was funny, though, wasn't it?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, I thought so. Why am I smarter today, Andy?
Jeff, why are you smarter today?
I am smarter today because I thought our conversation about what Kevin Stefanski is doing with his staff in Atlanta was interesting. And Scott Petrak thought the same thing that we did. It's like, that is telling about what happened here in Cleveland. Doesn't mean it was good or bad, but it was telling. There's not a Kevin and Alex Van Pelt reunion unless somebody was told to fire somebody.
I will double down on that. I thought Sam Amico was really good in trying to explain what that second apron means for the Cavs as we head into the trade deadline on Thursday. Also, I'm smarter for everything in the show today. It was all great. There was one other thing I had written.
It was all
I know what
great.
it was. It was all the people that helped me out to understand how to speak French. Now that the Browns are probably heading to Paris to go play New Orleans during the regular season. But we'll get official word on that, I would think. Probably later today, right? When the commissioner speaks. We'll hear that. We'll also hear Todd Monken's introductory press conference tomorrow on the show.
It's Monken Day. How about that? Groundhog's Day today, Todd Monken Day tomorrow.
What a deal. Woo-hoo. That's at noon tomorrow. Be a hero, be a real hero. Be an organ donor, lifebank.org. See ya, Cleveland. See ya. Afternoon Drive up next.
Both sides really should come together like butt cheeks on this one. And that's the show.
This is an
in the conversation because I felt like you were really crushed by the development of what the Cavs are doing.
You're not wrong.
And so I was in many ways I was almost using terms that were like, all right, we're going to make this
terms for a simple man to understand.
not that.
Did you just treat me like your 3-year-old?
Not that, but in many ways in my head, I was like, wait, he's in a delicate spot right now.
Is your tummy icky, Nicky?
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
And welcome on in. It is Jonathan Peterlin, Spencer German today. In for Nick, we have Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. Jake Murrin doing the YouTube stream, producing today's show. Katie Pollock on the updates. Spencer, how was your weekend?
It was pretty good.
Good.
Yeah. It was cold. I stayed inside, didn't do anything. Well, I shouldn't say that. I was here for my Saturday show. But aside from that, I stayed inside. Yeah, can't complain. I mean, I think I was talking to you about this pre-show.
Mm-hmm.
I have started to just absolutely despise the month of January. Like, I'm a big Christmas guy. I love December. I love when it starts getting cold. And it used to be February. Always seemed like it was the darkest, coldest month of the year.
Mm-hmm.
But now I just hate January because like clockwork, I don't know, week or two into January, I get some sort of illness that like knocks me out for like 3 straight days. I usually get it from my son. In this instance, I got it all on my own and I gave it to him. And now I was worried he was going to give it back to me or my wife. Somehow my wife has survived all this. But this month just has now become my least favorite month.
That's unfortunate. It's also one of the worst months in, Cleveland weather history, right?
Is.
Like this is
not
helped. Yeah, it's not good by any measurement, anything and really anywhere in the country. It's like this is just it's just been pretty awful.
There was snow in South Carolina on Myrtle Beach and all that yesterday.
I have all sorts of friends in like Dallas and Houston and all sorts of Texas places. Like when I lived in Houston, there were kids I legitimately knew, kids. I mean, there were adults working with me, but they would tell me, they'd be like, "I've never seen snow." And now they weren't well-traveled people, but they're like, I've never seen snow. And I mean, that's wild to me.
I'm from Chicago, okay?
Yeah, but that's wild. They're like, no, I've just never seen it in real life. I've seen it in movies, obviously, but I've never seen it in real life. And now I have friends in Houston and Dallas and all these places that have not only seen a bunch of snow, but have gotten a bunch of snow there, which is crazy to me.
Yeah, I will say this. I do appreciate like living somewhere where it snows and like your entire life doesn't have to shut down completely.
Yeah.
Like that is nice. That like, hey, if I have to go to the grocery store, I can still go to the grocery store. It's just a matter if I want to go out in the cold and go to the grocery store. Those places, that sounds pretty terrible. Like, you get like a centimeter of snow and it's like, do not leave your house. Power outages everywhere.
They don't know what they're doing.
Yeah.
They all have these power grids that just are across the whole city. And so when something like that happens, they don't know. Also, none of their cars are built to go through the snow. And so it just turns into a slip and slide out there. And nobody understands why they can't drive. And then nobody can actually drive.
I do wonder how many people that were maybe headed for like I mean, you know how these things go. Like wintertime rolls around, guys take like, we're going on a guys trip, we're going to go golf.
Yeah.
How many of them went down to Myrtle Beach thinking like, golf capital of the USA?
I'd be pissed.
And it snowed.
I'd be pissed.
No golf for you today.
It's funny. I've talked about doing that with my brothers because I never see my brothers. They both live in Kansas City now. I see them once a year, sometimes twice a year if I'm lucky. Like this year, we're going to hit it twice. But I've been thinking about doing like a golf trip because now I golf, they both golf. One thing I miss of not being around them is that they constantly go golfing together. They constantly they do that. That's a thing. Like they'll go once every Saturday, and then they'll just go and they'll play 9, or they'll call each other up on a Tuesday and just go play. And I'm like really jealous of that. Like I love living in Cleveland. There's no part of me that wants to live anywhere but Cleveland. But the one thing I missed, I knew this when I was leaving Chicago growing up anyway, is that you miss that side of things, like having that relationship with your brothers or your sister or anyone like that. And so I'm like, I got to fix this. Let's all get like a golf trip going somewhere. I couldn't imagine, because we're going to do this. Next couple of years, I'm going to do this with them, and we'll go on golf trips, at least to give me 1 week or a couple days with them, and then we'll just golf a ton. I can't imagine going someplace and having it snow.
I'd be devastated.
I might cry.
Yeah.
I legitimately just tear up and cry. That's how, because I'm putting a lot on this trip now.
You spend the trip.
Yeah.
You check your golf clubs at the airport. Like, you have all these things mapped out, and then, course is closed today because it snowed.
One of our big bosses here, Jeff, he told me a whole story about him going exactly what you're describing. They were going to South Carolina, big buddies trip and everything like that. It got to be 45 degrees out there. And so it was him and one of his other buddies are the only ones that actually made it on the trip. Everybody else canceled. And then he played like 72 holes in like 3 days or something insane. But it was like 45 degrees out. was a miserable
You're
time.
going down there to get away from that.
Yeah, the ball was going nowhere because it's 45 degrees. You're playing at sea level, all these other type of things, and it was like you just have to do it.
Yeah,
just is what it is.
That would be super unfortunate.
All right, well, at least you had a little bit of a weekend for yourself there. I always feel like for yourself, it's like you never know. Like weekends don't matter; all the days blend together anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I'm always working anyway, right? So it's not really all that exciting for me, but
when you cover a team the way that you do, that's how that kind of works.
Well, and I will say, like, now it's in the off season, so I'm like home during the week more. So I do look forward to like the Saturday show because it's a chance for me. Oh, I can actually get up and get out of the house and like feel like I have a productive day. So yeah, that was nice for sure.
All right, so we talked about you covering the team. Obviously, Mary Kay had this report from over the weekend that basically, when it comes down to Jim Schwartz, he's got a decent chance of coming back under Todd Monken. That's her terms, decent chance of coming back. What's funny about this is that this actually would have been a good day for Nick of all people to be here in the slot because Nick has been the only holdout in this discussion. Now, let me take it back a little bit. When Myles Garrett was making his big commotion and his big everything on it, I was the only one being like, guys, he doesn't have to go anywhere. Like he's not like they don't have to do what he wants. They can just simply say no, and then they'll offer him a bunch of money, and then money will fix everything, and this is how this ends. Nick was steadfast, like no, it's everything is broken down. He's gonna just completely make it miserable. And I cited past instances where we've seen teams do this and it work out in the team's favor with what they want to do. Aaron Rodgers was a very famous example. On draft night, he caused a big stink, demanded to be traded, do all this, and the Packers were just like, no, we're not going to do that. And so they didn't. They didn't for another year, and then they got there. But like the point is that you don't always have to. And what's funny about this conversation to myself is that I have turned the Myles Garrett discussion up on its head, and then Nick has stepped into the shoes of where I once was when it came to Myles. I think this is different when it comes to Jim Schwartz. I think a player discussion on this versus a coach discussion is different. I also think what matters is the idea that Jim Schwartz is 59 years old. At one point, he went away from football for a couple years. He's left before. He can leave again. At 59 years old, when you get snubbed the way that he feels like he got snubbed, I think it's a little bit of a different scenario. But with Mary Kay's report, it is trending back into Nick's favor in this discussion.
Yeah, I think what's interesting is, well, first of all, we don't know what was said behind the scenes, right? Because that's the key component in all this, is if Jim really felt that he had a second interview with the team brass and that he was getting this job, or maybe they insinuated he was getting the job. I'm not saying that happened, but if that's how he felt from conversations they were having, and there was reporting out there that like he was already sort of working with the staff that was in the building and like mapping things out and getting things sort of organized and telling players that he was preparing to get the job and all these things. So he, in some world, he felt like he was getting this job. And so to have the carpet ripped out from underneath you, like I 100% get why he reacted the way that he reacted if that's how he felt. And so I don't know like what was said behind the scenes, how he got to the point where he felt like it was his job to lose, and then it's kind of this surprise when it's not his. Yeah. But that's the biggest thing you have to kind of clear and come back from. What I would say is this: when this first happened, and you saw Myles put out like the Popeyes worker meme on his Instagram account, we're all like, "Oh boy, this could get ugly. Like this could be pretty bad."
Yeah.
I was in the same boat as a lot of people, where it was like, well, this is just untenable. Like, you got to let him go.
Oh, we're getting the reports that he cleaned out his desk and he was telling everybody he's gonna say where the bodies are buried and all this other stuff. Yeah.
Right. See, here's the thing though. If to Mary Kay's report, if this gets to a point where they convince Jim Schwartz to come back, I don't think Jim Schwartz is coming back unless he's not coming back to like undermine Todd Monken. Like, if he's coming back, he's too prideful to like. It's also like the way that he operates as a person. He spoke so glowingly about Kevin Stefanski all the time, and like the different things that he had to manage. And,
yeah, but he knew the role with Stefanski, right? Like he came back. He signed up after taking his like 3-year hiatus, where then he was helping out the Titans. He signed up as like I'm happy somebody will even give me this job. Yeah, it's different for him now. He's got one of the best defenses in the NFL, second in EPA for the entire NFL season. Like, they're one of the best, and he's responsible. He's solely responsible for that.
Well, and that's why I say, though, if he's coming back, you bring up knowing his role. I think it's because he understands what his role is again. Like, he'll be like, he will be accepting of, okay, this is my role. I'm not going to be a bad soldier here, a bad egg here. I'm going to coach the defense. And honestly, like, that is the best outcome from the Browns' perspective in terms of appeasing Myles Garrett, Denzel Ward spoke very glowingly of Todd Monken on ESPN yesterday. Yep. But like all those defensive guys who have vouched for him, they obviously want him to stay. So if they can somehow find some sort of kumbaya that convinces him, listen, I will come back in my role and I will be a good soldier here. I won't try to ruffle feathers. Because Jim Schwartz just doesn't strike me as the kind of person. He's either going to say, I'm out because I'm too prideful of a man and no amount of money is going to convince me to come back because you guys duped me and I'm good.
Yeah.
Or he's going to come back to the table and say, okay, cooler heads have prevailed. I'm willing to accept that I'm DC. I get to keep doing what I'm doing. I love working with these guys, and I will just keep my head down and do what I need to do. Those are the two scenarios for Jim Schwartz. There's no in-between where it's like, I'm going to come back and I'm going to undermine the Browns and get everybody on the defense to hate Todd Monken so that this job can be mine next year. There's none of that with Jim Schwartz. He just doesn't strike me as that kind of guy.
So I think that's what he's trying to grapple with, right? Like, could I get passed over for this job, everybody understand that I didn't get the job, and then also be able to do the job the way that you're describing it? I think that's tough. I do. I think guys have a really strong ability of getting over things. I've just always kind of believed this. I use myself, which is not – it's not the best guiding principle because everyone acts and thinks differently. But for myself, I get over some pretty awful things really, really quickly. Like, I don't know about you, but like you can say some pretty.
I'm the same way.
You can say some pretty nasty things to me. You can do some pretty nasty things to me, all things considered. And I'm just like 24 hours later, I'm like, I'm on to the next thing. I don't have time to fester on this. I don't have time to think about this anymore. Like I'm good. We're fine. Don't worry about it. You know, like
I mean, JP, I broke your laptop accidentally, and then you were pretty cool about that in that moment.
I didn't even in the moment.
That.
I didn't even get mad.
I appreciated that. I was glad. I was like, oh, JP, you can lay into me if you want. I get it, but you handled it like a pro.
Well, you handled it the right way.
You handled it unlike Jim Schwartz. You didn't storm out and say, screw this guy and kick me out of the building or anything. You just, I apprecited that.
Well, that's how it went. That's how it would have gone the second time. You got lucky. It's how it goes the second time.
I have stayed far away from your laptop ever since.
I think I got more mad at Nick than you, to be honest. Because Mac, remember that? Nick came down the hall and was like, I got to tell it to you before anybody
I was
gets
about
to
to say, I thought that you got more upset with Nick at that point than you were with Spencer.
It was like, no. You almost got excited to tell me that the laptop was broke. He said, no, I was trying to. It should have came from me. I should have been the one to help
what
this.
Your reaction was going to be and wanted to be the one to be there for it.
You knocked it down. You should have been the one down the hall doing that, not Nick getting up there. He seemed a little too excited, all things considered.
He told me, I was like, I'll tell JP when he comes back. He was like, I got it.
Yeah,
I got it. I will tell him when he comes out of the bath. I was like, okay.
It's like, this isn't on you, man. This isn't your deal. But I get over things awfully quickly, and I tend to think guys do as well. Like, guys in general get over things quickly. Now, if Jim Schwartz thought this was the best chance for him becoming a head coach, and he realizes he's never going to be a head coach now, well, tough. I'm sorry that happened to you. That really stinks. It does. But, like, this is your reality now. Can you want to sit there and sulk about it a little bit more, or do you want to get back to work? And I feel like with each passing day, the percentages raise in the favor of the Browns keeping Jim Schwartz. If he was really that pissed, really that angry, then what are we doing? What's the discussion over?
Yeah, I mean, well, and look at how Tom Monken's already been assembling his staff, right? It's been all offensive guys, which does make some sense because he's that side of the ball, and that is the unit that's largely been cleaned out at this point.
He's left it open for him, though.
He's left the door open for Jim Schwartz could come back, while other teams, meanwhile, are hiring defensive coordinators and defensive-minded coaches. So it feels like if it doesn't end with Jim Schwartz coming back, it's going to be somebody like promoted from within that was already on staff. So we'll see. But yeah, I think you're 100% right in that Jim Schwartz is trying to grapple with, am I willing to look the other way on this and come back? And if he does, if he's able to accept that, I don't think he's going to be a bad soldier. But can he now overcome the big tantrum that he threw on the way out the door?
Well, and now some people are wondering if he's just caused too much of a basically too much of a ruckus to even consider him coming back. As if all of a sudden the whole room is poisoned with his presence because he feels like he was the one that should have gotten the job. And will all the defensive players, if it goes sideways with Monken, will they turn around and be like, well, this is why they should have given the job to you? And then he just sits in the corner drinking his coffee like, yeah, this is why they should have given me the job.
I guess that is the one fear you run into, right? Is if things go awry, how quickly do the defensive guys turn on Monken if Jim Schwartz is still in the building and start talking about how great Jim is and how it should have been his job and they trust him more and all these things. That is maybe the one thing you can't control, but I don't think Jim Schwartz himself will be a problem if he's actually willing to come back.
All right, 216-474-0092. Is this becoming salvageable? You got the Mary Kay report from over the weekend saying Schwartz has a decent chance of coming back. We'll continue with your phone calls. Big show today. Dan Devine at 3:20. We also have Eric Edholm at 5:20. It's John at the Pedal, and it's Spencer German. It's Afternoon Drive with you guys right here on The Fan.
breakdowns of the offseason needs and where this team could be headed in free agency and the draft ahead. That's the Fan offseason special tonight from 7 to 9 right here on 92.3 The Fan and broadcast live on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
Whenever you need to talk about the Browns, we got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
From what I've heard, just his development of the offense and how he's able to pick those guys up and enhance guys' games. I think I've seen some stats on how he's helped Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry, and they had some of their best seasons under Todd Monken. Yeah, I'm just looking forward to us having an amazing offense. You know, we kind of struggled on that end of the field when we were out there during the season, but just looking forward to them playing better.
That was Denzel Ward as he gets ready for the Pro Bowl this weekend. Courtesy of ESPN. Spencer, what I think is interesting about that is the idea that Miles is out here doing memes with the Popeyes and all this other nonsense, and then Denzel Ward is like, that's a company man right there. Like, he just fell completely in line. Because the two most vocal players at the end of the season that they wanted Schwartz to get the job was Myles Garrett and Denzel Ward. Miles stuck to his guns. Denzel was like, I guess Monken's the new coach. Better to not get off on the wrong foot.
I mean, on one hand, I think that also does speak to like how each of them are. Denzel very much is always like the good, I'm not going to ruffle feathers generally. Like the most controversial thing he ever said was, hey, if they're showing Miles the plans for the all season, I'm going to be right over Miles' shoulder looking over that. Like, that's the most controversial thing Denzel's ever said. He's very much like I think the terminology you use is like a company man is very fair.
Yeah.
But what I will say is,
and coming from another company man, I can when I see it, I can spot it out.
Isn't what Denzel said? Isn't that how most of the defensive players should feel? Like, I understand they love Jim Schwartz. Don't get me wrong, but the biggest problem that you had was that you guys were out there busting your ass every single game and putting up these ungodly numbers at times and keeping your team within like a possession or two late into like the fourth quarter of games, but then the offense could do absolutely nothing. So isn't the idea that an offensive coach is coming in and can maybe breathe some life into this offense finally and actually give you like a vision for what that group is going to look like and should look like to have success? Isn't that what like Denzel's answer feels like what most of the defensive guys should be feeling? I'm not saying you can't be upset about losing Jim Schwartz, but I also know like that unit's pretty confident overall.
Yeah.
That like we have Myles Garrett, we have Denzel Ward, we have Carson Schlesinger, we have a lot of good players on this team that I do feel in some capacity like they feel like they can still be pretty good as a group, understanding what they've done the last couple of years. And that the big missing piece was, what are you doing on offense to actually help that defense out?
Yeah, but if I'm Denzel, though, I look at it a little bit differently than Miles. So, like, Miles won a DPOY, but this was an emphatic DPOY. This is I've said before, if he got...
The other one was the PFF-assisted DPOY.
Yeah, it's like, did he beat out TJ Watt? Did he not? I don't know. But the point is that I thought in Week 11, if he got in a car accident, he'd still win DPOY. Like, that's how dominating this season was. Not even a question. Vegas odds were at, it was insane for him to win it as Week 10, Week 11. No one was going to catch up to him. This was a going away win. And part of that is because of what he deals with in Schwartz's system. Whereas if you're Denzel Ward was awesome well before Schwartz. And it's not like this season took him to unparalleled places. He was still good this year. Yeah, Denzel Ward did not have a bad season by any measure. But like his game, and I'm not saying Miles' game is dependent on it either, but you see the bump up that Miles clearly gets in the Jim Schwartz wide nine and everything associated with it. Whereas Denzel could play, you line up people in a parking lot, Denzel's going to shut you down. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I think, though, when it comes to, here's the other thing. I do think that even if you lose Jim Schwartz, and I'm not saying, listen, I was very much banging the drum, especially this weekend on our Saturday show with Earl, that the people trying to like rewrite Jim Schwartz's resume is absolutely asinine to me.
Are they doing it in the positive or the negative?
No, it's like, oh, well, he threw a tantrum. We don't want him. So like, he wasn't that good of a defensive coordinator anyway.
That's just people protecting their feelings.
He was just an average guy. Because here's the thing. We all remember what this defense looked like before he got here with Myles Garrett and Denzel Ward in it. It was
Joe
awful.
Woods would have a good year, and then have a really bad year, and then he'd have a fine year, and then have a really bad year.
It was awful. Like, there's been consistency with Jim Schwartz, and if we're going to sit here and like criticize that like Andrew Berry hasn't drafted well and certain things, doesn't Jim Schwartz get credit for developing certain players? Doesn't he get credit for like Devin Bush having the best year of his career?
The biggest credit, yeah.
Yeah, so I think on some level, like it's not that that losing Jim Schwartz won't hurt, because I do think that matters. So I'm not trying to downplay the idea that like, well, anybody can do what Jim Schwartz did, But I do think, like, if the alternative here is you lose Jim Schwartz, but you're keeping somebody in-house or promoting somebody in-house already who's also still under contract to be the DC, that not a lot is going to change in terms of, like, how guys are being deployed, how guys are being used. And that's the ultimate thing that you want, is, like, you want to make sure that guys like Miles, guys like Denzel, guys like Carson, guys like Grant Delpit are being used in similar ways that they were being used before. You just don't want somebody to come in and feel like they have to reinvent the wheel and be like, all right, well, you're running a 4-3 and you're doing all this stuff and you're playing a lot of man. Well, guess what? We're going back to that Joe Woods zone defense. We're going to run a 3-4 now, and Myles Garrett's going to be in coverage all the time. That's the biggest thing you don't want to do. So I do think, like, yes, the defense might take a step back if Jim Schwartz isn't part of this equation. I'm not trying to say it won't. But at the same time, you can find some solace in the idea that, like, maybe they do keep a lot of the guys internal and it's going to be okay. We're still going to have a lot of the same, conceptually, a lot of the same stuff. And the biggest thing we were missing was an offense to complement us.
Well, that's it. Like, the biggest thing here is that you get an offense that can actually do something.
Yeah.
Like, and that's why it's funny. I saw over the weekend, because now we're on TikTok, 92.3 The Fan, and one of the videos popped up, and it was just, and you know how TikTok works, where it'll show
Nick
you.
Still do Nick Talk?
No, not in a while. Actually, not in a while. But, like, one of the videos that popped up, because TikTok's algorithm is funny. It doesn't show you just things from yesterday. It'll show you things from, like, a week ago or whatever it is. It just doesn't know. It doesn't know days that well. TikTok is what I've learned. And so, like, it had our big, like, opening to the Todd Monken hire. And one of the things that was in there, and it's funny when you just listen back to a clip you have or whatever, Nick is constantly in that clip being like, but they got offense. They got an offensive guy. This is what you wanted, an offensive guy. And it's like, yes, I did want an offensive guy. That is the point. Like, you, at the end of this, you should want an offensive guy. That's where we need to get better in so many ways. Like, that's why I am hammering about this draft concept that we need to, at 6, take an offensive piece, because I don't know that I've ever seen, very rarely, there's a couple other instances that pop up, but very rarely in the NFL do you have it so lopsided in one direction. And right now, the defense is so heavily lopsiding every conversation and everything with this football team because you didn't have anything on the offensive side of the ball.
Well, I'm actually, I'll bang that drum with you, JP. You and I have been on the same page with a lot of takes the last couple of years, whether it was Shedeur Sanders, whether it was taking an offensive guy at 6. Here's the thing, because I think it was Daniel Jeremiah that put out his mock draft a couple weeks ago, and he had the Browns just going like best player available. And I forget who it was on the top of my head. It was not Caleb Downs, but it was a defensive player. And I quote tweeted it, and I said, if the Browns took a defensive player at 6, what would your reaction be? And it was kind of a mixed bag. There was a lot of people that were just like, no, man, you take best player available. That's how the draft works. And I was surprised at how many people actually said that. And then there was the vocal people who were like, no, we need offense. You got to go offense. To me, it's an easy solution. If the best player available is defense, but you know that your needs are all on offense, you just trade back.
Well, and you
get more draft capital to add more offense later.
All right, we can do this conversation later on, but like the point is that you have at premier positions and premier spots, you have enough people at number 6 that can fill that. And so when you have enough people at premier spots that can fill that and can be wide receiver, tackle, you take those guys and you don't even have to trade back. You just take those guys and you move on. But you have options is the point. If the market collapses, which they tell me right now, there's going to be more than enough tackles and more than enough wide receivers at 6 there. But if the market collapses,
Daniel Jeremiah had like 6 offensive linemen taken in the first round, 6 or 7. And
he also had like a string of like 7 straight defensive players. He had like 7 straight defensive players from like 7 on.
It's also too early to read into any of this stuff. But that's the fun of mock drafts.
We got a lot of time with this. Tyvis Powell was on with Baskin and Phelps today. He talked about the Monken hire and whether or not it's what the Browns need.
I think he's what they need. I really do. I mean, you think about how young this team is going to be, and you're going to lose a lot of veterans to free agency, and then you got a bunch of guys that's going to be second years. You need guys to mature fast. You're going to be dependent again, probably on some rookies to come in and be able to step up and make some plays again. First and second year guys. I think the best thing if you want to lay the foundation, the number one thing this team has to fix, they have to learn to not beat themselves. And hopefully having a coach like Todd Monken coming in, he understands that. He seems like he's a very old school guy, don't really play games and stuff like that. I think that's what they need. It might not be fun, but when you get to Sunday, his teams perform on Sunday. That offense for Baltimore looked really good. Not this past year because of injuries, but the years before that looked really good on Sundays. So I think it might be what they need.
Yeah, it's funny how many people just want to turn the page. And we'll get his press conference tomorrow and everything like that. But Schwartz or not Schwartz, and I don't know, maybe people are waiting for the Philadelphia job to find out what happens there, anything like that. But, like, Schwartz or not Schwartz, the team will be fine on the defensive side of the ball.
Well, and that's the other thing, too, is what other options does he have right now?
I know, over the weekend. So, obviously, you saw San Francisco's got filled.
And I really
thought, and so that's the other part of this is that I think Mary Kay in our reporting. I think the base of the reporting, and I mean, obviously not, I want to say this the right way. A lot of Jim Schwartz's newfound thoughts might not be just a guy being a guy where we get over things quickly. It might be the idea that maybe he reached out to San Francisco, and San Francisco was like, "Yeah, we're going with Morris. We're not interested." And now he's watching and he's realizing the only thing he has out there, if he wants to do the spite play, he can retire. But if he still wants to coach in any capacity, even as a defensive coordinator, he's not the hottest of names.
And I'll say this to go back to sort of the top of this argument, where it was like, Jim Schwartz is either going to come back because he is malleable to the idea that, like, I'm willing to accept this role, I'm not going to undermine anybody, or he is going to do the spiteful thing and just be like, nope, I'm dug in. And if he decides I'm retiring,
shouldn't he have already done that though?
I think he feels like he did by just storming out of the building. But at the same, like,
how many days do you need to come up with the idea that you're going to be spiteful about it, or you're just going to retire? Like that, this is the only part that loses me, and where I'm like, maybe he is deciding to stay, and he's just trying to make people sweat it out for a little bit. Because like you don't need forever. This isn't.
But or does that point to a guy who's like, I'm dug in, I'm not coming back?
It's not your 401k. It doesn't need more time.
He's now what, 5 days into this thing, and it's like, okay, the further we get away from it, everyone keeps saying the further we get away from it, the better it seems like he's going to come back.
Does he just want more people to grovel publicly? Is that it?
Or is it more of an example of like, no, he's so dug in that like 5 days, 6 days, 7 days, a month isn't going to change anything. He's just like, I'm good. Listen,
at some point, Monken's got to hire a defensive coordinator.
Jim Schwartz has I understand he might get passed over for a defensive coordinator job right now, but he has the cachet in this league to just be like, I'll sit out for a year, whatever. I got my money. I'm good. I got my Super Bowl rings. Maybe he doesn't want to because he still has that itch to coach, but I don't think he necessarily is like has to coach next year if he decides he wants to sit out.
Yeah, I think it's really hard, though. And again, he stepped away from the game and then come back. But I think it's really hard to then, at this age, to step away and then come back or try to even make that push. But I'm built a little bit differently than some of these guys. You know, Pete Carroll comes back and coaches at 73 years old. And I'm like, why? Go to a beach.
It didn't work out. But
Go to a beach, retire, get away from this. What are you doing?
It's also easier, though. Like
you worked your whole life to not have to do any work if you don't want to. Why are you choosing more work?
Pete Carroll going from like head coach to retire. And it sounds like it was kind of a forced retirement out in Seattle, by the way. Like that didn't really end on the best of terms.
Yeah.
But then he comes back to coaching is different and obviously it went terribly. But I feel like it's maybe even a little bit easier to go like, I was a DC, I retired for a year, I left for a year, and then someone's always looking for a DC.
Just makes
it
makes no sense to me.
Up. He kind of was retired when he was with the Titans because he wasn't really coaching defense. He was just kind of like an advisor.
Yeah, and so that's why he was gone for like 3 years. But he was dealing with health issues though, so he could have just maybe fallen under that. But like it's like Clint Eastwood making all these movies at 90. It's like, why are you doing this to yourself?
Can't you do the Urban Meyer thing and just cite health issues again and be like, yeah, my heart was really hurt by by not getting picked, and I just had to get out for a little bit.
Not the first time we've seen that one used, and not the first time in the city in recent years we've seen that one used, and I'll leave that there. 216-474-0092. David up next. What's up, David?
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Hey, man.
What's up, David?
Just real quick, as far as the draft, I think given our offensive line, depending on what they do or don't do in free agency, I don't know how you pass up offensive line because for as much as we need a playmaker, and it'd be great to get a wide receiver, let's say, for instance. We don't have a quarterback that's going to be. We don't have Lamar back there, right? He needs more time, and our offensive line is so beat up. That has to be that pick, I would imagine. Like they've got to go offensive line, but as far as this thing, what you guys brought up, Myles Garrett.
Yeah.
This kind of conversation came up before when Strahan made his comment about the tie and blah, blah, blah. And I believe, if I'm not wrong, he made that record the year they won the Super Bowl. Am I wrong? The Giants, along with Justin Tuck on the other side?
I think it was earlier than that. I think it was earlier than that. I think it was 03.
I missed what you even asked. I'm sorry.
He asked when Michael Strahan broke the sack record. Am I right?
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's about right.
Yeah, long story short, he did it on a team that was probably not winning 3-4 games. Probably not playing against teams where in the third and fourth quarter they're facing a lot of running offense because they've got the game well in hand. Like I think Myles Garrett, for as much as maybe we want to say like Steve Sports is helping, putting him in the best position to succeed. I think there would be way more emphasis on if we could have a team that's winning 8, 9, 10 games, where we're playing teams that are still trying to pass in the third and fourth quarter to kind of come from behind to win. He's going to have way more opportunities. And I think if we won 7, 8 games, This year, Miles probably would have been closer to 30 sacks this year. You know, the fact that he's kind of relegated out of the system because we're getting smoked. We're not winning these games this year. I think it speaks to a lot more of his ability this year. The fact that he did it on a 3-4 win season.
Well, I mean, but he did have, and David, I appreciate you, man. Thank you. He did have a lot of opportunities, though, and even in like the last part of the year where it felt like everyone was just kind of banding up together to make sure that he was able to accomplish it.
I'll say this too, since he brought up Miles. If you think the Browns have no shot of like mending fences with Jim Schwartz, let's keep in mind what Myles Garrett did last offseason. Like he pretty much burnt the organization to the ground. So, I mean, it's a little, to your point, it's a little different when it's a player who's under contract and like has even probably less control than a coach who's 60 years old does. But if they can do it with Myles Garrett, I would imagine they can do it with somebody like Jim Schwartz.
Everything can be healed. Whether that's money, whether that's time, whatever it is, everything can be healed. You have an attempt there. If you're someone like in this type of situation, everything can. All right, 216-474 to below 92. Dan Devine joining us at 3:20. Big Cavs, 3 o'clock hour. It's quick hits coming your way next. It's Jonathan Peterlin. Spencer German with you guys right here on The Fan.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Need your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Dan Devine joining us at 3:20. We'll get into the Cavs coming up in about 15 minutes anyway because of the latest around Giannis, the trades over the weekend, all of that. It is Jonathan Pino and Spencer German with you guys now. It's time for Quick Hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world to the sound bites you need to hear. Hurry! It's Quick Hits.
All right, I want to spend time talking about Daniel Stern, who may or may not end up being a part of the Browns coaching staff. It was like a weird mixed reporting from over the weekend. Some were like, he's there, and other people were like, well, not yet. He's just interviewing for it, but it's a whole process. Anyway, he's very young. He's obviously Ivy League educated, and the whole goal on this, Spencer, and this is what I loved about this, with Baltimore, all he would do is basically tell the coach, tell everyone in charge, here's when you take your timeouts, here's when you need to do this as far as clock management is concerned. For years, I've been telling everyone, get someone from like MIT that's a game theorist, and then just hire this person, put him up in the booth, and have them do everything that they need to be doing. That's this guy. Daniel Stern exists. He's been with Baltimore for a couple years now, and he might end up with the Browns.
Yeah, I mean, I think there has to be encouragement from fans that Monken's already taken a lot of guys from the Ravens, right? Because the Ravens have been successful. And frankly, there is kind of some irony here in like, well, hey, they stole your team back in the day, and now you're sort of stealing guys from their team that made them successful over the last several years. But Stern is, I think, the guy that everyone saw on social media. It kind of became a Grant Udinski like wave where it was like, oh, this guy, he knows football. He knows the intricacies of the analytics that the Browns obviously prioritize. We got to get this guy on staff. So, I think if they're able to bring him in here and it actually kind of goes through, I think it's funny because you talk about like the Ivy League thing.
Yeah.
Maybe they thought they had that already. Like, oh, Kevin can handle all of this because he's an Ivy Leaguer. He's Kevin Stefanski. But like with Stern, it's like, it's a different job. But maybe he's able to kind of get a different perspective on it and
just make your life
take
so
something
much
off
easier.
Take something off the plate for Todd Monken, which is
so
good.
one of the advantages that young coaches always had versus older coaches was the idea that all these young coaches grew up playing Madden.
Yeah.
When you play
Which is
Madden,
funny to think about, but it's true.
But it's true. When you play Madden, you get hundreds of thousands of hours of reps of just practicing game theory, of practicing situational theory, of like, well, when do I need to take my timeouts? How do I, if I need to score in a 2-minute drill, what's my best way of doing that and winning the game? Like, we all got to practice this growing up so many hours, whereas a lot of the older coaches, it just, whenever it was presented is when it was presented. And so there is a stark difference. Like, I just read a whole piece on the Four brothers, because now they both have had jobs, the LaFleur brothers, and how basically it was like from a very young point, everyone knew that Mike was awesome because of how great he was at Madden. And it was like, that shouldn't be how you know, but apparently it's how you know these days.
Well, and even, too, to add on to that, they also said that since 2019, he's the one that would actually read through the NFL rulebook and try to find any kind of loophole that they could take advantage of. So he was like Bill
Belichick. He was just like studying the rulebook of like, here's something that we could take advantage of.
I'm all in. Daniel Stern. I'm buying stock.
Is this one of those, like, is this as close as it will ever feel for like us common folks? Just, hey, I could be an NFL football coach.
Well, you could if you went to an Ivy League school first. That's all you're missing. That's it. That's all you're missing. So my wife went to Cornell, and so she has a friend of hers that actually is now. He was just with the Cubs for like 10 years, right? You can look him up. His name is Alex Smith. It's a very memorable name because of that, right? Alex Smith. We're going to remember that. And so he just took a job in Detroit this last year because one of the guys with the Cubs moved to Detroit, and so he went with him. But like 2 years ago, he kept getting promoted up within the Cubs organization and everything like that. And then they gave him a jersey, and he actually was he was on the bench every single game. And the idea was they were trying to bridge the gap between the analytical world and just like the player world. And so that like he was like the analytical guy that they stuck in the dugout in order to be like the conduit.
He was kind of like Brandon Beane, to
try to basically become friends with all the players and then also take the human element into play, but also so they didn't feel like the analytical world was so far away from them. They had like this representative that was there at all times, essentially. But that's basically what it is. So like, but does he get that job if he didn't go to Cornell? Probably not.
So how soon does Todd Monken get asked about what his role looked like on game day? Like, is Stern on the headset? Is he like on the sidelines with Todd Monken?
So in Baltimore, he was on a headset up in the booth upstairs.
Okay.
And so what he would do is he would just, what he would do in theory, from what it's been described as, I don't know if it was directly talking to Monken to then tell him, but it was talking to somebody that then would tell everyone down below, like, this is the play now, this is what you have to do. And I want more questions on this than I want on Monken tomorrow. Give me a Daniel Stern follow-up is what I need.
We'll have to make sure we ask about
But yeah, you're just 1 degree away from being in one of those front offices there, Spencer. Just 1 degree away.
All right, so going to the NBA, Caitlin Clark is trying out the old broadcasting chops. They're giving her some run on NBC as part of like the analyst desk. And
now, did you watch or no?
I saw a little bit of it because I watched.
Was she
I
good
watched
at
the
it?
very beginning of the Lakers Knicks game.
So she's commenting on the NBA.
I only caught a few clips of her talking. But this,
do they actually ask her about NBA stuff, or do they ask her about like the WNBA and then she's going? Okay,
they
good.
asked her about NBA stuff, but
I like this.
There was a moment on the set where Reggie Miller, I think, was trying to pay her a compliment, but I don't think he did that very well. And the look on her face, you actually have to watch this at some point because the look on her face says it all.
Yeah.
I know you guys have seen Caitlin play. She's a one of ones, but is there like a comparison of someone either you played with or you guys watching the game right now that reminds you of the young lady to your right?
I like Peyton Pritchard from Boston, the way he's able to handle the basketball. He makes big shots when the shot clock's running down, a lot like this young lady right here. Isn't afraid of the big moment and is a champion like she's soon to be.
What about you, Melo?
I mean, to me, she nailed it. It would be Luka for me.
Yeah, Luka's much better than Peyton Pritchard. That is insulting.
I think Reggie Miller was trying to pay a compliment there, but like, did he just come up with Peyton Pritchard because he's white and she's white? Like, is that what the differentiator here? Like, is that why?
You just say Steph and you move on.
Yeah, I was gonna say the easy answer is just like, oh man, like she's gonna be the Steph Curry of the WNBA. So
It's not
Steph
even.
Curry.
You don't even have to question it. You just say Steph and then you move the conversation forward. Like it's not. Or if you want to go back into your day, Reggie, and like give her a big compliment, you say Magic Johnson, and then you keep the game going.
Yeah, that's a good answer.
I don't get this from them at all.
Of all the names that you could come up with, you came up with Peyton Pritchard.
How much WNBA and now, or how about women's college basketball? How much women's college basketball are you watching right now?
Not a lot.
Yeah, not
admittedly.
a lot. How about you, Mac, Mr. WNBA?
I mean, not a lot right now because of the lockout.
No. College basketball.
Oh, college basketball?
The women's college
the WNBA
basketball
season hasn't even started yet, so
yeah, we got time on that.
Yeah, you got a while on that.
Once
Thanks for lockout.
Once Caitlin went out, nobody watched.
Well, and I tried to watch a little bit last year because of Juju Watkins, but
that was tough when you said it through.
But then, I almost said Watson, and two different people. There's a Watson in town.
You're not going to stumble over Giannis Antetokounmpo in like 10 minutes. Why? Because you watch that and you take it in a lot. You stumbled over Juju Watkins.
Yeah,
Watkins. Because you don't take in that much content of it. It's okay. It's fine.
No. Admittedly, I didn't say I was watching every night, but I was trying to watch more of her last year.
What a disaster if you get this lockout situation to happen. But it's already been part of a disaster anyway. Women's college basketball, no one's watching except for that one girl from Iowa State that refuses to play defense, but she's kind of fun. What's her name, Mac?
Audie Crooks.
Audie Crooks. I like her. I watch her all day. Plays no defense, though. Like, doesn't even give an attempt to play defense. I like her, though.
She'll put up 40 points in like 18 minutes and call it a day. It's fine.
She's as far as I go in that world now.
Baller.
All right, Sean McVay says he's keeping his fingers crossed Matthew Stafford will return in 2026. I don't even know that you have to keep your fingers crossed. Matthew Stafford's going to return in 2026, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, he's about to win the MVP. Do you retire after that and just like go out on top as still playing at a high level?
I still think he needs a little bit more in order to ensure his Hall of Fame candidacy. And
that's a really good point.
He's right on the bubble with it right now.
If he had made the Super Bowl this year,
it would have been a lock.
Or lose, do you think he needs to come back?
Would have been a lock if he had made the Super Bowl, or if he had won the Super Bowl. It's not even a question. He would have been. That would have been it for him. 2 Super Bowl wins, league MVP. Like Matthew Stafford had 1 Pro Bowl, I think, before entering this season. It's not as if like his list of accomplishments. I might be getting crossed up with somebody else in the moment, but
I'll pull it up.
It's not like his list of accomplishments was that lengthy. I think it's 1 off the top of my head.
He's been to 3 Pro Bowls, 1 All-Pro nomination.
Oh, 1 All-Pro.
Just
That's
one.
what it is. Yeah, which is like insane to have a 20-year career, 18-year career, and make it 1 All-Pro team, 3 Pro Bowl
in
selections.
Detroit for all those years. And he won 1 playoff game in Detroit during that time?
And by the way, they've already given him the 1 Pro Bowl for this season. They've already put that one to the ledger.
Yeah. True.
So
True.
if I checked that 2 weeks ago, like I'm sure I did, it looked like 2 Pro Bowls and 1 All-Pro team. Like it's not very impressive.
I just think at this point,
and the All-Pro is from this year too. So like he really added on. This year's been everything for him. From adding stuff to the mix. He has accomplished more in this one season from an individual accomplishment standpoint than he had in the previous 17 years combined. That's kind of wild.
That is pretty wild.
But like the point is that he still needs a little bit more to go here.
Yeah, I would agree. But for me, I think the biggest thing is just, do you really retire after you put up the numbers you put up with an offense that's lighting it up? Like they're going to be right back in the Super Bowl conversation next year. They just re-upped Sean McVay and everybody. Like I think you just run it back.
I also think his game travels really well for being older too. It's like Jared Goff. It's like Tom Brady. There's certain games that just travel really well as you get older and older. And Stafford's game no part of it is going to be bad. It's only going to get better because he gets smarter every year.
I wonder how long. Like I don't know if he's going to do the Tom Brady thing where he just plays until like his 40s, but. Of all these quarterbacks that have gotten kind of late in their career and are still doing it at a high level, he's probably been one of the best. Like Aaron Rodgers kind of started having the fall off in his late 30s. Stafford being in the MVP conversation though is pretty fascinating.
It is. He led the league in passing yards, led the league in touchdowns, led the league in 75 different categories, yards per game. Like he was phenomenal.
There's a site that like grades or gives like a score to everybody who's like current players, retired players, and like tells you how likely they are to be in the Hall of Fame conversation. I wonder where his is at right now.
Oh, it's Pro Football Reference. They do that. I can look at that.
Is it? Oh yeah, that's right. You're right.
Well, so it works better with baseball. The baseball gray ink is something that is like really actually used.
Although I guess nowadays the true first ballot guys aren't even first ballot guys anymore after last week.
The Hall of Fame monitor on Matthew Stafford is 95.61, and the average Hall of Fame quarterback is around 103.58. So according to their way of looking at it, very close. But like he's not there yet. He's got one more year like this, and then maybe another conference title game, maybe a Super Bowl, and all of a sudden, like you have that locked down. That's why that one game, the conference title game, mattered so much to him in a way that it mattered it more to him than anybody else that played last weekend or 2 weekends ago. Not even close. All right, 216-474-0092. Cavs made a trade over the weekend. Nobody continues to say Schroeder's name correctly, and it's bothering me once again. But did the Cavs just enter the Giannis conversation? The big mix out of this one we'll get to next. It's Jonathan Peterlin and Spencer German with you guys right here, Afternoon Drive on The Fan.
this, they needed to fix the offensive side of the ball. And what they got with this hire was the most qualified offensive guy that they were going to be able to get in the situation that they're in right now to come in here and try to transform this offense.
Listen for Mary Kay Cabot from the Plain Dealer in Cleveland.com. Thursday mornings at 8:20 on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan. It's the 3 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Oh, boy. And the Fan is looking for a winner. Enter the code DEMO, D-E-M-O, at 923thefan.com before 4 o'clock for your chance to win a pair of tickets to the Cleveland Golf Show. February 13th to the 15th at the IX Center. Unbeatable deals on golf equipment and accessories. Get tickets and info at clevelandgolfshow.com. It's all from the Cleveland Golf Show and Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. All right, back at it here on The Fan. Dan Devine joining us in 20 minutes. It's Jonathan Peterlin, Spencer German with you guys. Katie just talking all about the Grammys last night. I knew it was on because I got all sorts of, my Instagram just bombarded with Chapel Roan photos. Only thing I saw from last night. It's only, and I don't know. I mean, Mac's over there gooning over it. I get it. I understand it. But, like,
he said, wait, what did I miss? He
only
Googled
thing I saw. No, Mac just nodded his head. He just nodded his head like, oh, yeah, that's what I saw, too. I saw that. How did that even work on it? I don't even know. But yeah,
that was a topic in my household for sure.
Was it really?
Well, because my wife saw it, I wasn't even. I literally had no idea. Like, I knew the Grammys were going on. I don't watch any of the pre-stuff. I sometimes jump over to like catch some of the winners and like their speeches and just hear what people are saying. Yeah. But she like found it on her feed and like leans over and she's like, "Oh, I bet you like that." Like she like tries to like do
That's
that
what
whole
your wife
thing.
Says.
And, like,
I bet you like
she
that.
She tries to like get me all caught up. Yeah. I just kind of get like, yeah.
What is your response in that moment?
I kind of just roll my eyes and keep on doing what I'm doing. There's not much you can say. Because like, what am I supposed to do?
It seems like a trap.
What am I exactly? What am I supposed to do? Like, oh wait, let me see that? Like, no, I'm not gonna like ask to see it.
So the rule in the Peterlin household is basically I act as if other women don't even exist on planet Earth. So like if there's something that happens, I don't comment on it.
Her hair looks nice.
I honestly,
she's never been like, do you think this person's attractive? I've never played that game with my wife. I think she just wants me thinking I only find her attractive and that's it.
In our household, I think we sometimes have that what's that meme with like the two people laying in bed going on where like she thinks she's like laying one way thinking, oh, he's probably over there thinking about Sydney Sweeney or something.
You're worried about sports?
And I'm just over here like scrolling Twitter, like watching videos of like Jalen Tyson and whatever.
Which
like,
is how like
videos.
99% of guys are anyway. Except for those gooners out there. I didn't mean to intentionally look at you, Mac. I didn't.
I mean, you gave a pretty big pause and stared down at me.
I didn't mean to. I naturally looked towards you.
Shout out to Land.
I naturally look towards you. Is all that is.
Land is probably the correct answer.
No, yeah, we don't operate that way. But I don't go around being like, hey, you think Bad Bunny's good looking? Like I don't do that either. I don't really want that. I don't want those answers. My wife's type, as far as I'm concerned, is me and me alone.
It's Jonathan Peterlin.
That's it. I'm her type, and that's it. That's all I really know.
I respect that.
Although, to be fair, the only people she's ever told me in the past of any sort of celebrities or anything like that, they all fit my profile anyway. Like, let's be honest with you. Yeah. She found her type. She'll
find people sometimes that, like, for example, we're watching the show with Tom Hiddleston in it.
I don't know who Tom Hiddleston is.
He was Loki in like the Marvel movies and all that. He's been in some other stuff.
I don't do the Marvel stuff, as you know.
But I mean, he's been in some other things too. But we're watching the show with him in it, and he has like short hair in that.
Yeah, I looked him up right now. He kind of has your hair.
Well, I was gonna say we started watching the show, and she was like, "You kind of look like him." And so like the entire show, we're like sitting there watching, and she's just like, "I can't get over how similar you guys look." So I was like, "I'll take that." Tom Hiddleston's a pretty good looking dude. I'll take that. That's fine. I'm good with it.
Yeah, he's got some hit or miss stuff, doesn't he? Some of this stuff he looks pretty good.
I don't think he's been in everything that's like all home runs. But the other person somebody once told me I looked like was the guy. What's his name? Who's the guy from Sweet Home Alabama? Who's like the love interest of Reese Witherspoon, but he's the one who lives at home, not the one that she's like off in New York.
Listen, we can find enough guys that fit your profile. It's we don't have to go to Sweet Home Alabama. There's enough guys between the two of us. There's enough guys that just kind of fit our profile.
What's happening?
No, Katie's excited about that guy.
She's like trying to compare.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay,
I see it.
I'm not gonna say it's a perfect fit, but I know. To your point.
Has she ever told you like a sports crush or anything like that, or like you're watching the game and then you just kind of root ill will on the guy?
Nah, not a sports crush. There's been a few actors that she's been like, I think he's attractive. And I'd be like, okay, One of them was in a show where he was actually named Spencer, which was kind of funny.
So I'll tell you, the only person my wife has ever told me she like kind of had a crush on and thought was like really attractive or whatever. You're gonna laugh at this one. Joe Harris. She liked Joe Harris a lot. She was really into the NBA for a stretch, and she liked Joe Harris a lot. And so now, anytime he comes up or gets brought up or anything, I'm just like, the guy can't play. I turn into Stephen A. on
only
Kwame Brown.
averaged 2.4 points per season and 8.8 rebounds.
The man can't play. The dude's a bona fide scrub. She's like, where are you getting this from? I'm like, I don't know. I'm just kind of getting it. All right. Here's a cool thing. I think with the trades over the weekend, I think people that are writing think pieces about Giannis and Michael Pena, by the way, or The Ringer came out with this whole entire
wasting
thing
their time
about did the Cavs just enter the Giannis conversation? No, I don't think they're wasting their time. I think it's an interesting conversation. I think it's a worthwhile conversation, and it's one I want to entertain. I am of the belief that if you can get somebody like a Giannis, don't worry about keeping on Evan Mobley. Like, if it costs you Mobley to get Giannis, and you can have Giannis and Donovan Mitchell, and you have a 2-year run, and then let's say we can even extend this thing out, because who knows, once you get Giannis here, I'm sure Donovan will stay a little bit longer as well. I'm much more open to that than I feel like most other people are around this discussion.
What I would say is, like, if you're trying to get a superstar that you think could be, commendable or convincible of staying in Cleveland, Donovan Mitchell obviously is one of them because he did that. But like, it is somebody like Giannis who maybe isn't necessarily like, I have to play in a big market.
Stayed in Milwaukee for a million years. Every time he comes to Cleveland, you've been at those games every time he comes to Cleveland. They treat him like he's a god when he comes here.
I mean,
always has a
Giannis.
massive fan base.
Absolutely. And some of it's like the post game, press conferences he's done where he's like giving like very introspective life answers to things and people like that. Listen, I like Giannis. I think he's a great player. My one thing is this. Ultimately, like, what is it actually going to cost to get him? Because I think the day and age of getting like the big 3 or the big 2 or all that is dead and gone.
Well, we're more in a big 2 era than we are anything else.
True.
The duos are reigning supreme in the NBA.
It's a big 2 with a ton of depth, though. I mean,
for sure.
To take down a team like the Thunder, that team is deep. And it's all the Sam Presti, ass kissing that goes on. Everything he's done over the years.
If you think Giannis is the difference, if you think it can be Giannis, Donovan, and then we'll fill it out from there, if you think that's the difference between you going out there and winning a title and not, make that deal.
I just wonder
I'm not letting that stand in the way, and I'm shocked at the amount of people that want to keep on to Mobley as if Mobley is something that we can't move off of.
Well, I think if you're trading for Giannis, you have to give up Mobley. And I'm not even necessarily pushing back on the notion that Mobley is the centerpiece of that trade. But if it becomes something where it's like the Bucks want Mobley and Tyson and Jay, like if it becomes something where you're just completely depleting the depth of your roster, guys that you're going to need in the playoffs in 7-game series against these teams that are now also very deep, and that's what it kind of takes to win a title, I don't know if I'm okay with that. Because
I don't need to give them the world. I don't. But I understand how this works. And I feel like a lot of Cavs fans, this is a tough convo for them. Because if you want to play with the big dogs, you got to give up some big dogs. Yeah. Like, you're going to have to give up some assets in order to get some assets. That's a reality in life, and it's a reality in the NBA. And so, like, am I interested in the idea that if you throw Mobley in there, then all of a sudden you got to throw Tyson in there and some other pieces? Like, I don't love that. If I could just do a Mobley for Giannis swap, obviously that'd be much more ideal than not.
Yeah.
But if it takes some pieces to get some pieces, like I'm trying to figure out if you have a team right now that can go to the NBA Finals. I don't think you do. But if you have a team with Giannis and Donovan that I think can, I want to change the narrative from that perspective. And so, like, if you get a spot where all of a sudden you can make it to the NBA Finals because Giannis puts you over the top, then let's do this.
I think we in our heads get so caught up in like the names, right? And it's understandable why. Like,
I mean, he's been top 4 in the MVP every year since 2019. This isn't like he's fallen off.
And again, I am not opposed to having it be like, it's funny. We talk about Evan Mobley being part of this trade. I am not somebody who thinks that he's untouchable if you're trying to make a deal for Giannis.
Okay, good,
if you have to do that, you have to do that. And I understand the perspective there.
Because I feel like so many people are holding on to him like a prized teddy bear. Like they're just funny? Like, we can't do it.
I actually think like Jalen Tyson's more untouchable than Evan is at this point because of the value that he's brought this team, the attitude that he's brought this team.
Well, I mean,
I think they're looking at a guy who like they think has a ceiling that he can still reach. Evan, I think at this point, even though they've said more growth is to come, you've now seen 4 or 5 years of Evan Mobley where it's like, okay, how much more really is there left on that ceiling? So if you have to give him up for Giannis, I get it. But to me, it all. I am not nixing the idea of going and getting Giannis Antetokounmpo. I just want more information on like what's it going to take? Because if this is just a deal to land the superstar player that makes everybody think, oh, now we have Donovan and Giannis, great. But you have just table scraps around them. I don't know that that's necessarily a prudent deal that also gets you over the top to being a championship caliber team. It just makes you feel that way because Giannis Antetokounmpo is attached.
I don't know that there's a way where you could get to just being table scraps and the setup and how we're talking about this and being realistic.
It's a little disingenuous to the Tyrese Proctors and Dean Wades of the world.
No, but it's not even that. Like if you get down to it, like Darius might get thrown into the mix in some of these conversations, might. But like you're not going to be really down to absolute nothingness if you make this type of deal. But all right, so here's the reality. Shams reported last night that the Milwaukee Bucks are countering offers. We don't know if the Cavs have initially put out an offer to begin with that has then been countered, but where there's smoke, there's fire. I don't think it's crazy to think or suggest that they've at least broached the topic with the Bucks and trying to figure out what they can and cannot do here. But we do know the other teams that are heavily involved. It feels like it's a Miami. It feels like it's a Golden State. It feels like there's some other teams that might have a leg up in a Giannis conversation. Do I think this is going to happen? No, Spencer. But I do think the idea that some Cavs fans are like, never touch Evan. We're not moving Mobley at all. I just think that's a little too far for me.
I would agree in that I don't think it probably gets done when push comes to shove. I think the moves that the Cavs are probably going to make at the deadline, like the one they made over the weekend, are probably going to be more so in the margins. And you're trying to change some pieces and parts out that you hope. Because here's the thing.
But Kobe Altman's a big-time swinger.
He is.
This is what I like about Kobe. When he made the trade for Donovan.
What kind of swing are we talking about?
I mean, you got to get your keys or something like that, I guess. But like when he made the trade for Donovan, he showed me something. He showed me the idea that he will, understandably so, he'll make the big move.
Yeah, for sure. No,
I like that.
I like that too. And I think it was Sam Amico who was on the midday show who said like he's made 29. This past weekend was his 30th trade he's made. So it's not like he's afraid to pull the trigger. It's not like he's afraid to make moves. I also think doing the deal he made over the weekend after making that deal a year ago and trying to kind of fill that void that they were missing in the wing player and take a chance on DeAndre Hunter, but then kind of conceding this year, hey, it didn't work out. Let's try to fix this thing.
Yeah.
I think that speaks to Kobe Altman's mindset. Like he's not afraid to make the adjustments necessary, at least in the ancillary, to try to get this team over the top. I will say this, like you mentioned, are they a team that can get to the NBA Finals? I think that there is hope that can still happen with or without Giannis because of the conference that you play in. Like, I'm not saying they should be a favorite to win the East. I'm not saying they should be a favorite to win the finals by any stretch. But because of the Eastern Conference, and it's a conference that generally, this year is down. There's no Halliburton. We don't know what Jason Tatum's, if he's going to be back, what that's going to look like. I think the Knicks are a good team, but I do think they're also beatable. And who knows
if Jalen better as of late.
Who knows if Jalen Brunson's going to be healthy by the time the playoffs roll around? Because he seemingly gets hurt every year. So there's so many questions in the Eastern Conference in general that I think you can get through the East or navigate the East potentially as currently constructed. But obviously the idea of Giannis is enticing. I just don't want it to end with, well, you lose all these pieces, and then it's really just Giannis and Donovan in this kind of two-man show, and it feels like they're closer to winning a championship because it's two big stars, but they're really not because you lost so much in the process.
I don't think they're right there right now. You make a point about the East that I don't disagree with. That's just the state of the East. They can obviously turn this thing around in rapid fashion, but
here's the thing too. To your point, now I'm helping you, but
that happens sometimes in these discussions.
Maybe because of the East. That's the reason you do take the big swing on Giannis, right?
Because it's open right now?
Hey, this is the chance. This is our chance to go seize this moment and this opportunity, so let's just do it.
I just don't want people to be, so scared of the idea that you have to give up assets to get assets. This is how the NBA works. If you want something of significance, no one's going to take your bag of basketballs in the corner and say, oh, that's good enough for
Which
Giannis.
is what everybody does with the trade machine.
I mean,
here's my garbage players for your great player.
It's wild to me.
The trade machine sucks.
Does every city work this way where all of a sudden, we overrate guys like you would not believe in this city? And I don't want you to think any less
Remember the Colin Sexton wars?
Well, I mean, geez, we talked about Ty Jerome for an extended period of time as if he was God's gift to basketball. Like we do this sometimes, and I get it. Every local fan is going to think higher of the players that you watch every single day and that you guys take in every single day. I get that. But how does the rest of the league look at some of these players that we're talking about? You got to give up assets to get assets. And if Giannis and Donovan has a chance, even if it's a tiny chance of happening, you have to have these type of conversations. And I'm happy that the Cavs went from non-starter, sitting on the sidelines, can't even be in these discussions, to now, because Kobe Altman does have that much respect across the league, they're players in this. People think this is a real possibility. That's a great thing for Cavs fans, that not only are we being mentioned with some of the other teams in this discussion, people aren't looking at this like this is a crazy thought and we all need to be sent to the loony bin. That's a good thing for Cavs fans. Even if nothing materializes out of this, that's a good thing.
I'll say this real quick. The first time I saw it on Twitter, I just kind of rolled my eyes like, oh, here we go again. Everyone wants the Cavs to trade for a star player.
It got me juiced up.
But then it's now been multiple people that have kind of at least brought this up, or there's tea leaves out there, and that's where you're like, okay, so this clearly has some juice if all these people are at least coming.
All right, for more on this, for more on the trade this past weekend, Dan Devine, senior NBA writer at Yahoo Sports, he'll join us next. It's Jonathan, it's Spencer, it's you guys right here on Afternoon Drive.
also be speaking tonight at 6 p.m. Coming up next on Afternoon Drive, Yahoo Sports senior NBA writer Dan Devine joins Jonathan and Spencer. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
Don't trust anybody with your Cavs coverage unless they have sports in their name. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. All right, back at it here on The Fan. It's Spencer German, Jonathan Peterlin here with you guys. We go out to the Make It Right, Call Kyle Right hotline. Dan Devine, Yahoo Sports, joining us here on The Fan. Hello, Dan. How you doing today?
I'm doing great, guys. How you doing?
We're good. Obviously, we're going through all the changes that just happened with the Cavs from over the weekend, the fallout from the trade, and then we're discussing the possibility of whether or not a Giannis trade is on the table. So let's start there. When I say Giannis to the Cavs, even if I throw in Evan Mobley, your first thought is what?
My first thought is it's not the cleanest version of a deal that Milwaukee can do if they want to do it right now. It feels like there might be some straighter lines to the kind of draft capital or young projected pieces they want. But obviously Mobley is a potential game changer as far as what you could put on the table there. It would also mean a pretty dramatic restructuring of what the Cavs are right now. So I think they've put themselves in a position where they've got some optionality, they've got some assets and some flexibility to be able to make some moves here. It's a home run swing. This would be that front office saying, we believe in most of the core, and this is just sort of too good an opportunity to pass up. It would be, we believe that we've got ourselves back within striking distance of the top of the East. We're not particularly scared of anybody who's up ahead of us, and this could be the push, the sort of last climb over the wall. I'm a little bit skeptical personally, just that any Giannis deal is going to happen. I think this is Bucks saying, we are officially open for business. We want to hear your best offers. Give us your best and final. We want to find out what the market is out there. And we still hold all the cards and have the opportunity to hold them into the summer if we don't necessarily hear something that we like. So I think this is maybe more of an intelligence gathering mission, but Cavs, with the flexibility they've got, with some of the assets they've got, have put themselves to be part of it.
Dan, I'm going to put you on hold here for a second. We're going to try to get your phone situation squared away. He did say a lot of what we were talking about last segment, though, especially your point on the idea that, like, if you think the East is wide open, don't look at that as a deterrent. Look at that as a positive. Like, if you add Giannis, throw him with Donovan Mitchell, because of the way the East is constructed, you have a real shot of making to the NBA Finals.
Yeah, history would obviously suggest that Kobe Altman maybe falls in line of the second part of that I brought up. Like the idea that it's not just stand pat and try to win with what we have right now, because we have a window of opportunity here. So he took the big swing on trying to get Donovan Mitchell here to sort of rebuild that team quickly after LeBron left. And why not do the same thing potentially with Giannis to put yourself in position to be in that conversation right now while it's wide open? I talked about that ad nauseum last offseason, that you got to sort of jump at the opportunity because the East is just such a crapshoot right now.
Donovan Mitchells don't become available until they do, right? And you had to make that move, you had to make that trade. Same thing can be said with Giannis. Guys like Giannis do not become available, and they also don't become available for the Cavs in many respects. And if you have a chance to go out there and get them, I hate the idea that so many people are holding on to Evan Mobley as if he's some sort of precious big-time commodity. You can do a lot with Mobley 5 years from now. You can. But you can also do a lot with Giannis winning titles right now as well. All right, let's go back out to the Make It Right, Call Kyle Right hotline. Dan Devine back joining us here on The Fan. Hello, Dan. How are you?
Sorry about that. We'll call that phone a trade deadline casualty, but I hope it sounds a little better right now.
Much better right now. All right, so can you reiterate some of your thoughts there with a potential Giannis to the Cavs making?
Yeah, just the general idea being I'm a little skeptical that anything's going to happen before this trade deadline for Giannis. I think this is the Bucks kind of on a fact-finding mission, trying to figure out what the market is for him. And I think that, the big gulp kind of big, moment of truth that you have to face if you're Kobe Altman, if you're that front office is, like, do you really feel like sacrificing a decade of Evan Mobley or what, if that's the piece, if that's the drop dead piece, for what could be a couple of years of Giannis. And that's a big, dangerous, kind of concerning, you got to have a pretty big appetite for risk to make that kind of decision. However, you can understand the thought, why it's attractive. Yeah, Donovan Mitchell has been nothing short of sensational. He's been everything you could have hoped for since you made that trade to bring him in. And maybe you view your window in light of what's happened with Darius Garland and the injury issues that he's had, the up and down kind of last few years, the sort of vacillating value of Jared Allen. Maybe you view it less like this is the core that we feel confident in for sure moving forward, and more like this is Donovan Mitchell's window, and how do we expand it, extend it? How do we maximize it? So I can understand that thought process. They've spent so much time and money and energy and effort to try to get the most out of this core. It feels like that would be a very dramatic sort of shift in mission. But, Kobe Altman in that front office, they get paid to win a championship, not just to have the best net rating or whatever. So maybe that's the move. I can see it as an opportunity. I think they've got some flexibility to try to make something happen. It would just be an awfully big swing.
Dan, that's a theoretical trade, obviously, for Giannis that the Cavs could pull off. But we did see the Cavs make an actual trade this weekend by flipping DeAndre Hunter, who they just got last year, for Keon Ellis, and Dennis Schroeder. What did you make of that move? Obviously, more so in the margins for this team. Do you think they're a better team after this deal than they were with the struggles that DeAndre Hunter was having?
I do. I mean, honestly, my first thought was, all right, one wing goes out, two guards come in. Does this tell us that the Cavs really feel like they need to have a backup plan for Darius Garland? Like, is it an insurance policy here? Because, Dennis Schroeder is about as, he's now played on 31 NBA teams. He's about as plug and play insert here, pick and roll point guard, off the bench or in starting lineups if you need him to, as there is. So for that, it made me think, like, where are there minutes for him? There are minutes there for him if Garland is not able to, get back in the same way that we've seen him at his best. And obviously, it's been such an up and down season for him. So much, so much of an issue dealing with the toe injury and coming back and forth from that. Ellis, to me, I think, sort of the nerd consensus around NBA people, it's like, this guy's really good. Why, or at least good. Why aren't the Kings playing him? And, sometimes the simplest answer is the right one, and it might just be they're the Kings. This is a 6'4" guard who's long, who's quick, who's athletic on the defensive end. He's not like a lockdown defender where you're just going to say, I'm throwing him on every team's best option, and he's going to just blanket them and erase them. He is what you might call an event creator, or for lack of a better term, a guy who makes a bunch of crap happen. He's a deflections and steals and knock the ball loose and go get a loose ball. He's that kind of player on defense, and that's that guy, it was in theory, right? This was the idea with Lonzo Ball. It was like, can you have a guy that you can put on the court in the postseason who might help elevate your defense, be able to turn some opponents' possessions into steals, fast breaks, opportunity, disruption, right? That's the idea. And then also be able to play off of your main point guards, your main ball handlers. And when Keon Ellis had a De'Aaron Fox to play off of, he looked pretty damn good in Sacramento. When he was asked to do more creating, less good. He's not really a ball handler or a point guard. He's somebody that looks pretty nice when you can slot him off of a primary ball handler. And so his three-point shot's been down this season. He's also had a couple of seasons of 40+% three-point accuracy. I think that's probably a more relevant sample. I think in a situation where he gets to play off of a main primary hub, he's going to look a heck of a lot better. He's going to play up with some better defensive talent around him than they've had in Sacramento, which has basically been, the upside down for the last handful of years. And so I think there's an opportunity here for the Cavs to be a significantly better team. You maybe are, and you're selling at a good point to get off of DeAndre Hunter, given you probably saw the best you were going to see of him given the way his three-point shot looked last year versus how it has looked this season. And to be on the hook for another couple of years at $20+ million there, the idea of him is probably better than what you were actually going to get out of him for moving forward here. So you bolster your backcourt, you give yourself an insurance policy at the point, you get a potential defensive upgrade, and it's a nice fit in the backcourt in Keon Ellis, and you clear out the money too. You get out of the DeAndre Hunter business before it gets more expensive, and maybe give yourself some more flexibility and maybe the option to get out of the second apron next year moving forward.
Dan Devine joining us here on The Fan. All right, so where does this leave the Cavs then in your eyes as far as the East is concerned?
Everybody's chasing Detroit right now, right? But this is perhaps disrespectful to the Pistons, although I guess I'm not really too concerned about doing that on this market. I think that the general idea is they've clearly earned the respect of they are, a handful of games up on the rest of the East. You also kind of feel like a lot of teams are going to see, all right, well, prove it. Like, if we see you in a 7-game series, prove it. And now the Cavs obviously have not had like boatloads of success, but they've also got some scars. They've got the experience, and they can make an argument in that series. We got the best guy. We've seen Donovan Mitchell be, an absolute monster in the playoffs. Cade Cunningham is an excellent player. He's going to make All-NBA this year. He's going to wind up on MVP ballots. But, if we get into that situation, let's see. And I think what they've seen, recently, even amid all of the injuries and all of the back and forth and who's in and who's out, is they've started to see the play uptick here and feeling like if we're in that like tier right below Detroit, where the Knicks have had their ups and downs, the Celtics have played kind of above what a lot of people expected them to be able to do, but they're leaning an awful lot on superhuman scoring from Jaylen Brown night in and night out. Like, there's not necessarily a big gap between what the Cavs have been recently and what they think their best versions of themselves can be, and those other teams at the top of the East. So I don't know that I would say I would definitely pick the Cavs in a first-round series if they didn't have home court against any of those teams. But I think they feel like, clearly, based on what they're telling us, they go out and they get Dennis Schroeder, they go out and they get Keon Ellis. They put themselves in position to maybe make some more moves here ahead of the deadline. They feel like they're good enough to go toe-to-toe with those other teams, especially if you got Mitchell Wright.
Dan Devine joining us here on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. So as you're sort of projecting ahead to what a playoff series could look like for this team, if the Cavs were to get bounced in the second round, or even, I guess, worst case scenario, the first round of the playoffs this year, what does that maybe trigger this offseason? Is it a situation where you think maybe they do blow it up completely? Is it like a half blow up where you change out some of the pieces and parts of this group that we call the core four? How do you sort of envision them approaching the offseason if it's another year where they fall short?
Yeah, I think you're in a spot where you still have that, the runway here is through 2027, right? You've got like 2 more fully guaranteed years, this year and then next year for Mobley, for Allen, for Garland, and for Mitchell. And then, Donovan has the player option in 27, 28. Those other guys still locked in there. So you still have that runway if you're Kobe Altman and you say, like, just let me see my team. Let me see my fully healthy team in one of these situations one time. I can understand that if you have that longest view in the room, right? However, deadline spark action, and big playoff losses tend to spark emotional responses. And if you had another one of those, another situation where even if it's understandable, even if you can point to it and say, well, this guy wasn't available, we never had our full team, Max Strus never played, it never looked the way we expected it to or that we hoped it would. We've got some proof of concept. Just 2 years ago, we were a 64-win team, and it looked like this team could absolutely get where we wanted to be. If they bow out early again, I would imagine just about anything could be on the table. The only thing for sure that you can bank on right now feels like Donovan Mitchell. Evan Mobley can do a million things and do a lot of them very well. I think we have not seen that jump to like the next tier of superstardom, and I don't think that's any shade on him necessarily. Like, defensive player of the year who can score 18 pretty regularly and efficiently, like, that's an awfully good player. So maybe asking him to be the guy who scores 25 is too big an ask, right? So like, there's that. Jared Allen, there are times where he feels like the giving tree, and he's like, absolutely capable of providing whatever you need at any given time, selfless and sacrificial. And there's times where it feels like he can get swallowed up or sort of bullied by other opposing bigs. We've seen that in big moments. And then the biggest thing is just like Garland. I've kind of been banging this drum for a couple of years now. To me, he's the keystone. He's the bellwether. He's the guy where, like, when he's available and right, this team can beat anybody. And when he's not, it looks like the whole build feels kind of rickety. And unfortunately, there's just been so much time that he hasn't been available. So my guess is if you go into the postseason here, you bow out early, and these same sorts of things happen along the way. Donovan's having to put on Superman's cape. Garland can't go or is ineffective when he is able to go, or intermittently effective. You don't get the big Mobley breakout, and Jared Allen, again, kind of gets pushed around a little bit. Then you've got enough, I think, proof of concept to say some parts need to change. I don't know if it's all of them, but at least some of them. And I think that would be a difficult set of conversations to have, but one that you would expect if you run into the same sort of fate.
Tim Bontemps, ESPN, is reporting that teams are monitoring the Donovan Mitchell conversation. Do we hit a spot then where Donovan in the offseason is like, I just can't do this anymore?
Well, I'd say two things about that. One is that those sorts of reports have frequently come out around, right? Like it feels like ever since Donovan got to Cleveland, everybody's been monitoring the Donovan Mitchell situation, quote unquote. And I say that not to cast any aspersions on Tim. He's a hell of a reporter and a really great writer. I think everybody keeps an eye on these things because the idea initially was never like Donovan Mitchell is, pulling out all the stops to make sure he gets to his preferred destination, the Cleveland Cavaliers. It was a trade that happened, and he landed here and has been fantastic and has been mutually beneficial for both sides. And I think, at that point, there's absolutely no reason why you'd say he's got to be running for the hills. The other side of it is he's getting deeper into his career. He's got that player option coming up heading into 27-28. And it's time when, we don't have really superstar free agency anymore. Right? We don't have situations where guys hit the market and have, they're the belle of the ball and they got the pick of the litter. And so you can understand the league saying, if Donovan Mitchell sees that he doesn't feel like he's got a chance to get to the championship level with what's around him in Cleveland right now, if there's whatever concern about that, and he sees a potential off-ramp and he sees an opportunity to maybe put himself in a different position, the league is going to monitor that, right? All Donovan Mitchell can do is play absolutely 100%, 100 miles an hour as he's done the entirety of his time being in Cleveland, and consistently say at every opportunity, there's no reason I want to be out of here. I'm not aware of any moment where he has messaged anything other than that. But, star players that can move the needle don't come on the market all that often. It only feels like it. And when you look at the guys who would be under contract long term or not in situations where they're going to be moving elsewhere, he might be one of the ones that's approaching the off ramp more quickly. So I think that's partially why the rest of the league would be keeping an eye on that.
Dan Devine, we stay checking you out over there at Yahoo. Fantastic insight as always. We appreciate you giving us a few minutes, and we'll catch up with you later.
Appreciate you, Dan.
Thanks so much, guys. Take care.
All right, good stuff right there, Dan Devine. On the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline, we're into what he had to say and whether or not the Cavs did give up on DeAndre Hunter just a little bit too early. It's Jonathan Peterlin and Spencer German. It's Afternoon Drive with you guys right here on The Fan.
Nick Wilson here for Northeast Factory Direct. I'm a dreamer, all right? And if you're like me, if you're a dreamer and dreaming about upgrading your kitchen, but you thought it was too expensive or complicated, think again. Northeast Factory Direct has made it easier and more affordable than ever to transform your kitchen into the space you've always wanted. And now, for a limited time, you can get a complete 10x10 kitchen cabinet set for just $2,599. That's right.
Thanks. And right now at Staples, save up to $125 off your print order. Exclusion supply. Shop Staples in-store, online, or in the app. Ends 4/18. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Hear all of the latest Cavs and NBA trade news right here, ahead of the NBA trade deadline, Thursday at 3 p.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
I'm a little skeptical that anything's going to happen before this trade deadline for Giannis. I think this is the Bucks kind of on a fact-finding mission, trying to figure out what the market is for him. Do you really feel like sacrificing a decade of Evan Mobley or what? Like if that's the piece, if that's the drop-dead piece, for what could be a couple of years of Giannis, that's a big, dangerous, kind of concerning. You got to have a pretty big appetite for risk to make that kind of decision. However, you can understand the thought why it's attractive. They've spent so much time and money and energy and effort to try to get the most out of this core. It feels like that would be a very dramatic sort of shift in mission. But Kobe Altman in that front office, they get paid to win a championship, not just to have the best net rating or whatever. So maybe that's the move. I can see it as an opportunity. I think they've got some flexibility to try to make something happen. It would just be an awfully big swing.
That was Dan Devine on a potential Giannis trade and what that would look like and the framework of everything. And listen, I don't think many people, Spencer, believe that this is going to happen. I would still put it in the probably not going to happen category. But the idea that we can have these conversations and the idea that it's being presented, I think, is a good thing for Cavs fans. But ultimately, it does ask a very interesting question off of it. Like, if you could get 2, 3, 4 years of Giannis, do you give up potentially 10 years of Evan Mobley? For me, that answer is yes.
Yeah, I mean, I think you would because, again, this business isn't about just like building rosters that are always competitive. I know some teams treat it that way, a.k.a. the Cincinnati Bengals during the Marvin Lewis years, right? Maybe the Pittsburgh Steelers right now, they're just in the business of, hey, if we get to the playoffs, it's all good. But in the grand scheme of things, like you're chasing that end goal. They're chasing the championship. And the Cavs right now have I cross sports there, and then I want to call them the Browns. The Cavs have this window of opportunity right now where they're considered a good team in the Eastern Conference, and these things only come around so often. It's not very often that you also have a superstar player like Donovan Mitchell. I mean, LeBron was like a once-in-a-lifetime thing because he was from here, and he decided he'd come back. So I understand like trying to maximize that. I'll say this too, like 'cause as we talked about like the parameters of this deal, and again, I am not opposed to if you were to pull this off, giving up Evan Mobley. But what I do think is also interesting is for as much as we wonder about the fit with Mobley and J.A., this is another part that you have to kind of figure out is like, if you were to trade Mobley but keep J.A., how did J.A. and Giannis fit together? Like, they're the exact same players too. So that becomes like another level to this where I don't know if it all adds up right now to a deal getting done, to Dan's point, because I just think roster-wise, like, things are a little bit clunky, and if the Cavs can't move J.A. right now, and some other pieces to make it work, I think it's complicated.
But I think that's why most people are like, oh, Jared Allen and Darius Garland, those are the two pieces that we would make it move. But if I was the Bucks, I would hang up the phone if that was the offer.
Right. Well, and that's the thing. It's like that's the trade machine dream, right? Is you just plug that in and say, oh, the salaries match. And
I hate it
because the Cavs get under the second apron, they can pull this off. But it's like, it doesn't always work that way. Like, it's the old meme that people throw up where they're like, here, take my trash players for your really good player. And I'm not saying J.A. and Darius Garland are trash.
No, but
like,
I get what you're saying.
Like, it doesn't work that way. Like, you have to have a team that's willing to take those two guys on. And so if the deal was only going to be consummated with Evan Mobley involved, and then you're stuck with J.A. and Giannis, like, that's why all of this, to me, like you said also, feels like it's just an impossibility right now. I'm not saying it can't happen in the summer. I don't think the Bucks ultimately trade him anyway, but it just feels like right now it probably doesn't make sense for the Cavs, even though they have this window.
Yeah, I don't know that Dan's right about the idea that they're not going to trade him this trade deadline, only because if they're offering up counter offers, according to the Shams report, that means that they're taking this seriously. They're gonna realistically entertain the idea of moving him right now. You wouldn't, if not, you just say okay, fine, and just hang up on people.
For them, it all comes down to: do you think that right now you're going to get more for Giannis from some team that's, hey, we'll give you all this stuff right now? Or do you think there's going to be better opportunities for that in the summer? Like, if they think maybe the Cavs will play ball with you and give you Evan Mobley in the summer, they might wait. Because, frankly, of all the teams that he's been rumored to, and with the Cavs kind of creeping up the last couple days, Mobley's probably the best overall player that's been, like, linked to any sort of chatter around Giannis Antetokounmpo right now. Like, if it's the Knicks, who seem like they're not really into it, like, they don't really have
the name for the Knicks was always Cat. That'd be the one that they throw in. I mean, and that's a good name.
But I would take Evan over him personally. I think if you want to say Evan's soft, I think the same problem sort of applies to Cat. Excuse me.
Yeah, a little bit.
Like Miami,
He's
like,
a little zesty.
It's Tyler Hero, who you've been trying to get, who the Heat have been trying to like float in trades for like years and years at this point. Like I don't know that there's some like big name other than Evan.
And then Jimmy Haslam can finally bring a championship to the city. How about that? Zach Lowe, by the way.
That is honestly galaxy brain thought behind all this is like, man, if they really traded him to Cleveland, Jimmy Haslam could sit there courtside and know, I finally got this thing across the finish line.
Does that actually help or hurt the Cavs in these discussions? Because wouldn't Jimmy look at it and be like, "Oh shoot, Cavs won another one. Like I can't. Like they win titles. They make the Browns look bad every single year."
Does he get to go on stage at the parade this year and like?
If he got the deal done for Giannis
after Dan Gilbert does.
I will size him up for the ring myself, okay? If Dan Gilbert trades Giannis to the Cavs and makes it look friendly in the process, almost like hey, I'm sorry I don't get the Browns right, but I'm going to do this for you guys right here, right now. I will size you up for the ring myself. I will forgive a lot of the transgressions in the past and do so with the understanding that you're just trying to help out the city of Cleveland, which at turns it feels like you've done so wrong so many times.
It would be funny if that's how this all ended. With like,
I don't know, though. He might look at it, though, and be like, I can't have the Cavs looking this competent. There's no deal to Cleveland. They're off the table because they're going to look too good with Giannis and Donovan Mitchell.
This brings up a good question. Like, how cordial are Dan Gilbert and Jimmy Haslam with each other anyway?
I mean, wouldn't you think it's like a very competitive thing in the city?
Well, also, like, this is a very small thing, but when all the renderings were coming out for the new stadium, there was this whole idea that, we're going to bring Cosm to this new space in Brook Park.
That's right, and there was a whole everything about that.
And Dan Gilbert basically swiped that and said, nope, we're doing the Bedrock Project, and we're going to bring it downtown. And it's going up down the street. It's going up right around the corner from us.
Can't be thrilled about that. Oh, one thing I learned about Cosm that I don't like, though. So listen, Cosm's everyone that goes say they love it, right?
Yeah.
Says it's awesome. I didn't realize it's 2 minutes behind actual game time, though.
Oh yeah, you gotta make that
for
live.
betting purposes and everything like that.
Make that live.
Yeah, they have to. By the time it opens, they have to make it live. They have to make it 100%. Am I supposed to just put my phone down and not be able to tweet or do anything while this is happening?
The whole point is that you're like able to bet while it's like looks like you're at the game and you're there in real time.
It should be. If anything, it should be better than what my TV is. It should be clued into exactly what it is.
Well, especially for what I've heard it costs. Like if you're gonna have like an afternoon out with the boys and pay like your share of like a $1,500 bill or whatever. Like you kind of want. You kind of want it to be up to the timing.
So now I'm thinking about a scenario where it's like it's Gilbert and it's Haslam and they just sit there and they drink at like the top of the terminal tower and they laugh. They just laugh at how poor Dolan is. And like the owners
they
meeting,
didn't let him up there.
No.
He's like, you can stay on like the first floor.
You must be this rich to ride the elevator to the top. I'm sorry, your net worth isn't high enough. And they just laugh and they just poke fun at how cheap Dolan is.
Or is Dolan at the bottom laughing at them because he's like, hey, my team's the most consistent winner in the city.
I think about it from that perspective often. Like, is the competitiveness? It can't be about dollars at that point. It's got to be about success of the team, and then there's got to be
and like what you do for the city at that point, right? Like I think Jimmy Haslam thinks like the Dome is the end-all be-all of I brought the greatest thing you could ever bring to a place like Northeast Ohio once this Dome gets built. But I think Dan Gilbert's looking and he's like, I updated our entire arena.
He brought a title.
I'm building
That's all
a
you need.
practice facility on the riverfront that looks awesome. I got Cosm downtown. I'm investing in all these properties now. Like I'm building all this great stuff. Like I think it definitely is competitive. I agree with you on that.
Yeah, but how competitive though? To the point where Gilbert would, Haslam would spike any deal in order to make sure that
wouldn't that be
Gilbert
funny if you found out that's what happened behind the scenes?
Oh no, I would cry. I would cry is what I would do.
Here's what I'll say.
Now Milwaukee's only going to be relevant in the Giannis time period, so like we only got to worry about this once.
I don't think like it's like a Matt Ishbia situation where like they hate each other that much.
Might be.
They also dabble in like different business ventures. Like obviously Jimmy made his money in Pilot Flying J and Dan's more like, the investments and insurance or the rocket money and all that.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't know if they're like as competitive, but from a standpoint of like who's done more for the city, I'm sure Dan Gilbert probably like thinks he has a leg up on all these guys.
Dan wins that competition going away.
For sure.
That's not even that's Usain Bolt versus a toddler.
So do you
that's not even close.
So this is an interesting dilemma though, because if you're Dan Gilbert, are you like, this is a very hypothetical situation. We don't even know if they actually beat.
We're talking Giannis trades right now. We're into it.
Do you put any hypothetical beef with Jimmy Haslam on the back burner to know I could deliver a second championship to Cleveland if I make this trade for Giannis Antetokounmpo?
Yeah, that's the whole basis of it. Yeah, because you in many ways seeing the Browns do what they've done over the previous 2 years, you don't want you don't want another team in this city really succeeding in a massive way. Because every time another team succeeds, people just point and say, why can't you be like them?
I've done that story a number of times. Why can't he buy the Guardians and help put some money into it?
Exactly. Why can't you be like them? All right. So anyway, a lot of stuff coming out with the Giannis stuff, and obviously, I didn't actually get your thoughts on the trade from this weekend in general. We'll talk a little bit more about it later on. But like Schroeder in this, like the best player in the deal went away, but he wasn't being a very good player for the Cavs as is. I think there's a way that this works out as a positive in many, many ways for the Cavs.
Yeah, I agree. We don't have to get too deep in the weeds on it at this juncture because I know we'll come back to it. But I thought that given where the Cavs were, second apron team, all these different things, it was like a best case scenario trade to try to improve your team now for what you were getting for DeAndre Hunter. I by the way, and I hate that because I loved the DeAndre Hunter trade, and I was like, this is what the Cavs need. But it just wasn't working here this year, and I think they did the best they could to try to fix the roster around him. And also, as Dan pointed out, like get you another guy that can be point guard if Darius is going to be seriously hurt for a long period of time.
All right, 216-474 to below 92. Should Todd Monken distance himself from Shedeur? One analyst thinks that's reality. I think it's nonsense. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
and 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollock.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
I actually do like it spicy. You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. 6 to 10 a.m., Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2. Afternoon Drive, it's Nick Wilson and myself, Jonathan Peterlin. We go from 2 to 7 live each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free to watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan live and on demand now. All right, back at it here on The Fan. It is Jonathan Peterlin, Spencer German in with myself today. I had to give you an update, quick update.
Okay.
I don't know how much you know about our Amish housekeeper, or house cleaner, excuse me. But it's been an ongoing bit that we've been doing. I actually do have an Amish house cleaner. We changed out Amish house cleaners though. We got her sister now, and so today was the debut of her sister showing up. And this one is just I don't know what to do with it. Like, so the first one we had was like very much like I made her a sandwich every time she came over. Like it was but she never had like headphones in. She never did any of this stuff. Like it was just very simple, very by the book, exactly what you think Amish. Mac, this one, she had 2 phones, one a flip phone, one a main phone.
Whoa, how does that work?
I don't know. She had 2 phones. She had headphones in the entire time. Like she definitely was not doing what the first one was doing. Like I think this one is basically using work as a rumspringer. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. It completely threw me for a loop. This one was completely different.
Someone needs to explain, like, the Amish, like, I don't know, just the lifestyle to me. Like, is there different levels to it? Like, are you, like, fully embracing Amish where it's like, I don't do any of the technology stuff?
My first one was. Like,
that's what I mean.
We'd have audio on in the other room, and you could tell she was, like, perturbed by it. Like, the idea of, like, I can't be listening to this.
So is she not, like, in the same...
I know. That's what's blowing my mind. And it's almost like we got, like, a bizarro version of the sister, too. Like, is I
know there's always those stories about, like, Amish people, when they get to a certain age, they get a chance to, like, go out and, like, try things and, like, see if they just want to, like, go live in the real world without being Amish. And then if they come, like, they can either choose to come back or, like, go live on their own. But, like, this just sounds like she still is Amish and she still gets to, like, dabble with some of the pleasantries of not being Amish.
It's like her cheating. I always felt comfortable talking about the first one because I was like, she's not listening to the radio. Like, there's no way. This one, I don't know what she's doing.
Maybe she was listening to Baskin and Phelps as she was cleaning your house.
Got no idea.
She's going to come in and she's going to have tattoos on her arm and everything like that, too, all of a sudden.
Or they're, like, removable tattoos that at the end she, like, scrubs off because she still has to go back to her Amish place. Like, I was thrown for a loop. 2 cell phones. No one that has 2 cell phones is on the up and up ever in life.
But did she ask for the sandwich?
I don't even have 2 cell phones.
No. So we're setting the new precedent, okay? So I made the first one. For some reason, it just got told to us that you have to make them a sandwich as part of like the deal. It's like a thing they expect, and if not, they get very insulted by it. And so I see this one with headphones on and all this, and I'm like, no, I'm not doing it. And I'll wait and see. If she says something, then I'll be back making sandwiches like 2 weeks from now. But like, as far as I know, she didn't say anything about it.
What kind of sandwiches did you make?
It was always a turkey sandwich. It was very
That's fair.
It was very easy.
That's a classic.
But also kind of annoying in some respects, you know.
Okay, I have another question too.
Yeah.
You said she was wearing headphones. Was these like over the ear? Were these like little earbuds?
No, they were like AirPods that had the wire still. But they had the wire still.
Okay, so like all right.
Yeah, like the old school ones. But then what was weird is she had she had a brand new like iPhone like I have, and then she also had this flip phone that could have been from like 2008. So like I wondered if the flip phone, but none of it makes sense. They're not supposed to like. I don't know.
Is she the sister that organizes everything though?
Have they changed the parameters of what being Amish means? Like, are you allowed to use some of this stuff?
I mean,
now?
she's listening to music the whole entire time. Makes me feel better. The first one listened to
you know
nothing.
what she was listening to?
I had no idea.
Maybe if she's the one that organizes all the appointments for everybody. And, is the one that takes the phone calls and everything.
Is this something from the show Amish Mafia? Did you ever watch that show?
No, I haven't seen that show.
I never watched it, but I heard it was pretty crazy.
Intense.
I heard it was pretty crazy.
It sounds intense. So, yeah, that's where I'm at now. That's the update. We'll find out more as we keep going.
Do you do this at the same time every day?
We're setting – do I what now?
Do you bring this up at the same time every day? Is it like a bit every single day at a certain time?
No, we just have fun with it. Nick,
I just want to know where I need to listen because I kind of want these updates now. Like, I'm as fascinated as everybody else.
I'm sleeping with her behind my wife's back. It's a whole fun razzle.
Nick calls the first sister Anna Diamish.
On a day homage.
It's just it's a whole thing.
That came up at my house yesterday too.
What's that?
Because of the show that we're watching with Tom Hiddleston. There was a scene where the one rich guy was sleeping with the nanny. And of course, like, my wife rolls over and she's like, yeah, they're always sleeping with the nanny. And I'm like, we don't have a nanny. I don't know why you're like telling me this. Like,
don't get mad at me. We don't have one.
This doesn't apply to me.
If we had one, you'd instantly fire her. That is part of the deal. All right. I want to play this Connor Orr audio. I don't know how much frame of reference you have for this. Last week we played that Emmanuel Acho audio. People lost their mind over it. I
wish I reacted to that on Saturday because that was preposterous.
Oh, you didn't? You didn't take a stab at that one?
No, we should have, and I forgot to bring it up with Earl, and then we got like rolling on some other things, and it just never happened.
I get it though. And Saturday shows are tough because sometimes you're trying to not do like a complete recap of the week. But you're also then trying to, like, hey, we have to
balance.
Yeah, that's all. So I could see how that one slipped through the cracks a little bit. But this one from Connor Orr, I think it's not as crazy as Acho, but it's living in the same ballpark, but not nearly enough people are paying attention to it. Here we go.
If I'm Monken, I'm saying this is just my internal calculus. I've waited this long to get a head coaching job in the NFL. I am 59. This is never happening again. I got to make this work. And so I got this quarterback over here that every team in the NFL passed up for 4 different rounds. Okay. And if I cut him and I let him go, maybe someone will pick him up. But what are the chances that that guy has a Saquon Barkley effect on me and makes me look like an idiot for cutting him? Versus what are the chances that I'm stuck with him? I got to play him at some point. He does something in a game that makes me look stupid, or the Sanders Inc. comes in here and makes me look like right? Like, that's how you kind of got to weigh that if you're Monken, right? I mean,
Yeah, and I agree with you. And if it was Todd Monken making that decision in a vacuum, I think it's a real debate, but I don't think it's Todd Monken making that decision in a vacuum.
And I think that's part of the problem. That's how we get here.
All right, that courtesy of the MMQB. Obviously, the other voice there is Albert Breer. He'll be on with us tomorrow. But, Spencer, the kind of insane part of that clip for myself is the idea that Todd Monken doesn't know what he's getting into right now.
I did think it was interesting that Albert sort of co-signed it. Like, because when Albert says things, it's usually from like an informed standpoint, right? Like, he's obviously very well, and he's an insider. That's why you guys have him on. So I thought that part was interesting. But, yeah, like, what does this take? The coach is supposed to come in day one and just be like, I don't want, like when Shador's walking down the hall to his office, like, nope, shutting the door, keep him out. I'm not saying it has to be that deliberate, but like, I don't understand how that benefits him. I think coaches at this point understand how much this business is about relationships with players, other coaches, executives in front offices and things. Like, you can't burn that bridge, especially given the state of things right now where you don't have, like, everyone acts like sometimes the Browns have all these options at quarterback. Now, I've been also on the sign the take of they probably are going to add somebody to that room. It might be a veteran that like we've heard of before. It might be somebody a bigger name that's out there in the market right now, like a Malik Willis or a Mac Jones or whatever. But it might just be sort of like an ancillary thing. I'm not saying that like the guys that are there right now is for sure going to be what the room looks like, and then he's not going to at least bring in some other options. But you know, that's all sort of in the spirit of building a roster. Just completely saying when you don't really know what your quarterback situation is going to look like, how it's going to be, what Deshaun Watson's going to look like, if Dylan Gabriel's part of the math on this, like you just got there. You can't just distance yourself from one of the only quarterback options that you have. And frankly, what might be the best quarterback option you have in that room right now?
Well, that's it. Like, you're going to be able to have a full training camp. And if Shador ends up being the best bet, that's not a bad thing. That's something that then you're like, all right, let's get after it. But what's interesting to me about this, the whole Monken discussion in general, is that in a weird way, I'm not saying he's getting a Peterlin pass, but I think he will eventually get some sort of pass from a lot of the fans if you fast forward 1 year from now and Shador did get to start all these games and it didn't look particularly good. Like no one is suggesting that Monken is going to turn water into wine, so to speak. Like, you're going to, if he makes Shador into what Shador was projected to be and everything else when we watched him play in college, if he turns him into that, then great. And I still think Shador's got a lot of talent. But if he doesn't, because there's so many bad pieces, there's so many everything, People aren't going to look at Monken and say, whoa. You weren't able to do anything with Shedeur? You must be an idiot. No one's going to say that.
It's really well said. And I think the other part of this, too, is like, this is a year. I know Monken signed a 5-year deal. That's very whatever. Like, Kevin Stefanski signed a 5-year extension. He made it through 2 of those years that he signed the extension for. Like, none of that really matters.
Yeah.
And plans always deviate based on how things go. And it could be a complete disaster next year, and then maybe Todd Monken's fired. But I would imagine that the Browns made this hire with the idea that they don't envision it going poorly 1 year in, 2 years in, but that they also understand where they're at. The idea here is we're hiring Todd Monken because we need a vision for our offense. And so if that's the goal, you kind of know the score already. You don't have a great quarterback. So give him a year to figure out, like, is Shedeur that guy? Or do I need another option and we're going to start this other player? And if somebody starts over Shedeur, by the way, then you probably have your answer at the end of the season anyway that, like, okay, we don't really think he's going to amount to that guy. But, like, you don't just rip off the Band-Aid now and say, forget this guy, we're done. You let the process play out in a transitional year where you're going to probably have some leeway to see your vision through and sort of figure out what direction you want to take this thing. It just makes no sense to just completely slam the door shut on Shedeur Sanders because of distractions outside or whatever, which, by the way, I think is also overblown. Like, Shedeur did nothing but come in here and, like, sing the praises of his situation and talk about how committed he was to just being good at football. He brought up numerous times that he can't control the outside stuff from people that love him and support him. Like, that's all their thing. He tried to sort of pour water on the Kevin Stefanski beef and all that. Like, I don't think he's as big of a distraction internally as people make him out to be externally. So the idea that it's like, oh, you can't tie yourself to this guy is just preposterous.
Well, Connor Orr's making it sound as if he's toxic. Like, as if, like, anything that ends up in his orbit just instantly turns to mush and turns to all sorts of bad. Like, when you suggest to, like, basically disassociate yourself from him and make sure the whole NFL world knows, like, that's not my guy, I'm not going to be responsible for his lack of success moving forward or anything like that. All you're doing is just chopping down your options. Right. And I think it's just patently dumb.
Well, and by the way, Todd Monken could have. I'm not saying that when Shedeur came to his office in that video that they shared that he was going to be like, we were trying to draft you last year, but I didn't want you. But, like, he could have said nothing. He could have just said, like, nice to meet you. Like,
and I wonder if that's what Connor Orr is kind of getting to the idea of, like, maybe Monken went a little too hard in the paint of support of Shedeur. Where if, like, because, like, the viewpoint right now after that video, fair or unfair, is the idea that Monken likes Shedeur. And so, like, when people think that they're your guy or that you have a real affinity for him and you really like him, then they all of a sudden have expectations attached to it. And so I do wonder if maybe Connor Orr is like, hey, play it cool, Monken. What you have to be doing here is, like, I'm indifferent to what happens with Shedeur, and if he ends up being great because I see it with my own 2 eyes, then he ends up being great.
Yeah, I just think it's interesting, though, that Todd Monken chose to do the opposite of what Connor Orr is suggesting in that video.
I think he knows. I think Monken knows. Andrew Berry was in the room. Andrew Berry clearly likes Shedeur Sanders, okay? I will go until the day I die believing that Andrew Berry just really likes Shedeur Sanders. He liked him in the draft process. He's liked him throughout the entire stretch that we've at least seen him here in Cleveland. It's just how I think he thinks, okay? And so he knows Andrew Berry's in the room. He just got the job. Like, I'm sure there's a part of him to be like, of course I like Shedeur. I'll be buddy with him. Let's do this.
Right. I just feel like for a team that doesn't have a lot of options at quarterback, why would you rule out anything at this point? Like, that's
right. And that's the other side of it.
That's the root of the conversation that we're having. Like, this entire offseason is like, is it Shedeur? Is it Deshaun trying for the 3rd or 4th time?
Who's going to look at Todd Monken and be like, you failed because you couldn't get Shedeur or Deshaun Watson to have a boatload of success?
I think
no one's going to look at it that way.
Everybody understands that, like, if Shedeur starts this year, it's about finding out, okay, what from the good last year can be replicated, or can we hone in on that he can do well? And if it's bad, then okay, he's just not our guy, and you can then pivot to that next quarterback.
Monken's almost in a win-win of sorts. No one's going to look at him and say, whoa, you really screwed it up if you don't get Shedeur to be successful.
But if he gets him to be successful.
But if he gets him to be successful, everyone's going to get, like, last year I wanted to give Stefanski no credit if he ended up getting Shedeur to look great. And at certain points, Shedeur did look really good, right? And I wanted to give Stefanski zero credit. I thought the way he handled the whole situation from the quarterback room all the way down to beginning with 4 quarterbacks and thinking Dylan Gabriel was better than Shedeur, I thought it was nonsense. I didn't want to give him any. I'll give Monken a bunch of credit. Like, and that's where Monken wins in this. Shedeur will get a bunch of credit as well. Always. You have to give credit to the players. But he'll get a bunch of credit. And he'll get a lot of, like, kudos from across the league. And then it'll be a very good thing. In many ways, Monken's in a win-win situation. 216-474 to below 92. Want to hear from you guys on this. Should Monken distance himself from Shedeur? Connor Orr thinks that he should. It's Jonathan Peterman and Spencer German. Afternoon Drive with you guys right here on The Fan.
Listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights 11 p.m. to midnight. All the best segments from all of our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollock.
The radio home of the NFL in Cleveland.
This penalty's declined.
We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
If I'm Monken, I'm saying this is just my internal calculus. I've waited this long to get a head coaching job in the NFL. I am 59. This is never happening again. I got to make this work. And so I got this quarterback over here that every team in the NFL passed up for 4 different rounds. Okay. And if I cut him and I let him go, maybe someone will pick him up. But what are the chances that that guy has a Saquon Barkley effect on me and makes me look like an idiot for cutting him? Versus, what are the chances that I'm stuck with him? I got to play him at some point. He does something in a game that makes me look stupid. Or the Sanders Inc. comes in here and makes me look like right? Like, that's how you kind of got to weigh that if you're Monken, right? I mean, you know.
Yeah, and I agree with you. And if it was Todd Monken making that decision in a vacuum, I think it's a real debate. But I don't think it's Todd Monken making that decision in a vacuum.
And I think that's part of the problem. That's how we get here.
That is Connor Orr, MMQB, with a little cameo from Albert Breer. We'll ask him about that tomorrow because that is a wild thing to just throw out there. That, like, it's in the best interest of Monken to just waive Shedeur Sanders. Has he seen this quarterback room? Has he seen what we're dealing with?
He also, at one point he said there's a chance like Sanders does something that makes him look stupid in a game. Mm-hmm. The only time I remember Sanders doing anything that was like, oh boy, you better get, like, it was after he ran that one play, gets the first down, he's like celebrating, doing his thing, and everyone was kind of like, oh dude, like, you got to get back in the huddle. But that was like the very first appearance he made. It was in that Ravens game.
Yeah.
And then like everything after that was like, okay, yeah, there were some good throws. There were some bad throws. He was taking chances downfield. I heard Shelby Harris talking the other day on, I think it was ESPN, about the idea that they loved as a defense the fact that he was willing to take some of those shots downfield and that it looked tangibly different from what they were doing with Dylan Gabriel. It was all kinds of dink and dunk stuff. So I don't know what this thing is that Connor Orr's alluding to that he thinks Shedeur's going to do that's going to make him look absolutely stupid on the field, off the field. Like there wasn't a lot of moments where other than I guess like the pantomiming answers, but that was before he was starting.
Yeah,
I like what is he going to do that's going to be so detrimental to Todd Monken that he loses his job?
I think what Connor's trying to point out is like if you throw Shedeur out there and he just stinks. And if he just doesn't look good at all, then you're the one wearing it. But I contended last segment.
With you. Like,
yeah, I don't think you are.
No one's going to sit there and be like, oh, Todd Monken, he must stink as a coach. He couldn't get something out of Shedeur Sanders. Maybe not nobody. There might be some people, the staunchest of Shedeur Sanders supporters, who are like, it's a coaching problem.
You followed up with Stefanski, and then you followed up with Monken. Now, people like myself might turn around and be like, well, he never had any talent around him. Like you got to give him some. You got to give him a real offensive line. You got to give him real receivers. You got to like.
And if they do that this year and it still stinks, then you kind of know.
Then it just again, even within that, it's still very, very early to be like, well, I guess he just stinks after 7 games last year, and then even if he gets a bulk of games this year, I imagine you're not going to let him. If he's as bad as we're talking about, you wouldn't let him go all 17 games. You'd probably pull the cord on it, kind of like what happened with Dylan Gabriel last year in some respect, even though that was concussions that started it. You know what I mean? But like, I don't know. I feel like if you're Monken, why would you try to get yourself off of the Shedeur train, so to speak? Like you only have things to gain out of this. Stefanski didn't do anything with him last year. If you're also not able to do anything with him this year, the convo is going to go to more on Shedeur than it's going to go more onto you. And so, like, this early in your coaching tenure, you're just not going to get sunk by Shedeur Sanders on a rookie contract, by the way, if it doesn't work out.
He's also kind of protected by, like you said, if it's not a good outcome with Shedeur Sanders playing games this year, it's either going to be people sitting there and saying, like, people that maybe don't like Shedeur, see, I told you he's just not that good. Or Todd Monken's also protected by the idea that, hey, maybe you didn't give Shedeur Sanders enough talent, right? Like if they get like one offensive lineman and one receiver,
for sure,
does that put everything over the top now where they're all going to be good? Like there's still that part of it where I think no matter what, like you alluded to, Monken is kind of absolved from anything that happens with Sanders this year because
and to go a step further on that, I think the only way he does step in it is if he actually brings another quarterback into the equation and then does what Connor Orr was trying to do, which is waive Shedeur Sanders in the process. Like, imagine this scenario. Just play it out in your head really quickly, okay? They cut Shedeur because Monken can't handle it and doesn't want to deal with it and thinks that he's not any good at football and is only going to rub people the wrong way, etc. And he goes to the starting week 1, and it's Deshaun Watson because that's the guy Monken really believed in, and then Deshaun stinks. Like, Monken's never going to hear the end of it.
Right.
It's going to be like, wait, Shedeur's...
You gave up on this guy before you even gave him a chance.
Shedeur's off in La La Land just trying to get any opportunity because most teams don't go through 75 quarterbacks every year.
Right.
So he's a backup quarterback in another city, not just sitting there, not even playing, not even doing anything, and we're just watching Deshaun Watson stink up the joint? Like, that's not going to go well at all.
No.
The only way you get out of that in that equation is if you send Shedeur packing and then the quarterback you choose is awesome. That's the only way you get out of that, and the likelihood of that at this point seems very minimal.
I would attest that Monken does have a made in the shade again. Like, it's not even like he drafted Shedeur Sanders. He might have said that Baltimore wanted to draft him, but they did. He never actually drafted Shedeur Sanders, so it's not even his pick. And so because of that, like, he really has no ties to him other than, I'm going to try to see what I can do, and maybe we had interest in you in Baltimore, but I think him saying that at least alludes to the fact that he's going to give it a shot.
It's a quarterback free roll. That's all it is.
Yeah.
This upcoming season is a quarterback free roll.
That's a really good metaphor for it.
I mean, he gets a chance to go ahead and make Shedeur great. If Shedeur isn't great, okay, fine. You're back in the 2027 draft, and you're taking a quarterback, and then that's when you're tied to the judging. Yeah, when the judging and all this process, it starts then, and then we go from there. He is not a one-and-done head coach, Todd Monken, unless it ends up being...
Kitchens.
But even if it ended up being like Kitchens or Tom Sula, like, part of the reason why that happened is because it was so dysfunctional and so disorganized, right? Like, even if Monken doesn't have the players right now, he's not going to be dysfunctional and he's not going to be disorganized. Kitchens was dysfunctional and disorganized because he didn't know what he was doing. Monken's been in the NFL and college ranks for 37 years. He's been a head coach at the college ranks. Like, he's going to have a clue into how to at least make it look professional.
Well,
and that alone will get you to year 2.
Well, and I think it's also valuable that Todd Monken's offense has never been rooted in, I need a very specific style of quarterback. He did it with Jameis Winston. He did it with Lamar Jackson. He did it with Stetson Bennett at Georgia to win a national championship. Like, that also, I think, bodes well for the potential development of Shedeur Sanders as well.
216-474-0092. No question about that. Matt and Men are up next. What's up, Matt?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Hey, man. How are you?
Okay. Weather could be better, but, at least it's warmer. But anyways,
slightly.
I think the big thing that's going to hold Shedeur back, and, I feel bad for saying this because, I feel like he has talent. I don't know if, a new coach is going to want to come in here and every single question be about Shedeur, playing Shedeur. Is this guy because, there's reports Monken liked Shedeur, but, I am sure he wants, a chance with his guys. And unfortunately, you're starting to bring up the conversation of NFL coaches seem very much like no one is bigger than the team kind of deal. And you've seen that before with guys like, you could even argue Baker here with, the whole adult in the room comments. Unfortunately, there's the Kaepernick situation. There was the Tebow situation. When a quarterback isn't blowing the, making, so many big plays and his play being more than his actual aura off the field. I wonder if when you get a new coach in here like Monken, I wonder if he's just going to want a clean slate.
I mean, he might, and thank you, Matt. I appreciate you. That's kind of what Conor is suggesting is give yourself that clean slate. First off, as they were right to allude to in the clip, it's not going to be Monken's call anyway. Monken is a good soldier, basically. He just has to report to the people that make the decisions. That's Andrew Berry. That's Jimmy Haslam. And I've gotten no impression that Andrew Berry's ready to move off of Shedeur Sanders. But, yeah, you're right. After a couple years, if the juice isn't worth the squeeze, if all of a sudden it seems like the play isn't catching up to the theatrics around it, well, then okay, fine. But it's way too early to say that about Shedeur, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I maintain again, he didn't draft Shedeur Sanders. If we know in this league, GMs and coaches get tied to the quarterbacks that they draft, trade for, whatever. Andrew Berry is going to be forever tied to Deshaun Watson. Somehow he kept his job right now, but that's his move forever and ever. That's who you tied yourself to. So right now, Todd Monken he's not tied to anybody in Cleveland, right? It kind of is that get out of jail free card for a year where it's you get time to figure this thing out, knowing that we don't have a lot of options right now. And at some point, he'll get a chance to select his quarterback or find the guy that he really wants. And that's why would you start the clock on that before you have to?
And head coaches just aren't tied to who the quarterback is the same way. Now, yes, you do in some regards if it's a competition and you get to choose somebody. I was thinking about this with Kevin O'Connell. Kevin O'Connell, the big reports after Kwesi got fired was the idea that O'Connell was screaming to anybody that would listen, don't move off of Darnold. You can't do it. J.J. McCarthy isn't ready. All these things that make him sound really smart and intelligent after the fact that we didn't hear any bit of before Kwesi got fired.
Who leaked those?
Yeah, right. But part of that is the idea that Kevin O'Connell's reputation as being some great play caller / head coach didn't get dinged at all because J.J. McCarthy couldn't play quarterback. It didn't. It was still wow, okay, you did this with Sam Darnold, and then this last year you took a step back, but it wasn't your fault that your quarterback didn't really know what he was doing. You obviously were still doing your job well. And so with head coaches, there's enough there that you can see, are they doing it right, or are you in a situation where it's just never going to work because you don't know what you're doing?
Yeah, I mean, I think the best case scenario for Kevin O'Connell is the fact that the Seahawks made the Super Bowl with him on it. Because he's still getting talked about as you're the guy that fixed Sam Darnold. I'm not saying Clint Kubiak didn't do a good job this year with him, and obviously the Seahawks offense has been phenomenal, but the Kevin O'Connell's still being talked about in the glowing way you're talking about because Sam Darnold made the Super Bowl, and it's they think he gets credit for that. So, yeah, you're right. Coaches can sort of maneuver around it different ways. If you're developing other players on the roster while you maybe don't have a quarterback or you're figuring out the quarterback,
that's a good point, too.
That helps you as well. But,
if Judkins looks great, if all of a sudden you have Harold Fanning continues his ascension to one of the top tight ends in the game, all these other things happen, you'll get credit for the offense. Hell, he's going to get credit for the offense just not looking stuck in the mud the way that it's always looked in the past couple years.
If they average 23 points a game next year, he'll get a lot of credit.
God, we're going to build him a statue. Kidding me? It's not even it's a high bar to clear. 23 points per game is 17th, 18th in the NFL. It's not even a high bar to clear, but we'd be thrilled because we went 12 games without scoring 20 plus points.
Yeah, they averaged 16 points per game this year. Was third.
Yeah, and it was 14 last year. That's just an embarrassing low number for Kevin Stefanski and somebody that is supposed to be an offensive guy. 216-474-0092. David in Cleveland up next. What's up, David?
Yes, how you gentlemen doing today?
What's up, David?
Okay, I just want to say I think that he shouldn't back up off of Shedeur. I mean, give him that confidence. I mean, still be up front with him, let him know that he has a job to do. But I have all confidence that Shedeur could actually do the job. But then one other thing, too. Why do we spend so much time about Shedeur, but we don't talk about why the offensive line wasn't blocking for him and why the receivers don't catch the ball?
We do. We talk about that all the time, David.
I don't. I listen to the radio every day.
Are you listening to this show, or are you listening to a different?
I listen to your show.
Then you've heard me getting Donnie Brooks about that idea that the offensive line stinks and we have no wide receivers.
Yeah, well, I'm just, and maybe it's not just your show, but other shows. You know what I mean? It's more about him.
I can only be responsible for this show, David.
The receivers and the offensive line are not blocking. We got to get behind him.
All right, David. Thank you, man. I appreciate you.
I think everyone wants to get behind Shedeur if he ends up being good. I think people want to see him succeed. I think people have their doubts right now, but, I've always heard Browns fans call in and say, I don't care personality-wise what the quarterback's like, skin color, any of that stuff. All I care about is getting a quarterback that's going to win his football games. So Shedeur Sanders plays well, people will be on it. But, yeah, the idea that nobody's talked about how bad the offensive line was and the receiving core and all those things holding him back, that's the whole premise of give him another shot this year, right? At the heart of giving him another shot is take the offseason to give him better weapons and a better offensive line and then see what you have before you really decide if you want to invest in him as your long-term answer.
Yeah, I mean, the heart of that conversation is, did he even get a fair shake because of what you saw last year with the offensive line, with the wide receivers, et cetera? And so it's an interesting convo, and I find it interesting that so many people want to just already assume that Monken is better off just cutting Shedeur and not even putting himself in the process of trying to figure it all out, and it just doesn't make any sense to me.
I agree. It's like I said, it was a wild take by Connor Orr.
That's all right. Well, we'll find out what Albert has to say with it tomorrow. And if that turns into some sort of Donnybrook with Albert, then it turns into that with Albert. But I'm fascinated to see how the next 6-7 months go with this Browns quarterback process. And I'm
curious to see if Dylan Gabriel is still on the roster.
I think he's going to get traded. I don't know how he makes it through.
It's still a third-round pick from Andrew Berry, but like if nothing,
yeah, but it was Stefanski's guy.
That's what I mean.
Like, he doesn't owe him anything.
Nothing would tell us more with Stefanski's guy than if they decide we're going to trade you. And frankly, like I don't know how you run it back with like Deshaun and then 2 rookies from this past year as your quarterback room. Like someone's going to have to be the odd man out. I think it's Dylan Gabriel.
All right, 216-474 below 92 if you want to get on this one. Also, does Browns Saints move the needle with a report that the Browns could be headed to Paris? It's Spencer German, it's Jonathan Peterlin with you guys right here on Afternoon Drive.
freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
You can now watch The Fan live on YouTube. Catch The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 till 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. And Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. Each and every weekday. It's free. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube.
Check out the Fan Off-Season Special every Tuesday night from 7 to 9. It's Jake Volnick, Coach Riz, Daryl Rodgers. They recap all the latest Browns news and the moves ahead this offseason in free agency and the draft for 1 week only. The show moves to Monday, February 2nd, okay? So that's tonight with Westwood One's Pro Bowl games broadcasted live from the Super Bowl tomorrow night. You can listen right here on 92.3 The Fan. Stream us on the Odyssey app and watch every episode live on YouTube. All right, back at it here on The Fan. It's Jonathan Peterlin, Spencer German with you guys. Have you seen the videos of Shedeur at his first Pro Bowl selection?
Oh, I've been seeing them. I saw the one yesterday of him taking snaps from Deion Dawkins, and Deion Dawkins was like, "Yeah, I've never done this before," and then he like throws up the wrist. I saw him talking to the media today about.
So that's what
how he was
I'm focused on.
surprised. Yeah, he was surprised he got the Pro Bowl nomination.
Well, no, people are like, they're highlighting the scrum being like some massive scrum all around Shedeur Sanders. There's a lot of people around him, and it's like, well, no, duh. What'd you guys think was going to happen?
I just don't know what he's done to like make people so mad that he gets attention. Like they're like, what has he proven? What is he? Who cares? People are sometimes famous for things that like are out of your control, that are like outside of just being a good football player. Like I don't. What does it matter that he draws a crowd and that people want to talk to him? I just don't know why it matters. Like, is it really that big of a problem to people that like that they have to lose sleep over the fact that at the Pro Bowl people are trying to talk to him?
Hey, I don't get it.
He's a polarizing person. Big deal.
But he shouldn't be. That's the funny thing about it. He himself doesn't do anything to draw this polarizing figure that he is.
It's because he's Deion's kid, and you know what they built at Colorado, and like how big that was the 2 years that he was kind of there. I think became like this larger than life thing.
Well, but it's even like this right here, being selected to the Pro Bowl. People they look at it as a thing that he didn't earn or deserve. And it's like, it's not his call.
It's not his fault.
He got the call and he said, okay, let's go.
Yeah, they
let's
called him and said, do you want to come to the Pro Bowl? And he said, I get a free trip out of this in San Francisco, and I get to keep playing football, which he clearly is addicted to because he's talked constantly about all the work that he keeps putting in. He was in the building ready to greet Todd Monken. I didn't see any other Browns quarterbacks in the building ready to greet Todd Monken.
No, Deshaun was in Italy.
TikToks in Italy? Yeah, considering moving there full time, it looked like in that one.
Yeah, I did see that. Yeah, his wife, they did a whole caption about him potentially moving there. Which, by the way, if I was Deshaun, not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea. Why not? Like if I'm Deshaun, if you move to like Italy or somewhere, you are instantly nobody knows who you are
until like the Browns come to play a game in Italy, and they're like, weren't you that guy that played for the Browns that one time?
Okay, like think about it. If there was a really popular soccer player, okay, that let's say even played for like Manchester United, and we're not. Deshaun Watson.
Don't we have this with Messi?
No, Deshaun Watson isn't Messi. Deshaun Watson isn't Pele type. Like that's the Mahomes. That's Tom Brady. Those are the high of the highs. Deshaun Watson was a very prominent figure in the NFL, but at his peak was still like, I don't know, the 7th most talked about quarterback. Even with all the scandals and everything like that, like Odell Beckham Jr. was more famous internationally than what Deshaun is.
Deshaun is not like a known thing.
I have no idea who the 7th most important person is in the Premier League. Okay, no idea. If that person,
Mac, do you know?
No chance.
Premier League guy?
No chance. If that person walked into the studio right now, I wouldn't know who they are. And so, like, that's the beautiful thing. Like, if you're Deshaun, you go over there, you have all the money in the world, so you can buy whatever you want still. You can exist, and just start a new life over there. No way, you get no massage jokes for the rest of your life. Nobody snorts every time you enter a room or whispers and does all the like, yeah, but did you know this? Like, none of that happens.
Does Deshaun still want to play football after this year? Like once the Browns kind of rid themselves
the
of
argument
this
is
whole
he never wanted to play football to begin with, even when signing $230 million contract.
But I'm saying, like, he knows he's going to have the money. Him being on the roster at this point kind of feels like it might be a formality unless Tom Monken really thinks like he's going to revive his career. But like, do you think he just disappears into the abyss after the season once the Browns like release him, or do you think he actually ends up somewhere else?
So I mean, it's kind of the off season, so we can do this. I don't want to spend too much time on this.
I don't even want to spend. I just want like a quick answer.
But I think Deshaun thought he could have like a Ben Roethlisberger second act, where it's like if you do so much in that second act, people forget about what happened. People forget about what happened anyway, for the most part. Like with Big Ben, we remember it because people listening here remember it because you're all diehard football fans. If you're listening to 92.3 The Fan right now, you're considered a diehard football fan, okay? That's how this works. And so, like, you guys all remember it. But, like, people in your lives, they don't really remember it with Big Ben the same way. They don't. Like, it's a footnote, but it's not the whole everything. He can go on talk shows, and people aren't like, so let's talk about what happened 15 years ago. And so I feel like Deshaun thought in his head, if I just go back and then I can win, if I win a Super Bowl, everything's taken care of.
Especially in Cleveland.
Yeah, like you're not remembered then for massage allegations and stuff like that. You're just not remembered for that stuff.
Right.
You're then remembered for the Super Bowl, and it's a footnote for people that are diehard football fans, like people listening to this right now, for you, for me, for Mac, for all of us. But that's all it is. And so I think that's what he was going for. Truthfully, I think that's what he was going for. I agree. And then it just blew up in his face because he's a broken toy and can't stay healthy. And then when he can stay healthy, he's not very good at football. Bad combo, if you ask me.
Which is why him disappearing to Italy might just be like the route to take.
I'm telling you, it's on the table. If I were him, just go off there. You got more money than you'd ever need. Just spend your time in other places that aren't America. Is it JR or is it Junior? I'm not sure, but you're in Dallas and now you're on the Fan. Hello.
Hey, guys. I want to say, first of all, you guys got me. Last time I called to you guys were like, "What, do you guys even know my name?" I was like, So you guys got me there. But how's it going, Jonathan and Nick?
It's good. It's Spencer today and for Nick, but how are you?
I'm good. So listen, I wouldn't back up on Shedeur. Matter of fact, he did the right thing in my opinion. You said you tried to draft this guy. That means he is going to give him every ounce of coaching. So for me, now that he's made the Pro Bowl, everybody wants to simply get rid of him. It's too late, guys. He's done enough to earn another opportunity. This is all this is. Martin is not going to sit him out there and make him look bad. If he looks bad, I'd cut him. Plain and simple. And I love Shedeur. I've seen this kid get his hair cut at least 5 times when he was in his teens. So give the guy a break. He got a
Wait, you mean you were in the barber shop when he was getting his hair cut? Is that what you mean?
I did say that. He used to get his hair cut.
Yes, I did say that. Okay. All right. And how was that experience?
Well, I mean, he never said a word. I mean, in the barbershop as a father of a kid that was a little older than him, he came in there and he handled himself properly. Sit down by his barber, talked to the other little kids that were there, and he got his hair cut and he was out of there. It's simple. But he did that. But he's truly a good kid that grew up with a rich father. He's a rich kid who's going to make everybody go, wow. Just give him an opportunity. You guys have been doing that. You've been fair, but all those analytics you guys were doing the other time, you confused me. But I got you now. Peterlin and Wilson. I love you guys. Have a great day.
Thank you. You too. Nick's not here. I don't know why he continued to think Nick's
He was
here.
just doing it to prove a point that he actually learned your name since the last time he called. Apparently,
I'll be your
Well,
Nick.
that's nice.
I'll be your Nick Wilson. It's fine. It's like in The Hangover. He's like, I'll be your Doug. I'll be your Nick Wilson.
What do you think about the rumors that the Browns are going to Paris?
Oh, I hate it.
You hate it?
Personally.
Okay, because you got to pony up money to go to Paris?
No,
Is that why?
I might be the only person in Cleveland. I'll preface this by saying I might be the only person in Cleveland that hates it. And I don't really, it's for fans, I get the excitement of going to somewhere like Paris and going overseas for these games and planning these trips like people do. That's a fun thing for fans for sure. I just selfishly, New Orleans is probably like one of my favorite cities to go to for just like a weekend. Mm-hmm. And so now that sounds like it's off the table for me, and that's very disappointing.
So you're not looking at it like it was Paris. You're looking at it like you lost New Orleans.
I won't do Paris, first of all, because like that's definitely not in the budget. But at the same time, if I also did Paris, I'd probably come home and my wife would divorce me. Like, she can understand the trips.
Paris might be as cheap as New Orleans at this point.
Is it?
Yeah, it's not that expensive to go to Paris these days.
Well, maybe I'll have to look into it. But the bigger thing is like, if my wife's not coming with me and I get to go to Paris, like, she'll be devastated by that. Like, she would love to go on like an international trip like that. So I probably just won't end up doing it. I'll probably just cover that game from home. So the idea of not getting a chance to go to New Orleans with the awesome food, the awesome nightlife, like just everything about it.
One of my city hot takes.
Disappoints me.
Don't love New Orleans.
Oh, I love New Orleans. I wouldn't want to live.
Don't love it.
I don't want to live in New Orleans.
I thought Bourbon Street and all that was so incredibly dirty, and I like a seedy. I like
That's
a
why
seedy
it's
place
good for a weekend.
Well, I like a seedy place every now and again. That's what I love about the horse track, for instance. I like seedy places, but that one was even a little bit too much for me. I felt like I was going to get robbed the entire time.
The food is so good.
Hey, didn't like it. Oh, even the food. It's so overrated in so many aspects.
Wow.
Yeah, I did not. Well,
is this
not
a worse take than Connor Orr? 216
Not a big New Orleans guy. Everyone loves New Orleans, and I'm just Ben didn't do much for me.
My wife feels similarly. I love it though. Like I could go back there every year. If maybe I need to start covering like the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
I mean, it was fine. I do feel like
or going once a year.
I felt like maybe it just got to be a little overrated. Was maybe the idea. Like when you go down Bourbon Street, for instance, it's like a copy and paste is all it is. And I'm not saying any of these things are bad. I like all these things, but it's like here's a dive bar that's playing some type of music, and then here's a place that has a smoothie stand that has liquor in it and alcohol. Then here's like a pizza joint, and then you get back
There's
to
a karaoke spot too.
Yeah, then you get back to the music place, and then it's like a wash, rinse, repeat for like a mile. And it's like we're just doing the same thing. I could have stopped after one block. Same thing over and over again.
I'm so bummed.
Yeah, I know. People don't love this take from me. It's okay. I've accepted it. I just have to be honest with who I am.
Listen, I mean, I also will say this. I think as I've gotten older, maybe this is like the get off my lawn take of that I've got as I've aged. I've started to feel this way. I get more and more staunchly against these international games. I'm like, this is American football. This is our sport. Why are we putting games at 9 a.m.? Why are we putting games in England and in Italy and Australia, whatever? Like, no, I want to watch football on my timeline in my country. It's a nationalism thing. I don't want football in all these other countries. Like, why do we have to do this? Yeah, I get why the NFL wants to do it. I just think it's sort of preposterous.
Well, no, but helping out the NFL's bottom line isn't in your best interest. I get it.
No, I don't care. Why do I care about that?
No, I get that part of it. I get.
The NFL prints billions every year, whether they go to England or not.
I've started ignoring the 9:30 game, by the way.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Nobody here cares.
I love football. I watch football from the entire 1 o'clock slate until Sunday Night Football is done, and I've just started ignoring the 9:30 game.
And that's my whole point. Like, if you're a Browns fan, unless you're a Browns fan who's genuinely going to this game, like you're going to travel and make it a thing. If it just takes a game like out of your purview in a way. It's like, oh, I got to wake up at 9:30 and watch this game, whatever. Like, it's exciting if you get to go. But outside of that, like, nobody cares about these 9:30 games generally. Like, the general NFL audience is not paying attention to them.
Yeah, and on the NFL Network, and you get, like, the D crew of the NFL Network.
People got to figure out how to get to the NFL Network half the time to find them. It's just, I don't know. I don't like it. It's American football.
All right, for more on this, for more on Shedeur as well, Eric at home joining us at 5:20. The Lead coming your way next right here on The Fan.
then now it goes back and forth. And wherever the ball is on the last possession, that's who gets to make the final call.
Well, can you defer being head coach to the second half?
I'll do it in the second half. We'll see how things go in the first half.
The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Win a pair of tickets to Post Malone presents the Big Ass Stadium Tour 2 with Jelly Roll and Carter Faith on Thursday, June 25th at Huntington Bank Field. Enter the word BETTER, BETTER, by the end of this hour at 923thefan.com to get registered to win, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets on sale Tuesday, February 10th at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com.
Is that like the best tour name ever?
The Big Ass Stadium Tour?
That's a pretty good tour name.
So I didn't read the script ahead of time. Usually when I do this stuff, I read every script ahead of time just to make sure that there's not like a word that'll trip me up or someone I don't know. I didn't read this because we were just talking in between the break. And when I was saying it, I'm like, that's what they're going with? The Big Ass Stadium Tour? All right. But also it's number 2, which means there was an initial Big Ass Stadium Tour, which is also fun.
They better go to the biggest stadiums out there. They're doing the Big Ass Stadium.
They are doing Huntington Bank Field. Doesn't get much bigger around these parts, so good for them. All right, it'd be funny if they go to the pavilion. It's like you got the wrong idea. Yeah. All right, according to Mary Kay Cabot, Browns DC Jim Schwartz has a decent chance of coming back under Todd Monken. Scott Petrak of the Chronicle Telegram was on with Baskin and Phelps today and explained the factors that could complicate his return.
The Browns had to see this coming. I don't know if they underestimated how upset Schwartz would be that he didn't get the head coaching job. But, I've been around Jim Schwartz for 3 years, and I think it was pretty easy to see that he was not just going to be like, oh, okay, I didn't get the job. He's got too big of an ego for that. So I know he's under contract, and the Browns are relying on that part to help keep him. I think it's more complicated than that. You have to figure out a way to make it work because you don't want to burden Todd Monken with a defensive coordinator with a huge personality and a lot of support in that locker room that doesn't want to be there. So they have to work through that as an organization. I think Monken and Schwartz have to work through that. And I think it's possible. And the fact that he's under contract does give the Browns plenty of leverage there.
Yeah, listen, I think the big thing here is if he comes back, it means they somehow convinced him and he decided, I'll be a good soldier. I'll do my job. I'm not going to undermine things, but that doesn't mean it's all going to be rainbows and butterflies either because I think, like you alluded to earlier in the show, the second what hits the fan and things maybe aren't going well with Todd Monken or the offense is still struggling, the defense has to carry the slack and all these different things, the second that things go awry and you're losing a bunch of football games, that's where you start to see the cracks and guys saying, hey, maybe this is why Jim Schwartz should have got the job. And that's the thing that kind of undermines what Todd Monken's trying to build.
Yeah, I'm not at the point where I'm alarmed enough where I'm like, oh, you can't possibly have him back in this building. If he doesn't want to be here already, then he's just, damn it. That's not me. That's not where I'm at in this. If Jim Schwartz wants to be here, then you open up the doors and you say, come right in. I don't let a 5-day pity party for himself go ahead and disrupt what you've already built, what he's already built, and I continue to try to see if he'll come on board. And I like the idea with each passing day. It seems like he's more and more open to it because he hasn't said no yet, hasn't closed the door on this. And I don't know, maybe he's just trying to figure out if like the Eagles job is something he's interested in, if that happens, or one of these other jobs. But it's the fact that it's open right now, I think, is a big shock to a lot of people. But I like the possibilities here.
We go out to Santa Clara, where Denzel Ward is in this week's Pro Bowl games, along with Shedeur Sanders. He was asked about his reaction on the Browns hiring Todd Monken.
From what I've heard, just his development of the offense and how he's able to pick those guys up and enhance guys' games. I think I've seen some stats on how he's helped Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry, and they had some of their best seasons under Todd Monken. Yeah, I'm just looking forward to us having an amazing offense. We kind of struggled on that end of the field when we were out there during the season, but just looking forward to them playing better.
Yeah, Denzel knows if they had a good offense, they'd be a playoff team. They were a good offense away from achieving a lot of what these guys want to achieve, and so in some sense, it doesn't feel like you're that far away, even though we know the amount of pieces you need on the offensive side of the ball. So you're still a little bit away. But yeah, Denzel's smart about this. Focus on the offensive side of the ball, get better there. Defense just stay doing what they do.
I think this is what the Browns hope more people react like, especially on the defensive side of the ball. I said that poorly, but the idea that there should be a lot of excitement around what Todd Monken brings to the table from an offensive standpoint. The fact that you can look right across the division to a team that you play twice a year, every single year, see the success that team had, the fact that Todd Monken's bringing some of that staff with him to kind of recreate what he had over there and feel like, hey, this guy's going to bring a vision to this thing and get us on track and finally deliver the offense that this defense deserves. And even if the defense takes a little bit of a step back because they lose Jim Schwartz, I think that's probably a sacrifice you're willing to make for the idea that, hey, we're still a good defense, and now we finally have an offense that complements it. I think it should be an exciting thing for everybody.
Yeah, it should be. Offense wins in this game. It's not a guessing game. It's not trying to figure it out. Offense wins in this game. I'll use the Steelers as a prime example. Nobody spent more money on the defensive side of the ball than the Steelers in the previous 4 years, okay? They have loaded up defensively on the amount of money and resources they put, and it had a capped ceiling because they didn't do enough on the offensive side of the ball, and that's just the reality. The game's not hard to figure out. Everything is offensive baked. We all like to think defense wins championships and all this other nonsense, but every Browns fan listening should look and see what happened over the previous 2 years where you had one of the best defenses in the sport and it got you 8 total wins. It's clear and obvious what you need to have happen with this team, but it doesn't happen overnight. All right, MMQB's Connor Orr talked about what's best for Todd Monken when it comes to managing Shedeur Sanders and the Browns quarterback room.
If I'm Monken, I'm saying this is just my internal calculus. I've waited this long to get a head coaching job in the NFL. I am 59. This is never happening again. I got to make this work. And so I got this quarterback over here that every team in the NFL passed up for 4 different rounds. Okay, and if I cut him and I let him go, maybe someone will pick him up, but what are the chances that that guy has a Saquon Barkley effect on me and makes me look like an idiot for cutting him? Versus, what are the chances that I'm stuck with him? I got to play him at some point. He does something in a game that makes me look stupid, or the Sanders Inc. comes in here and makes me look like right? Like, that's how you kind of got to weigh that if you're Monken, right? I mean,
Yeah, and I agree with you. And if it was Todd Monken making that decision in a vacuum, I think it's a real debate, but I don't think it's Todd Monken making that decision in a vacuum.
And I think that's part of the problem. That's how we get here.
I just don't know where there's this idea that, like, Shedeur Sanders is such a terrible option and he's going to, like, really screw things up for Todd Monken and he's going to do something stupid. Like, I don't get that. He managed to start 7 games this past year, and there really wasn't as much, like, distractions and fanfare around it as people made it out to be on the outside. I think Todd Monken's in a point right now where why would you start the clock on trying to find your own quarterback when you have some options here that you can try to work with and see what you can get the most out of with a roster that's depleted of talent on the offensive side of the football that you're trying to sort of rebuild? Why try to rush this thing? Like, take the time to see what you can get out of these guys and then worry about the quarterback position later. And frankly, like, the options are already slim. So you want to cut Shedeur Sanders or move on from Shedeur Sanders because you think he's too much of a distraction. What are the alternatives? Are you starting Deshaun Watson? Are you starting Dylan Gabriel again? Are you actually going to get a Mac Jones or Malik Willis? Yeah, I was thinking of all different Maliks in my head. I don't know why. So it's.
Did you think of Collins?
Yeah, that was the first one that came to mind.
It's thrown me off multiple times too.
That's the first time that's happened to me too, which is weird.
I have to constantly think about the right Malik when I say it. Constantly.
But anyway, yeah, I don't think he should be taking anything off the table, and it seems like based on that video we saw Friday that there is like a genuine interest there in trying to work with him and get the most out of him.
So the hard part about hiring someone like Todd Monken that was, despite what they tried telling everyone over the weekend and what they'll tell everyone tomorrow, that he was the number one choice and all this other nonsense, is that we don't know whether or not Todd Monken really loved the process of having Shedeur or not. Because he was in a position to he's never had a job. He's never had a head coaching job in the NFL. Like, he was in a spot where he would almost lie and then figure it all out later. I'm of the belief that he likes him. But there's a world that exists out there that Todd Monken was going to say whatever it takes to actually get the job and then try to sort it out from there. If you ended up going with one of the other candidates that, like a Mike McDaniel type or someone like that initially, then it wouldn't even be a question. We would know that he liked Shedeur Sanders, and part of the reason why he took the job is because either he thought he could do something with Shedeur or he thought there was a really strong quarterback plan in place that would fix this issue rather quickly. And so it's an interesting little balance that we all have to play with within this conversation because we don't know if Todd Monken is telling the truth or not. But based off of body language and everything, it seems like he's interested in Shedeur, and I don't know why he shouldn't be.
First-time head coach part of this is I think, huge, too. Like, he's not really in a position to say no matter how he feels. So he's got to kind of make the most of it, right? So, again, I don't know why you handicap yourself with like even less of a quarterback room or less talent in the quarterback room by moving on from a guy that at least showed you maybe there's something there. Give it a shot, build a better offense, and then if you are back having the quarterback conversation next year, I don't think that's the end of the world because I think Todd Monken believes he's going to have some time here to build what he wants to build. Dan Devine of Yahoo Sports joined us at 3:20 today. We asked him if more moves are coming for the Cavs after the DeAndre Hunter trade, including potential for a deal for Giannis Antetokounmpo.
I'm a little skeptical that anything's going to happen before this trade deadline for Giannis. I think this is the Bucks kind of on a fact-finding mission, trying to figure out what the market is for him. Do you really feel like sacrificing a decade of Evan Mobley or what? Like if that's the piece, if that's the drop-dead piece, for what could be a couple of years of Giannis, that's a big, dangerous, kind of concerning. You got to have a pretty big appetite for risk to make that kind of decision. However, you can understand the thought why it's attractive. They've spent so much time and money and energy and effort to try to get the most out of this core. It feels like that would be a very dramatic sort of shift in mission. But Kobe Altman in that front office, they get paid to win a championship, not just to be have the best net rating or whatever. So maybe that's the move. I can see it as an opportunity. I think they've got some flexibility to try to make something happen. It would just be an awfully big swing.
I'd make the trade. I'd give up Evan Mobley in the process if you could have Giannis and Donovan. It doesn't seem rather likely it's going to happen, but there's at least smoke around these parts, and that's a good thing for the Cavs. The favorites right now, the Bulls have found their way, interestingly, in Vegas's eyes as popping up in a major way today. I don't know what's going on in Chicago.
Bulls?
Yeah, the Bulls, all the Vegas odds for the Bulls have dropped immensely when it comes to putting them in the driver's seat for this thing. It's crazy what's happened in the previous, 3 hours in the Vegas market. And then Minnesota is obviously heavily involved as well.
I still think, I kind of feel like it's going to be the Heat or Miami. I saw Toronto was kind of climbing up the odds list there a little bit too as a team that maybe gets in the mix here, which that would be something if he ends up on another Eastern Conference team that's kind of in direct competition with the Cavs in terms of the standings as far as they're concerned right now. So, yeah, we'll see. I don't know if the Cavs are going to have an appetite for that big of a move, but it's always fun to have your team sort of linked to some of these things and people to dream about the big name that could come in and maybe put you over the top for a championship.
And that is the lead. Todd Monken. Where did Eric Edholm grade him out? We saw USA Today had him as the worst 10 out of 10 hire. Where did Edholm have him? Also, what exactly does it mean for Shedeur Sanders with Todd Monken in the mix? We'll ask him as he joins us next right here on Afternoon Drive.
Hey, everybody. It's Andy Baskin for
Edholm joins Jonathan and Spencer. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
Catch the Fan Offseason Special every Tuesday from 7 till 9 p.m. right here and on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
All right, back in here on The Fan. It is Jonathan Peterman, Spencer German with you guys here on Afternoon Drive. We go out to the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Eric at home writes for the NFL.com, and he joins us here on The Fan. Hello, Eric. How you doing today?
Doing well. What's going on?
Not much. We're just kind of getting through, a harsh January now into February. Like everyone else is. No big deal.
I understand completely.
All right, so we did just have a coaching hiring and a lot of reaction based off of that, so let's start there. Todd Monken going to be introduced officially tomorrow with the podium and the press conference and everything associated, which is funny because now these days, Eric, when people have these introductory press conferences, you're almost kind of hoping that they suck in the same way that, like, Dan Campbell sucked and then turned out to work out for him. Sirianni wasn't great and it turned out to work out for them. Like, it seems like Duval, like all these different coaches, the worse it gets, it feels like the better it works out.
Yeah, that's a good point. I never thought of that. I've been covering this league a while, and it's fair that there's a handful of guys who've won Super Bowls and had good success. Whose first press conference was less than or memorable for the wrong reasons in some cases, and they obviously some of the guys who won the press conference maybe didn't win as many games. So it's a fair point. Maybe he flops and burns, and all of a sudden you got another Coach of the Year candidate.
Eric, we saw a video on Friday of Shedeur Sanders kind of meeting Todd Monken for the first time in his office, and he brought up how the Ravens had interest in him last year and wanted to draft him and kind of joked, oh, it all worked out, we're here now. I'm asking you to speculate, obviously, a little bit on this, but what do you feel like Monken's arrival maybe means for somebody like Shedeur Sanders next year?
Well, I mean, I think he's, you got to give him a chance. I don't know that it's going to be, guaranteed a starting spot, obviously, and they have a quarterback situation right now that's very unclear top to bottom. So, you have to, I would say, pair him with someone who, could feasibly win the job, but where does that come from? Is that a free agent? Is that a trade? Is that via the draft again? I'm sure Monken will have some say in what happens there in terms of the quarterback he's looking for and all that, and you can kind of look, and he's worked with all different types. When he was in Tampa, obviously he was the OC there for a couple of years, I want to say, in the mid 2010s, and then went to Cleveland after that, I believe, then college, was at Georgia with different types of guys, and now worked with Lamar last couple of years. But I think that gives him some appeal from a quarterback coaching standpoint. With Shedeur, there was always the question of what he kind of had to fit a specific system. But in the case of Monken, and I think he's probably willing to adapt his system to whoever his starting quarterback is going to be. And to me, that's a good thing, right? Obviously, you can take your Sean McVays and Kyle Shanahan's and Kevin O'Connell's and say, oh, they've got a system, right? Well, that's true, but I think also all three of those guys have shown a willingness to adapt and, add wrinkles that they haven't typically used, and that's what makes them successful offensive-minded head coaches. So, we'll see if Todd's the next in that, or is he the latest Browns coach that 2 years from now we're talking about being on the hot seat. I don't know. But as for Shedeur, I don't know that you could say, even with the Pro Bowl bid, that he did enough to secure a starting job. But I think you saw enough guts in his play and enough talent, I think, to say he's worth keeping and developing, and let's see what he becomes.
We've talked a lot about the hiring, obviously, since it went down. And tomorrow they're going to have the introductory press conference, as we talked about. But, I would imagine, and the Browns started to get ahead of this over the weekend, the idea that, that was the number one choice, no question. And it'd be weird if they said anything otherwise, let's be honest. Sure. But the reality is, as every fan knows, it was not the number one choice. And so, how damaging is that when it comes to the perception of what this hire is? Or you do this at a national level. Are people looking at this with more I don't know, like an open eyes, I guess, like a better chance of this being something that does work out.
Yeah, it's maybe another thing I should research, not just who bombed or did well in their intro press conferences, but who was actually first choice and who wasn't, and how did that work out? That would be an interesting study because, again, anecdotally, you always feel like, well, if it's not their guy, like their absolute home run number one choice, there's going to be some reservation there. But the reality is, I think, and you guys know this, I'm not saying anything that isn't, sort of familiar to your ears, but this is a franchise that is steeped in doubt, right? Whether it's the past failures, whether it's the ownership situation, whether it's the lack of a proven quarterback or any other number of factors. Maybe it's Andrew Berry, maybe it's, some other thing, but, they were not the most appealing job open on this market. And that's going to, you can have your plan A and your plan B, but you better have a C, D, and E too, just in case. I think they probably had him on some kind of short list that they felt pretty good about. I think that's fair to say, even if it's, stretching the truth to say, he might have been their top choice or whatever. But, they wouldn't have hired him if they didn't feel at least pretty good about the situation. He's obviously, like I said, a very experienced coach who's, had recent experience in college, had, experience in the NFL back at least a decade now. Somebody who understands, I think, some of the trends of offensive football. And interestingly enough, sometimes those trends have been from college up or even high school in some cases up, where it used to always sort of be the NFL had its own game. And then, college and high school were vastly different. But, again, it's hard to know what's going to happen. I don't know what I expected out of Kevin Stefanski. And I don't think anyone could have predicted, good year, bad year, coach of the year, hot seat, back and forth. So that's why these hires, there's only so much speculation you can do, and it's based on what they've done previously in most cases.
Eric Edholm joining us on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. So one of the other big things we're tracking here in Cleveland is this Jim Schwartz situation where he allegedly stormed out after not getting the job and packed up all his stuff, and we kind of wonder if it's taken this long for Todd Monken to make a hire, and we haven't really heard anything on that front, if it's maybe a good sign that they could talk him into coming back. I guess I want to know from you, Eric, how tenable is a situation like that, though? Is it even worth it to Todd Monken to invite Jim Schwartz back in that building if there's the potential for him to be undermined by Schwartz and the defensive players that love Jim Schwartz in that building?
Yeah, that's a great question. And, I've seen it before. I've seen it work before, too. In fact, I'm based in Chicago, and, 7-8 years ago when Matt Nagy got hired as the young up-and-coming assistant from the Chiefs, and one of the guys they interviewed for the job was Vic Fangio because he was the previous defensive coordinator under the former staff. And so, everyone knew Vic could do his job, and he wanted to at least interview for the head coaching job. He didn't get it. Nagy got the job. Nagy extended the invite, and at least for 1 year, it was great. And really, to be frank, for as long as when Vic was there, the defense played well. I mean, that was really the bottom line. It was the offensive issues. So, I suppose as a first-time head coach, Monkey could say, "Hey, listen, we'll get our own guy," or I don't want to have any sense that there are guys working against me or have a different agenda or any of that stuff. I'm not saying that's what Jim is planning on doing or would do, but you could understand as a coach, a guy who's been around for a while. First of all, he knows a ton of people, probably has some candidates already in mind if Jim isn't in consideration here. But it can work where you bring back the guy who's worked with a unit that, like you guys saw, was probably a top 5 defense last year. And the numbers backed it up. You now have Denzel Ward, Garrett, Grant Delpit, multiple guys have kind of come to bat for him and said, we'd love to have him back. We've seen the results. We work with him. We know what to expect. And it would give you, kind of a veteran presence on your staff to go along with Monken. I don't know what their relationship is personally. I don't even know if they have one. They may not. But, I'm sure Jim on some level, whether he felt like he was strung along during the process or that maybe somebody told him, hey, you're the favorite or, whatever. I don't know if that led to the reaction. But, if if there's not another coordinator job out there, we know all the head coaching jobs have been filled, assuming neither of the Super Bowl teams make a move. I don't think they will. He could take a year off. He could go to college football. He could be a senior assistant with a vague title on a successful team, perhaps. He's worked with a lot of people as well, but there's also that job open. And I think they're holding out hope maybe that he would reconsider or that he would, consider coming on in that role again. So I don't know, but you have a lot of guys who've played for him who've said we'd love to have that back.
Would it surprise you if the Browns drafted a quarterback?
Nothing would surprise me with the Browns in the draft. I'll say that. However, drafting 3 in 2 years kind of makes your quarterback room a little one-sided. 3 young guys, and again, would that mean that Dylan Gabriel's out of the mix and that he's a trade candidate or what have you? Possibly. Would you get anything close to what you got in return? Probably not, right? Based on what we've seen and the fact that some people viewed him as as a reach to begin with. And I'd say it's possible because if they really like somebody, if they feel like, boy, this player shouldn't be here, whatever phase of the draft they're in, then maybe there's a chance. But my early kind of view of this quarterback class is there's a lot of questions. I don't know that this is going to be anywhere close to some of the top-heavy drafts we've seen at the quarterback position in recent years. I know, obviously, you can take one later, but it may not have the same impact. So it's possible. But I suspect that getting a veteran has to be part of the equation. So if you bring in 4, right, you've got Dylan, Shedeur, a veteran, and a later pick, I can see that working out okay if they plan on keeping 3. Yeah.
Well, we're also probably thinking maybe Deshaun in the mix as well.
He's always in the mix, right?
Yeah.
For that contract. I mean, look, I don't know. I don't know what his football career is going to look like, but he's still Brown's property.
Eric, with Super Bowl week sort of finally here, obviously everyone's talking about the Sam Darnold storyline and how incredible it's been that he kind of revived his career and becomes really the first quarterback of that 2018 class over Josh Allen and Lamar and all these guys to make the Super Bowl. But beyond just that story, because I think that is one that catches people's attention, what is maybe the storyline, the Super Bowl storyline that you're intrigued by the most?
Well, I mean, his counterpart, Drake May, has got the shoulder injury that has kind of kept him from participating fully in practice now. I mean, he's taken a beating this year. You don't see Super Bowl quarterbacks sacked as often as May, especially in the playoffs. There are 3 games leading up to it. I think he took 5 in each or more. I don't know. He had at least 5 in every playoff game. So some of it may be rest. They've tried to downplay this injury a little bit, but, you heard some of the audio from the game when he clearly was, in discomfort. So how limited is he? Does that make him more apt to run? I mean, I've been thinking about this for the last, 8 days or whatever. May's scrambling ability is going to be a big part of this game plan, I suspect. I think if they're going to, at some point, whether it's by design or out of sheer need, I think Drake May's got to scramble. And, Seattle's defense doesn't have a lot of weaknesses, but athletic quarterbacks have given them a little trouble. They give a lot of defenses trouble, even the good ones. So are they worried about taking hits? Is his throwing ability, impacted in any way? That's kind of the other half of the coin, is that you can picture either one of these quarterbacks winning it, but is Drake May at his peak health right now? The answer is probably no, but how close to full health is he?
Eric at home, fantastic stuff. We check you out over there at NFL.com constantly. We appreciate you giving us a few minutes, and we'll catch up with you later.
Thanks, Eric.
All right, looking forward to it. See you, fellas.
All right, good stuff right there. Eric at home on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. Yeah, it is an under-talked about part of this Super Bowl week, as I'm sure we'll get closer and closer to the game, and we'll start talking about it more and more. But the idea that Drake May is dealing with this injury, and by the way, has not looked good in this postseason in general, is a major storyline.
Yeah, he was rattling off all those games where he took like 4 or 5 sacks, and then the Myles Garrett game popped in my head. That was way earlier in the season, but also a game where he had some issues with kind of the offensive line and not being able to stay in the pocket. So I was hoping he'd go like a different direction, like he had some obscure storyline,
like a cornerback or something like that.
Like something that like no one's talking about. But yeah,
he played the hits. Good for him.
I think it's fair because again, everyone's so focused on Darnold and his whole rise to this point where he's revived his career and is the first quarterback again of those ones I named. Baker's in that class as well to get to the Super Bowl. So I do think sort of secondarily, the Drake May part of this has kind of gone to the wayside. He's had a terrible playoffs. Maybe it's because of the injury, and how much is that going to hinder him in this game on Sunday? Are we even going to get a good game on Sunday if he's hurt?
He's had more turnovers than interceptions, more turnovers than touchdowns in this postseason. But what I love about the Super Bowl is you get like really inside football type numbers and stats and different things.
Oh yeah, because we spent 2 weeks talking about this thing.
Yeah, and so like for instance, I just saw earlier today people talking about the idea that Darnold versus playoff teams this year, 8 touchdowns to 13. Like the numbers are awful. Like he's got an 82 passer rating, and it's like, but like you don't do this for week 7.
No,
you only do this for like conference title games in the Super Bowl.
It is funny because I can recall numerous times where like I went into a Super Bowl being like, oh, this team's definitely going to win. They're the favorite in Vegas, and whatever. They're just the better team. And then by the time the game actually rolls around, I kind of did this last year. Everything told us the Eagles were the better team, had the better defense, had the better numbers. The Chiefs just did not have enough to kind of keep up with them.
Yeah.
But I kept telling myself, man, they got Patrick Mahomes. And so by the end of the 2 weeks, I was like, I'm picking the Chiefs. And then I looked really stupid because the Eagles do exactly what they should.
You didn't look stupid, though, because the bet of they have Mahomes is still always a good bet.
That's true. It's the new Tom Brady. It's saying they have Mahomes. I'm not betting against him.
Although we'll see how this one ages. I don't know. All right. Would it surprise you if the Browns drafted a quarterback, Matt Miller, with more insight on that? We'll talk about it next. 216-474-0092. It's Spencer German, Jonathan Peterlin here with you guys on The Fan.
Bet365 is paying out before the final whistle.
pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Catch the latest Browns news all offseason long. Stream us on the Odyssey app and on your smart speaker by telling Alexa to play 92.3 The Fan.
Nothing would surprise me with the Browns. However, drafting 3 in 2 years makes your quarterback room a little one-sided. 3 young guys, and again, would that mean that Dylan Gabriel's out of the mix and that he's a trade candidate or what have you? Possibly. Would you get anything close to what you got in return? Probably not, right? Based on what we've seen and the fact that some people viewed him as as a reach to begin with. And I'd say it's possible because if they really like somebody, if they feel like, boy, this player shouldn't be here, and whatever phase of the draft they're in, then maybe there's a chance. But my early kind of view of this quarterback class is there's a lot of questions. I suspect that getting a veteran has to be part of the equation. So if you bring in 4, right, you've got Dylan, Shedeur, a veteran, and a later pick, I can see that working out okay if they plan on keeping 3.
That was Eric at home. By the way, the idea of bringing in 4 is it's driving me crazy. Because we just did the 4 quarterback thing last offseason. If we have Monken start this off with like a 4 quarterback race, I'm probably going to lose my mind.
Yeah, I mean, they always do carry 4 in the offseason. That's pretty commonplace. It's just a matter of, do they consider all 4 actually in the running for the job?
I'm talking like they're going to do this open
thing.
competition. How they presented it last year was unorthodox and is not something you typically see. And so, are they going to do it that way? I would imagine, if you've made me guess on it right now, and I'll guess on it right now on February 2nd, I think it's going to be Shedeur. I think it's going to be Deshaun. And then I think they're going to draft a quarterback somewhere in, second or third round, somewhere in between there. I think Dylan Gabriel ends up getting cut or traded.
Agree.
And then I think you're off to the races from there.
I could see them adding another veteran, but I don't necessarily think it's going to be like the Mac Jones and the Malik Willis. I think, what if they just go get Tyler Huntley? Guy who played for both these teams, has familiarity with Todd Monken's system, can help you in the offseason leading up to the season. I'm not saying he'd be a legitimate threat for the job, but as we think about what this room's going to look like moving forward, I do agree that Dylan Gabriel is probably the odd man out, and then that paves the way to add somebody at least for the offseason in training camp before you get to the regular season. But if they draft somebody, I could see it playing out where it's either they draft somebody who's also part of the equation when the season starts, and those are your 3, or they sign a Tyler Huntley, and it's Tyler Huntley, Deshaun, and Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah, I'm less interested in the Tyler Huntley thing. If you want to bring him in, though, and you want to just have him hang out for a little bit, and then right before the season gets underway, you're like, all right, practice squad or you're gone. Hit the bricks. I'm fine with that. I'm not going to get crushed by that.
Right now, I'm just kind of leaning into the idea that maybe they don't draft a quarterback of consequence. Because if you draft somebody in the second or third round, that to me says, okay, we think there's something that with this player, we can develop them into something. And maybe they want to do that. But at the same time, it also becomes how many balls can you juggle at once? If you take a quarterback this year that, you think might turn into a decent quarterback, is that going to solve your issue at the quarterback position? Or would you rather just kind of we have a lot of guys that are young right now that we want to kind of see through, at least Shedeur Sanders. Let's assess that. Get another veteran in this room that we actually believe can play football and maybe win us some football games for a year, and then we'll worry about finding that next developmental quarterback next year.
All right, tell me if you're interested in the wording on this. Matt Miller today came out and said the Browns won't force a quarterback in the draft. That means you're open to a quarterback in some capacity. You're not going to force it. You're not going to say, hey, number 6 overall, Ty Simpson's our guy, if you don't think that Ty Simpson is worthy of being the number 6 overall pick. But that also doesn't close the door on them drafting a quarterback either. Now, it'd be silly on February 2nd to close the door at all on drafting anybody, any position, anything, except for me, because I'm closed-minded on the defensive side of the ball, and that's just how I think. So, all right, scratch that. You can be as close-minded as you want on February 2nd with every position not named quarterback, okay? But when it comes to quarterback, I would imagine they're going to go, they do all the Senior Bowl stuff, they do the Shrine Bowl, and they do everything they need to then evaluate these guys at a higher level, because you have to in the NFL when it comes to these quarterbacks. But if you're not going to force a quarterback at number 6, or really at any spot in the draft, I'm led to believe you're not treating it as if you're going into the draft with the idea of we're going to get a quarterback at all. But if one like Shedeur last year falls into your lap where you just can't resist it because the value's there, then they're open to the discussion.
You know who I'm kind of fascinated by in this class that could be the guy who suffers that sort of fate in a way?
You mean like the guy that falls immensely?
Well, maybe not falls, but I don't know. I am so intrigued by the idea of Garrett Nussmeier because I think he's better than what his play was in college this year. We now know he was dealing with a pretty bad oblique type injury, it sounds like.
Yeah.
And that hindered his play. And we saw in 2024 that the quarterback he was this year is not the quarterback he was last year. I don't think he regressed so badly that now people just think he can't play football anymore. And he won MVP of the Senior Bowl this past weekend. I think that was kind of the first step towards him starting to climb up boards a little bit.
You're letting the MVP of the Senior Bowl do a lot of heavy lifting there.
I just mean
You said it with a straight face, too.
No. I just mean in the offseason processes that we have.
No. Sell me on the Senior Bowl MVP mattering.
No. What I'm trying to get at is we know how these things go, JP. It starts with the Senior Bowl, and we start talking about oh, this guy, that guy. Then you get to the combine. It's oh, this guy had this time, and he threw this many passes to this many. And people start tracking these things. The quarterback position especially, there's always this vast movement of somebody who just skyrockets.
I know what you meant. You just probably shouldn't have thrown it in there.
I just think him winning the Senior Bowl's MVP was kind of this. All right, this is the start of.
Didn't they give out two? Didn't they give out two MVP awards?
I don't know.
I think they gave out two. Mac, you're a Senior Bowl guy. Didn't they give out two MVP awards?
I don't know if they give out two. I'll double check on it, though.
Maybe one on offense and one on defense.
I feel I saw somebody else not named Garrett Nussmeier winning an MVP award there.
Well, regardless, the idea that Nussmeier is going to kind of be the guy that skyrockets up boards here, I think is what's going to be fascinating. It's just going to be a matter of do the Browns have the appetite to pull the trigger in the first round if he gets that high, in the second round if he gets that high, or is this something where because Matt Miller's saying they're not going to force the issue, that they would wait even later and see if he gets the Shador treatment, and then they can get him the fourth or fifth round.
Oh,
Only the one MVP.
I see that. Oh, wow. A big 17-9 victory there over the weekend. Missouri edge rusher Zion Young recognizes the game's defensive MVP. I hear he's climbing now, too. I like this. Senior Bowl MVP. This is like Punxsutawney Phil. It's if the Senior Bowl MVP, the moment it happens, it breeds out 6 weeks of good draft projections.
Jack Beach. Is it Beach? He won it last year? The wide receiver.
Well, that didn't work out very well for him.
No, but he went to the Raiders. But I think he followed a similar sort of thing here. He was the MVP of the Senior Bowl. Everyone started talking about him more.
Ended up going in round 2 last year.
Yeah, there you go. That's what I'm saying.
I'm happy for him.
That's what I mean.
That's
so
good for him.
Garrett Nussmeier, round 2. Here he comes.
By the way, can you give me 2 minutes on Punxsutawney Phil? I might not even need that. Might need 30 seconds. I didn't realize what a fraud this guy was. I didn't. My mom called me this morning. She's like, "Did you put it on for Charlotte?
In what way?
Did you put on Punxsutawney Phil?" And I go, "Wait, what am I putting that joker on for?" Since 2000, so 25 years, right? He has, in 20 of those 25 years, he has done what he did today and said 6 more weeks a winner. That's not Punxsutawney Phil. That's predictable Phil, is what that is. That's not the guy. He's playing one note.
My theory.
I didn't realize it was so resounding. And by the way, they did other animal charting because I guess other animals do the same predictive model.
Well, I didn't know that they have a.
He's gotten it 35% right in the previous 25 years. 35% hit rate.
I found out today.
Phony Phil is the new word.
If you want to call me a bad Clevelander for not knowing this, I found out today that there's another groundhog that's at the Cleveland Museum.
Yeah, what happened with him? I didn't know that. What happened with him?
Buckeye Chuck. His name's Buckeye Chuck.
Buckeye Chuck.
That's what they call him. I was like.
He's probably more accurate than Punxsutawney Phil.
I kept seeing people tweet about Buckeye Chuck, and I'm like, who's this Buckeye Chuck? Where's? I thought it was a Columbus thing, maybe, because it's the Buckeye. And then I found out he's in one of the museums here in Cleveland. He's predicting if 6 more weeks to win or not. And I think he predicted that. I think he said early spring.
What fraud?
So he went against Punxsutawney Phil at this point. Punxsutawney Phil is basically like the LeBron James of groundhogs.
I don't even know what that means.
Like LeBron at this point in his career.
LeBron's greatness, though. Punxsutawney Phil doesn't get these things right.
But
LeBron's always been great.
LeBron is just kind of coasting off the idea that I'm still here doing this thing. I'm still the guy, but I don't really care about championships anymore. He doesn't care about getting it right anymore.
He's putting out 23, 6, and 5. Punxsutawney Phil's shooting 35%.
he's Isaac Okoro from three.
You want to talk about people that have just shipped it in? That's Punxsutawney Phil.
Maybe it's a bad metaphor.
That's all right. You tried. That's all I can appreciate. You went for it. You got to take some swings in life.
Better than Punxsutawney Phil.
I mean, my goodness. I was on a whole rabbit hole of animals that do prognosticating, and Punxsutawney Phil's the worst.
Who's the corgi that does the basketball shots or whatever?
Well, I love that. I love that stuff on TikTok.
I'm curious how right she's been. But Aaron Rodgers, that's who Punxsutawney Phil is. Just kind of coasting off the fact that they're a name. Everybody knows who they are. They still get their shot to go out every year and predict this.
Okay.
But is Aaron Rodgers really that good at this point in his career? No.
We didn't need the sports comp to Bucks of Time.
I mean, it is 92.3 The Fan.
We could have just let it lie where it was. We didn't need the sports comp, but I like you shooting. Okay, I like you trying.
I'm also shooting 35% on analogies.
That's all it is. Greg in Cleveland Heights, what's up, Greg?
Wanted to talk about a few things. Cavs, Browns.
You got like 30 seconds, Greg. So pick your favorite.
Okay, I would make the trade. I'd get rid of Mobley. Giannis is a special player. You only have so many chances to win a championship. He would give us one. As far as Shedeur messing up the coach, that doesn't even make sense. It's 17 games. If he does something stupid, you sit him down. You go with somebody else the other 16 games. As far as the draft is concerned, if a defensive player is there at 6, and it's Ruben Bain or it's Caleb, I don't have a problem if they take him. I know we need other players. I think we can do something in free agency and grab a couple players. Then you have your second-round pick. You have the 24th pick to basically shore up that offensive line.
All
and
right.
I think Seattle's going to take over the pass because their defense is so much better.
Okay, thank you, Greg.
Don't do it, Greg. Don't take defense at 6, Greg.
That was very efficient. That was very. He got a lot of thoughts off in a very short amount of time, so it was efficient. All right, but he did mention the Cavs. I want to get back to the Cavs and this Giannis conversation as it is gaining steam. But one national reporter says it's not Giannis the Cavs should be focused on, and other teams are focused on somebody else. So explain who that is. We come on back next. It's Jonathan Pito and Spencer German Afternoon Drive with you guys right here on The Fan.
This is an Odyssey.
Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
Hear from new Browns coach Todd Monken tomorrow at noon on 92.3 The Fan.
It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck?
On Afternoon Drive.
Did you miss a moment of the show? Use the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration.
All right, back at it here on The Fan. It is Jonathan Peter and Spencer German with you guys. The national reporters are coming out. That's how you know the Cavs deadline is starting to heat up a little bit here, Spencer. Not only do we have a bunch of Giannis reports, we also have a bunch of reports regarding Donovan Mitchell as well. And so this might feel like a no-duh type situation to you guys out there. It's like, oh, teams are monitoring Donovan Mitchell. They're always monitoring Donovan Mitchell in many, many ways. But the idea that it would be out there in this fashion, I thought was really interesting. This is Tim Bontemps, courtesy of ESPN.
I think the most interesting team to watch in the entire league. People around the league are watching the Donovan Mitchell situation. He's got one guaranteed year left on his contract. He has not made it out of the second round of the playoffs in his career. And there's pressure there for the Cavs to make a run this year. And as constituted right now, I don't think Dennis Schroeder, this trade was fine. I would rather have Keon Ellis than DeAndre Hunter. But this is not going to be enough, in my opinion, to get the Cavs where they need to go this year to satisfy the pressure that's on them. So is there a move they can make between now and Thursday afternoon that is going to be able to do that? They have a lot of interesting players on big salaries who can move around, and there's motivation to do deals. If stuff happens this week of significance in the league, I think there's a good chance Cleveland will be in the middle of it.
And so this is why the Giannis smoke, I think, is something that we have to pay a lot of attention to. There is a lot of pressure. And the idea that not only would you be getting Giannis in this and also giving yourself a real run for this season, but the idea that you keep Donovan Mitchell here and you keep him happy is another component to this. Because the way that Tim lays it out, if you lay an egg, then all of a sudden this upcoming summer, we got to be worried about whether or not Donovan Mitchell's out the door.
Yeah, I mean, the key thing with all of this in terms of appeasing Donovan and trying to build around him is always never just settling. That was the problem with LeBron the first time, right? Was they just kind of got complacent with, hey, we don't know what the future holds with him. He might leave us at the end of his rookie contract, and we're going to add ancillary pieces like Shaq when he was at the end of his career and all these different things. Antoine Jameson at the end of his career. But it was never enough to actually make a difference for LeBron to do the thing he wanted to do, which was win a championship. And so ever since LeBron came back, I think Dan Gilbert has tried to make sure his team is always constantly sort of staying aggressive, and then they sort of find a way to get Donovan Mitchell to come here. They get him to re-sign. But the key component in all this, in terms of trying to keep this window open with Donovan Mitchell at the forefront of it, is not getting complacent of just, well, hey, and this is what I sometimes worry about with the Cavs, because you hear so much with Kobe Altman talking about how we think there's another leap for Evan Mobley, and we think there's another leap for this guy, and we think there's another leap for that guy. And are you waiting too long for that leap to happen? It just doesn't come. At some point, you kind of just have to bite the bullet and make a decision about the core four. He's been great about making some of these ancillary moves the last couple of years, and I applaud him for that. But that's why I thought the Kenny Atkinson getting fired rumors were stupid, because it was you've already played that card. You've already tried to get a new coach in here. At some point, you have to try a different collection of talent around Donovan Mitchell if it's not working again, because these guys are kind of falling short together for a third, fourth, however many amount of time. So that's kind of at the root of all this, and that's why I understand if there is legitimate interest in Giannis, I get it, because you're trying to find the way to change the cards around Donovan, keep him happy, and convince him to stay here longer so this window stays open. Yeah, I mean, I just think that a lot of people have thought about the idea of losing Mobley and it being so crushing for a lot of fans. And it's guys, if you don't make something big happen, if you don't shake it up in some significant way, then not only will you not have acquired Giannis, but you also then won't have Donovan after this offseason anyway. And so, there's a lot at stake, not only in the results for this season, but also then the ripple effect of what happens if they fall short. And obviously, everyone is trying to piece this all together and put this all together as quickly as possible. And as of right now, does it feel like the Cavs are the favorite to land Giannis? No. I told you guys the betting markets are going crazy right now over the Bulls for some odd reason. Minnesota has popped into being a major player in all of this. We talked about Golden State previously. There's a lot of teams
Miami that have shown interest in some major way that you probably put ahead of the Cavs in this discussion. But the Cavs and being in this discussion, I think, is an acknowledgement that what they're doing right now isn't working, and they need to do something bigger, not only for the idea that they want to win, but also for the idea that you want to keep Donovan here.
Well, and they knew this year was about that, right? The fact that they became a second apron team and Dan Gilbert bit the bullet on paying all the luxury tax money because he understood they had an opportunity, especially with the Eastern Conference, as we talked about earlier in the show, being sort of wide open. No Tyrese Halliburton, no Jason Tatum, although he might be back at some point. The power structure of this conference has just changed. And so this was your chance to seize that moment. Going and getting to Giannis would certainly speak to them leaning into that further. But I also understand where maybe it's too big of a deal to pull off. And like I said, I've always been okay if at the forefront of a trade like that you have to give up Evan Mobley. I understand, would I rather keep Mobley and not have to give him up? Of course. But if that's what it came down to try to pull off a Giannis deal, I can understand that. It's just about what else goes with him, and are you completely depleting the coffers to a point where now you have no chance of winning a title anyway because, you got the big name, but you're just not deep enough to compete with some of these other teams in the playoffs.
Do fans think we're in La La Land right now? Do they think we're taking crazy pills? I want to know. 216-474-0092.
That we're talking about this at all?
No, that we're talking about Giannis, and it's not as if people are. If I could do the phone audio where you just hear the boom part of it, where it's like a dead phone line, basically. That's what I would be doing right now. Why is it that we don't have calls wall to wall on whether or not the Cavs can acquire Giannis? Constantly, everyone's just poking the dead. It's that meme of you got the stick and you're just poking someone and you're like, do something. It's constantly that with this Cavs team, and now it seems like everyone we can speak to, everyone that wants to at least put their voice out there, is saying there's something legitimate to the idea the Cavs could acquire Giannis. And it's like I'm talking to a choir right now. I don't understand it. Where are the people's interest in this?
I honestly wonder if a lot of it just stems from people are looking at this roster and feel like they sort of made their team. They built their team already, and Giannis isn't necessarily part of the equation, and they've kind of committed to seeing this thing through.
I mean, it's
for another year.
Giannis. You can make him a part of any equation of any team you want. Adding Giannis, who has been top 4 in MVP votes since 2018, is never a bad thing. You go from whatever you think this team is right now. If you think they're dead in the water, fine. If you think they can all of a sudden wake up and come to life, okay, fine too. But if you make a drastic change in the name of keeping Donovan long term and making a real run at the Eastern Conference Finals, people are supposed to be juiced over this. Juiced.
Yeah.
I thought this was going to be the big story of the day. Now, we led with Jim Schwartz, and we talked a lot about Shedeur in the 4 o'clock hour, but this should be the number one thing across Cleveland sports. And yet we got a million more phone calls, million more reaction off of a Shedeur Sanders story than we ever did off of this Giannis stuff. This is what you'd watch the NBA for. This is the high theatrics. This is the big time splash. This is a major push potentially, and real NBA people are putting credit to it. Zach Lowe on his Zach Lowe is one of the most respected people in the NBA. This is him with Bill Simmons' people, and because he does work for them now. This is him. Once again, not saying we're the odds-on favorite, but saying it's a legitimate chance.
They are and have been interested in Giannis. I don't sense that they're one of the most in it of the in it teams. Their dream, I think, just my logic dictates that their dream would have been like a Garland-Allen combination. Somehow, again, they can't aggregate salaries until they're under the second apron and yada, yada, yada. Obviously, Garland's trade value has taken a huge hit this year with his availability issues. Allen has been just fine, up and down. He's got a raise coming because of his new contract. And so then I think you would have to pivot to Mobley. And that's would be maybe the single best player the Bucks could theoretically get in a Giannis trade, present day player, not draft asset, actual current NBA player. It's a tougher decision for the Cavs, and I'm not sure at 30-21 and playing quite well, 8-2 in their last 10, sniffing a 2 or 3 seed. Are you ready to make that kind of bet now? Maybe you are, maybe you're not. I don't know. But my gut would say no.
All right, we definitely sped up Zach Lowe there, right?
Yeah, that was definitely on a 2-time speed.
That was a 2 times, 3 times. I don't know why.
I'm assuming you ripped it that way. Somebody recorded it.
Somebody had to record it, and then that's what we ended up getting.
I think I listened to it earlier, and I thought the same thing.
But the point is that there's real conversations. The Cavs seem interested, and it's not just Zach Lowe. We have all sorts of people that are saying that the Cavs are legitimately wondering if this is something they'll be able to go down and something they'll be able to acquire and something they'll be able to do. And it's as if we're twisting somebody's arm to get to have a reaction off of this.
Well, here's the thing.
That's crazy.
Here's the thing, too. We know how restrictive the second apron is. The big thing that has to happen here sort of next is they got to get under the second apron. That's where and maybe that's what it is, JP. Maybe people are just hesitant because they understand where the Cavs are at from a standpoint of maybe they don't know all the details of the second apron, but they understand what people have said about you can't really make a lot of moves when you're in the second apron.
But it's easy. Dump Max Strus, and then you got a couple more tiny players that are being involved, and they'll be fine.
Once they move on from Lonzo, which feels like it's imminent before Thursday, then you're like $3 million away from getting under the second apron.
You're right
and
there.
So once they get to that point, maybe that's where you'll have the phone lines lighting up where it's like, oh, now Giannis is a real possibility because we're under that second apron. Let's see what they have in store because the flexibility is there once you sort of accomplish that first goal.
Or am I just reading it wrong? Do people not actually want to do anything with this? Is there a world that exists out there where Cavs fans are saying, no, we don't want Giannis? Are you that happy with this current setup and this current lineup that doesn't seem like it's going to sniff anything or come close to winning as much as a stuffed teddy bear? Like, am I reading this wrong?
I think last year, because this conversation came up last year too, because Giannis has basically been on like, is he in, is he out for like 2-3 years?
So is that part of it too? Which, by the way, I would say when the Bucks are doing counteroffers, this time it's real, it's legit.
Yeah.
There's a strong possibility he gets moved this deadline. But is that it? Is he the boy who cried wolf now?
I didn't even think about that, but that could be part of it. I was more so going to lean into the idea that, like, potentially they, like last year, I think Cavs fans would have said we're good because the Cavs were playing so well.
I agree with that. I think last year they would have.
This year, I think it is something that they absolutely should be considering more, as fans included, like the idea that maybe you do go make this big splash. It's hard, man, because like I get the idea of continuity and I get the idea of building a roster. And that's why I say like there's certain guys who I wouldn't want to see go. I don't think Mobley has to be on that list, but I do like the idea of Jalen Tyson as like a supporting piece and a lineup that includes Donovan Mitchell and Giannis Antetokounmpo. But it's kind of that balance between do you go for it because you have this window of opportunity, which I tend to subscribe to, or do you sort of sit back and just say like, well, we'll figure this out in the offseason because we think we can move some things then. And also, I think that is also where it's coming from, too, for the Cavs, is like, if you sell Darius Garland right now, you're selling very low on Darius Garland. And that's part of the problem, too, is like they want to make sure they're getting fair value.
When are you ever going to sell high on him? Like, it's not as if he's all of a sudden going to become healthy at any point.
You got to hope that he has a good postseason, I guess, no matter how long it is. But that's a big dream.
Been waiting a while on that to happen.
Yeah.
That ship feels like it's already sailed. I don't know. Maybe I got the wrong read on this one.
Listen,
I think you got a chance to acquire Giannis. Cavs are very serious about the prospect of it all, and people are acting like I'm trying to push Dennis Schroeder down your throat.
I don't think you're far off in wondering why this isn't like a bigger deal today. Because you're right. I kind of didn't notice it, but we did spend a lot of time talking about Giannis, and it felt like the phone lines were just a ghost town. So, and then we're talking Shedeur, and they do light up. So I get it. But I can't speak 100% to what the hesitancy other than some of the theories I threw out there. But I think you're right in that it doesn't seem like people are giving this as much credence as maybe they should. Because you're right, NBA guys are co-signing it.
I also think that there's a lot of likability with this Cavs team, and nobody really wants to let that go because of the bond that they've had with these guys. But at the same time, we're in year 4 of Donovan right now. Like, at a certain point, something has to change.
Right.
And you can't just have these constant early exits. And if there's somebody at Giannis's level that you're able to add, you absolutely have to go at it.
I got a strong likability of this team. I also like winning titles.
Exactly. I'm right there with you.
I mean, that's the whole point, in my opinion. All right, we've woken some of you guys up here. Eric in Cam's Corner, you're up next. What's up, Eric?
JP, Spencito, how y'all doing this evening? Thank you for taking my call.
Thanks for making it, man.
Look, I didn't know this was even going down, man. I just got in the car, got off work, so this is news to me. If the Cavaliers do acquire Giannis in some kind of trade, you know they're going to ask for Mobley, probably Tyson, but something struck me last night that Kenny Atkinson said. He said in his I'm gonna paraphrase that he basically said last night he didn't know that Jared Allen had a bag, and he said that it was a revelation to him. And I find that interesting because you got players on this roster that you really haven't tapped into yet, because we are so cognizant of making sure Mitchell and Garland is getting their 19, 20 shots a game. And so sometimes I wonder, do they really know what they have, because they haven't tapped into a Jared Allen properly yet. And we are waiting for Evan Mobley. So Giannis is the sexy, picture that you put on your wall when you were a teenager in your bedroom, right? It's that Janet Jackson, it's that Madonna type picture. And I don't know if, like Spencer said, like with the salary cap implications, is this really a possibility? How does the money match up? There's so many variables here. But I don't know if we're going to be deep enough if we get Giannis. I mean, Giannis is nice, but Here's another thing, and this is how awesome LeBron is, because LeBron always wins with less. Well, why can't Giannis win with less?
Three straight years he's been out in the first round of the postseason.
You know what I'm saying, JP? So I get it, and maybe it will take the Cavs if you're interested in keeping Mitchell and going to the next level. It's very interesting. Now, like I said, I'm just hearing about it, so I got to do some reading and whatnot to get myself up to speed. But it's an interesting topic, I tell you that. Thanks, guys, for taking my call.
All right, thank you, man. I appreciate you. There's not much reading you have to do. We played the Zach Lowe clip. We had all sorts of people on already today. We had Dan Devine on at 3:20. The Ringer. We had a guy named Michael Pino write a whole piece. The title of it was, "Did the Cavs just enter the Giannis conversation?" Like what was once thought to be an absolute joke, a non-starter. Now after this trade over the weekend, people are starting to entertain this, and they're starting to take it serious, but also we're getting different reports that people inside the Cavs, etc., they don't hate the prospect of trying to make this work. And I think they understand the microscope that they're under, but I think they also understand the urgency attached when you have someone like Donovan, where if you flat out fail, if you continue to not go past the second round with Donovan, he's going to take his bag and he's going to go home. But if you land someone like Giannis, not only are you competitive this postseason, you're competitive in the postseason after with Giannis, and I would imagine Donovan's not going anywhere in the process either.
Well, and even look at the deal last year, and obviously I know it's a different conversation when it comes to it, but the Luka deal with LA, was it a perfect fit immediately? No, but what they did was they went out, got the superstar, and then later on they figure out, hey, we'll get the ancillary pieces to make it all work. But at the end of the day, you have to get the superstar first.
Yeah, and that's the hard part of the equation. You can make the other pieces work. That's the hard part. Ted up next on The Fan. What's up, Ted?
Hey, guys. My question is this. I have no problem, first of all, getting rid of Mobley trading him for Giannis. But I want to know is, are we giving up 5 to 10 years of Mobley versus just getting Giannis for 2 years? I'm not sure how that works out. Can you explain that for me?
Yeah, so, and I appreciate you, Ted. Thank you so much. He kept calling him Giannis. I don't know what that was about. The man's won 2 MVPs. He's won a title. I can't help you if you're still getting that wrong. Yes, you would be giving up potentially 5-10 years of Mobley, whatever that ends up being. Okay. If it means I have, let's call it just 2 cracks at a real championship window that becomes busted open that right now I think is closed, that's worth it to me.
Can I ask this?
And also, by the way, one more point on that. Yeah. It doesn't mean that Giannis is just gone after 2 years, despite whatever the salary says attached to it. If you win a title or you make back-to-back title appearances, Giannis why would he not resign?
He was playing in Milwaukee, right?
Yeah, why would he not resign?
At that point, you kind of feel like he'd be willing to play anywhere, even though he maybe has preferred destinations. Listen, I almost wonder, too, if people are just kind of treating this, and this kind of plays into what I said about, like, depleting your roster. Like, there is a cautionary tale here of how often taking the big swing actually works out and you winning a title. Like 2020, when the Lakers did it with Anthony Davis, is kind of the last time we saw that happen. The teams that have won of late, it's been a lot more ancillary moves around a core of guys that they sort of drafted and developed on their own. So that's another part of this equation, too, is like how committed are the Cavs to doing that, trading a bunch of guys that they feel like are kind of homegrown, that they've had on the roster for a while. So that's part of the equation here, too. And I do think there's some risk with that. Not saying you shouldn't do it, but I do wonder if that is maybe something that fans are sort of skeptical of as well.
I mean, nothing comes without risk, but you got to put yourself into the conversation. And so, there's some franchise, I look at Denver, for instance, and what they've done with Jokic. They've never had an all-star not named Jokic on Denver's team while he's been there. And you're looking at it like that they should have won 3 titles in the time that Jokic has been there so far. They got 1. You know, like some teams just, you lack to put the pieces around you. As of right now, Donovan's time with the Cavs should be looked at as, although the Cavs have made efforts, when it comes to Garland, Allen, and Mobley, they haven't done enough to get this team past the second round. And I just think this is one of those pushes that you can make. Does it mean it's going to happen? No. And that's probably why a lot of people are hesitant to even bring it up, because you hate doing these type of convos where you already send players away and you commit to saying, okay, we can do this without Mobley, and then it doesn't end up happening, and then I got to watch Mobley play basketball for 10 more years and be awesome. Meanwhile, you guys will remember I was the one that was willing to deal him for Giannis. But if that's the cross I bear, that's the cross I bear. All right, 216-474-0092. Let's go back to the NFL. Kwesi Adofo-Mensah took paternity leave. Was the NFL's reaction ridiculous, or was it justified? More to come. It's Afternoon Drive right here on The Fan.
experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEBNOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
The home of Westwood One's coverage of the Super Bowl.
Please welcome the Vince Lombardi Trophy.
We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
All right, back in here on The Fan. Social media reactions brought to you by Shivan Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. All right, we woke some people up at least, Spencer. I do wonder if that was part of it, too. We had a couple calls in there, and the callers were suggesting, and they're like, wait, what is the Giannis news? What is this? I went to work, I'm leaving, now all of a sudden I'm on the ride home. What is this Giannis news? And so maybe people...
Is he going up on the Sherwin-Williams billboard now?
I mean, hey, if he gets traded here, definitely will. I'll put him up there myself.
Him and Donovan just standing back to back with each other or something?
It's not a paintbrush. I mean, it's like a whole, it's like a
canvas,
reel. I don't know. Whatever that is, you can put me up on one of those things where they hang you outside the building in order to put it up. I'll put it up. If that means we get Giannis, that means we get Giannis. I'll be happy with it. I can't believe in the discussion. There does seem, by the way, there seems like a good amount of people that are willing to go ahead and make the deal and make the move. But I feel like I know everyone watched Giannis play basketball. Even through injuries this year, he's still averaging 28, 10, and 6. Everyone knows how crazy talented he is, but the idea of just putting him on this roster and watching him flourish, I think for some reason still feels foreign to a lot of people, and I fall short there.
Like I said, I do wonder how much of it is like the teams that have won recently. It's like been the homegrown way of doing things, and so people think this is almost like a shortcut that used to work, but maybe not so much anymore. But again, like you're only in these opportunities, and you only have these situations to win a championship so often. So if the Cavs decided to pull the trigger, I would totally understand it. And frankly, it's also now or never for Giannis, right? Because he's only going to get older. He's only going to get more injury prone. Like he's 31 right now. You don't want to wait. I mean, it could just be waiting until the summer, which isn't the end of the world. But if this is a possibility for you, yeah, I think you go get it done because it makes sense. But I also think there are certainly some risks with it, and that's maybe where people are hesitant.
Meanwhile, you're reading online something with Jake Fisher and LeBron. Is that correct?
Yeah, basically Jake Fisher tweeted out that he thinks that the Lakers and LeBron are basically ready for a divorce. Nothing really new it wasn't really as profound as I think I felt like when I first saw the tweet.
It's fine. I feel like LeBron being a consolation prize is kind of a fun spot for us here.
But it also sounds like it's not going to be till like after the season. Like that he's kind of settled here in LA, and then it'll be in the summertime. But
that would make the most sense.
A lineup of Donovan, Giannis, and LeBron. I mean, that's pretty fun.
Don't get me too excited over there. Mac hasn't been this excited since the Chapel Roan photo from last night. Don't get us too excited now. All right, I want to ask you because we both went on paternity leave at certain points in our life. Although I think it's kind of ridiculous the amount of people that are associating their own stories with Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah, the now former Vikings GM that got fired over the weekend. And in case you guys are just new to the story, it came out a couple years ago. I guess he had a child. He took 2 weeks of paternity leave. And he was still doing remote work, by the way. He was doing remote work. It was during training camp, and a lot of people got big mad in NFL circles that he took 2 full weeks of paternity leave in order to, hang out and make sure that his wife was, taken care of.
Yeah, that's kind of what that process is.
First off, I disliked paternity leave. I don't know how you felt about it.
I thought it was valuable in that
I like being there for my wife. That's nice.
And it alleviated because we sort of split ours. Like my wife took hers first, and then she had to go back to work, and then I took mine. So it kind of allowed us to have extended time where we didn't have to pay for daycare, and we had. So and I also thought it was valuable to get that quality time with him early on.
It's very valuable.
Yeah,
I'm not, but I'm more pointing to the idea that people think
you get sort of sick of it after a while.
No,
you're ready to
people
go
thought
back.
that Kwesi was on a vacation.
Oh yeah.
Like the idea that all of a sudden because paternity leave, because you're gone for 2 weeks out of your job, that you are I don't know, in the Bahamas. You're changing diapers, you're getting up all hours of the night, you are making sure that your wife is taken care of and whatever she needs. It's not a honeymoon. And I feel like that's where some of the problem started with the story is people acted as if it was in the middle of training camp and he was just out gallivanting around town.
He was in Cancun having a good time with his wife and kid.
I promise he probably didn't even leave his house. It was probably very, very tiny amount of times that he did anything for himself because that's what paternity leave is.
So the first part of this that actually did really rub me the wrong way was the fact that so the guy gets fired over the weekend and then one of the first stories that comes out is, Oh yeah, there were some people that were miffed that he took 2 weeks of paternity. Like that's a bad look for the Vikings if they're the ones leaking that.
Yeah.
Like that's the way you're gonna it could have been any other reason. You could have just come out and said, yeah, listen, he let Sam Darnold get out of the building. We didn't like that, so we moved on. Like it's that simple. But you don't have to drag the guy down because he took paternity leave for 2 weeks, which is a pretty common thing in today's society anyway. Maybe not in the NFL, but it is a pretty common thing. I don't think you need to knock somebody for that. But what I will say is this, I don't have a problem with him taking the 2 weeks. And honestly, I do think there's something rich about NFL people and people in NFL circles thinking that what they do is so important that somebody can't be gone for a couple weeks to take care of their children and that family shouldn't come first. This is honestly, the timing of this is interesting because this exact conversation came up last week with
Mike McDonald?
No, with
because him spending 15 minutes with his kid each week.
Well, I guess I did see that one too. But I was thinking more so with Joe Brady because at his press conference, his introductory press conference with the Bills, he made a comment about how his wife made all these sacrifices and you were there giving birth all by yourself while I was coaching, and it was people were ripping him because they were like, that's not something really to brag about that you left your wife to do it all by herself while you were coaching a football game. But
that's the football mentality, which is weird, and that's why the story is so interesting is because there is that balance of the football world expects you to do one thing, meanwhile. In most scenarios, if you take 2 weeks as a new father, most jobs aren't going to be mad about it. They're going to be all right, good for you.
I disagree with that, though, because I think that there's pushback, no matter what. I think if you...
Well, we're also entering a different time, too,
true,
right? My father-in-law always told me about how I think he took 1 day when my wife was born. I think he got 1 day total.
For sure.
And that was it was just a different way of looking at things.
It's gradually changing.
That doesn't mean it's healthy.
Yeah. The perception is gradually changing, I think. But, I don't blame him for taking the time he wanted to take to spend time with his family. That should be one of the first things, especially when these coaches and people all have these conversations and they have these team meetings where they're like, the 3 most important things in your life are family and football, whatever. They list off all the things and the order that it's supposed to go in. Well, family really isn't that important if you're mad that they took 2 weeks of paternity leave, if we're being honest with ourselves. So it's kind of fraudulent. So I think that there is some irony in these people who coach a sport thinking that the end-all be-all is only football.
They're all wackos. Haven't we heard this already? Every head coach is just a certified weirdo.
But the other
haven't
part
met a normal one yet, guys.
The other part of this for me is that I also don't think it's all that surprising, and we shouldn't really be surprised that is the reaction in the NFL because, like you said, they're all sickos who are committed to their job. And frankly, I think you see this in all walks of life. Not trying to compare my situation to an NFL executive situation, but I just think there's conversations about this no matter what your job is. Some people debate you should be allowed to get more weeks. It's been a big talking point with people negotiating contracts and things with their jobs. So it's not just in the NFL world that happens, which is why it doesn't surprise me.
For sure.
But I also don't blame the guy for taking the time.
Yeah, I mean, you all have to figure out different things, right? Like with this job, when Charlotte was born, I took 1 week, and then with Chloe, I took 2 weeks. And the 2 weeks was because my wife...
Did you catch any backlash on social media from people that were like, I can't believe this guy's taking off just to take care of his child?
No, none. But the thing about it was my wife for the number 2, she's like, you're taking 2 weeks. This is not... You only did one last time.
Non-negotiable.
I need to... And she had 2 C-sections too. I needed to be there, right? And so from that perspective, I was happy I did that. And I feel better about doing that than not, obviously. But in radio, you just can't disappear for 6 weeks. We get 6 weeks here at Odyssey. If I disappeared for 6 weeks... No one would say, I have great bosses here. No one would say anything.
There would be speculation galore as to what was going on.
Well, it'd be like you can't disappear in the middle of football season for 6 weeks. The job is to be there, And so it's tough. And I'm going to leave 4 weeks on the table. I'm not going to use. There's 4 weeks of paternity leave, and then there was 5 weeks the first time. I'm never going to use.
You should do the thing Keith said, which is you just space it out. You take 1 week in January, you take 1 week in February, you take 1 week in the middle of the summer.
Yeah, that's not really how radio works either, though. And Keith knows that, too. That's a part of it. He's a great boss, so he'd let me do it. But, that's not the point. The point is that people get used to listening to you every day, and they want you to be on the air every day. And so if you're gone for a week, once a month for 6 months in a row, you're just, who are you? I get Wally pipped. I can't do that. And so there's a part of me that thinks if you're Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah, what are you doing? It's a major part of me that this is you have to think you're making millions upon millions of dollars. You're a GM of a football team, probably a lifelong dream to be a GM of a football team, and you're going to let this get in the way this time? Because I did it for 2 weeks.
You may only get that job once,
Yeah, but that's it. I get the importance of it all, but also the idea that now because you got fired, if you hadn't had this big scarlet letter of sorts hanging around you, Who knows if this costs him a job in another spot because a place doesn't know how committed he is. Like, the perception on it is pretty awful, and I hate that that's the perception on it, but the perception on it's pretty awful that he took 2 weeks off to go ahead and be a family man.
And that's
when the culture doesn't breed a family man mentality.
Well, and that's the biggest problem I have with it is that this was even put out there, because now it's like he has to go into every interview in the future for whatever job in the NFL and explain that situation. And also, like, how do we know he wasn't led to believe, like, the Vikings have come out and said we were okay with this, or that's what the report from Diana Rossini says, that they were okay with it. Like,
well, and you're always okay as long as you're doing your job well. If you hit on J.J. McCarthy, I'm sure they'd be much more fine with it.
If the Vikings were like, yeah, man, totally cool, like, we're good, we got this, we're holding it down, like, how else is he supposed to think? You know what I mean? Like, so there's that part of it too. I think the shadiest part in all this, like I said, it doesn't surprise me that people were upset about it, or that people in league circles thought it was a little ridiculous. It's the NFL. That's the thought process.
They're ridiculous.
They're crazy.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's also sort of part of society that this is always debated. Like, should guys take time off? We debate it in baseball all the time. Should there be a paternity list for baseball players? Like, that comes up all the time too. So I get it. The biggest problem I had was just that, like, the guy gets rushed out the door and fired, and the number one thing you go to is that you leak to sources, or that you leak to the media, is, oh yeah, we were pissed at him because that one time he took 2 weeks of paternity leave. That's why we fired him. And it's like, just say he shouldn't have drafted J.J. McCarthy.
But he had such an easy way of doing this, though. He could have just done the Zoom meetings like he did anyway, and then just showed up like 1 or 2 days, and he probably would have been fine. The only gripe I have, okay, so, honestly, this is the only gripe I have on this, and this is where it differs from me and you taking paternity, is the idea that we don't make millions of dollars a year. And so, like, he does, and he could have gotten a nanny or an au pair or someone to assist with his wife. So, did you really have to be there for the 2 weeks, 24/7? I don't know about that. I don't know. I mean, like, as long as you can pay for additional help, I think it's a little bit different. You and I, like, we needed to be there. That was part of the deal.
Yeah.
Plus, now I'm getting texts from my wife saying you didn't enjoy paternity leave, so that's nice. So we have that going for ourselves.
I feel like I landed the plane pretty softly on my end of things. So no text messages for me.
I went too hard in the initial portion of it, explaining how I didn't like paternity leave, but I was trying to make a point. But also, she knows this. The first 5 days, we're in the hospital, and I'm sleeping on that stupid bed that is not made for grown men that are 6'2", 230 pounds. I got back problems. I'm up all in the middle of the night and everything like that. It's miserable. Great to have the kid. Fantastic to have the kid. Miserable time. Miserable. Now, the second week was much better, but we don't have to talk about the second week like that. All right, 216-474 to below 92 in case we missed it, next right here on The Fan.
Under $25 off. Now you're cooking. Brand your business in a big way at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or in the app by 4/4 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Hear all of the latest Cavs and NBA trade news right here, ahead of the NBA trade deadline, Thursday at 3 p.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
All right, final segment of the show before we get you off to, it's Jake Volnick, it's Coach Riz, it's Daryl Ryder tonight. All right, very good. Now I'm all pumped up. I got something to listen to on the ride home. It's going to be a nice little stretch here. That'll be lovely.
I'll probably tune in as well.
Yeah, why not?
Now that I know that they're on. Not that I didn't know before, but...
Well, it's in today because tomorrow...
I'm not usually in the car
They're
this time of
usually
night.
Tuesdays 7 to 9. It's today because tomorrow we're doing the Pro Bowl games and everything associated with
We're
that.
airing that, huh?
Yeah, we're airing that. Yeah. Airing the Pro Bowl games. And so, say what you want.
The Shador effect.
Say what you want. Pro Bowl still gets massive numbers.
Blows my mind.
I know. It's the funny thing about it, and it always will be funny to me how everyone just knocks the Pro Bowl. Everyone says they don't watch it. And I think the Pro Bowl games, by the way, are miserable. And I do think they're going to go back to the old format where it just was people in Hawaii with lays and they just kind of like just it's like a
They got
basically
more
a flag
people to
football
show
game.
up for that.
Those games used to get numbers. Like massive numbers. Pro Bowl games have brought it down a little bit, but there'll be enough people watching. I'll still watch this year. I hate to admit it, but I will.
I pretty much only watch the Pro Bowl, any parts of the Pro Bowl at this point, for the content purposes. Like, Shador Sanders throws a touchdown pass. All right, I'll do like a quick story on that. Like, that's about it. I just don't care.
Yeah, I don't care. I'm not saying I care either. But it'll be a Tuesday night with nothing going on.
The Pro Bowl is one of those things.
You know how bored I was this last weekend? We had no football for the first time in months. I had basically zero sporting events to take in. A couple college basketball games in here and there, a couple NBA games, obviously. But I was basically in the Sahara, and it sucked.
You know what's funny about that, though, is like I thought about that this weekend. Like, there's just not a lot of sports on right now, whatever. But then I was kind of like, would I really be watching if the Pro Bowl was on? And I was like, no, I wouldn't. So I didn't miss it enough where I was like, I'm desperate for the Pro Bowl on a Sunday.
I might have. I was that bored. But like, it always ends up getting it's 7, 8, 9 million people that tune in for this stuff.
Maybe the NFL's missing the mark. Maybe they just need to do Pro Bowl reruns after the Super Bowl for like every Sunday until training camp starts back up.
We don't need to rerun the Pro Bowl. We don't
Did Sean Taylor ruin the Pro Bowl because he was hitting everybody as hard as he could?
Yeah, no, we don't need that. I don't know what when there was a time I used to gamble on the Pro Bowl. And that was a real life thing. You like scope out the line.
Is that like the number one sign you're a degenerate?
Yeah, that's what it was. Like, and I would ask people that when I first met them if they said they were a gambler. I'm like, you gamble on the Pro Bowl? And if they said yes, I'm like, I met a new friend.
Their eyes perked up like, I don't know about you, JP.
Well, and that's when you get judgy eyes. And when you get judgy eyes, I don't need to hang out with you is all that comes down to. All right, let's get to it in case we missed it.
All right. So Jalen Tyson, we know the other night, had the very emphatic remarks on the floor in the postgame interview about how Cleveland was now Donovan Mitchell's city. And I thought this was interesting. A podcast we all know and love, the Road Trippin' Podcast with some of the former Cavs that were here for the championship, including Richard Jefferson. They had a conversation about those remarks and how they felt about them.
I love Jalen Tyson. Young fella, I like you a lot. Now, that one's going to take a little PR for you to work through. So I go in the locker room, and I see Jalen. I'm like, bro, you can't do that to Don, man. It's like you setting him up. You want Bron fans to love Don. You don't want them to be like, this is like the Kobe situation here. I'm like, bro, you don't want that. He's like, all right, my bad. And in that moment, he was like, oh, you're my bad. You're right.
He then went to the podium.
I didn't know till the next day that he went to the podium and apologized. And I want to give so much respect to Jalen, Cavs fans. This young man is a very, very, he has a chance to be one of those different players.
Oh, yeah. All right, here's the thing, though. It didn't separate anyone because nobody bought it. Like, if the next day people had, on radio, for instance, on, this show, we were like, well, geez, has Donovan caught up to LeBron? 216-474-000982. Then maybe it'd have a little bit more oomph to the conversation. But literally every person that heard it just thought, oh, he's wilding out right now. Like, he just doesn't understand. He doesn't get Cleveland, and that's fine. He'll get there eventually, but that's not on him.
So amidst all this Giannis talk that we had today,
yeah,
is the thing that would be Donovan, With the confirmation that, okay, this is Donovan's team now, this is Donovan's city now.
There's nothing that can make it Donovan City.
What if he signed another contract? Like where he's like here till the end of his career?
Don't care. It's not Donovan City. He has to win. I don't even think there's a number of titles he can have because here's the thing. LeBron will go down next to MJ as either the greatest of all time or the second greatest of all time. Donovan's not in the top 50. And so, like, because of that...
See, I disagree, though, to a degree, because I think there are a lot of people that still call into the station and tell us how miffed they are that LeBron left twice. Like, they're like, why do we still praise this guy for leaving twice? If Donovan did a Jose Ramirez and he just comes out and he's like, I love it here, I'm staying here for life, I think he gets a lot more cachet than you're giving him credit for.
No, never even a question.
I think 100%.
Never even a question. LeBron won the title.
What has Jose done other than like be part of these meddling teams and make it to one World Series and sign 2 contracts? Like the 2 contracts thing is the thing that put him over the top as he gets Cleveland.
But who's Jose going up against? It's all people that have had very similar accomplishments. Like it'd be different if you were going up against somebody. Like, for instance, if Jose was going up against Babe Ruth, it's not much of a competition.
But I guess my point is, if he won at least 1 title to match LeBron, and then stayed here through the end of his career and didn't leave, like
so
LeBron
now you're
did
adding.
twice.
Now you're adding. You're giving him a title.
Well, no, yeah, I'm saying like if because I agree with you, like there are certain levels to this. For sure.
Even if he won a title, I still think your importance on the game and your imprint on the game is going to matter, even with how you're viewed in the city. It's just, I mean, like LeBron's one of the greatest of all time. Like that. And the idea that if you go on
twice.
If you go on a trip to China and you talk to a basketball fan and you say you're from Cleveland, they get excited because, that's LeBron's city. Like there's an imprint there that Donovan's never going to have, and Donovan's never going to be able. It doesn't matter what he does here. Is never going to be able to touch.
Use another baseball example, Francisco Lindor said that Cleveland was his city, and then he left, and now nobody thinks it's his city anymore.
But nobody ever thought it was his city to begin with. Is the problem? It's just there's certain people that can be touched in this, and there's certain people that can't. When it comes to LeBron, his mark on the city of Cleveland cannot be touched. Meanwhile, other people in other sports, other city, there's all sorts of open interpretation. But LeBron is such a one of one. It's kind of like if we're using because of his greatness in overall terms, it's kind of like MJ in Chicago. Derrick Rose won an MVP. Derrick Rose took him to an Eastern Conference Finals. Derrick Rose did some things. Derrick Rose can't sniff Michael Jordan's jockstrap. And that's a kid that was born in Chicago. The rose that grew from the concrete. Everything about Derrick Rose was awesome for people that loved Derrick Rose in Chicago at that part of their life. That was me for many instances, right? But I watched Derrick Rose play in high school. His high school team used to play my high school team when he was at Simeon and I was Brother Rice. But you're never touching MJ with reason. Same thing here. Donovan
but
can
MJ also never left.
Donovan can.
And he won 6 in that town.
Well, he did play for the Wizards at the very end. So technically, he did go somewhere.
True.
Call it whatever you want. I might be nitpicking here, but call it whatever you want. But no, I just think LeBron's mark in the city is just not. It just can never be touched.
Do you think Jalen should have apologized though?
I like that he did.
Because that was the root of the conversation. Obviously.
I like that he did. Yeah, I thought that was a good move by him. I thought that was a smart move by him. He got wrapped up in the moment. No one held it against him. Is the other part of this though? Literally nobody held it against him for saying those comments. I like that the guys commented on it, though. That's a good story. All right. Finally here, Clint Kubiak, Michael Four round out the coaching hires. Kubiak to the Raiders, LaFleur to the Cardinals. Any of these 2 that you like?
I like Kubiak. I actually thought Kubiak could be a great fit somewhere like Buffalo, but it didn't seem like Buffalo wanted to wait out the process to get him. So
Which is so dumb. It's wait 2 weeks.
Yeah, if he's your guy, I guess he's your guy. But yeah, I like the Kubiak hire. I still think the Cardinals is maybe the worst or hardest to figure out job in the league. That one's perplexing to me.
All right. Good stuff today, Spencer. I appreciate you, buddy. All right. Thank you to Dan Devine. Thank you to Eric at home. Thank you to Mac Robinson. I'm the boy.
Yes.
Thank you to Jake Murrin as well for producing, doing the YouTube stream, everything in between. Katie Pollock for the updates. And thank you to all of you guys for tuning in. As you always do, we'll be back tomorrow. Jake Volnick, Coach Riz, and Daryl Ryder come your way next, right here on The Fan.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go. I love you. Have a great day. Take care, Nick. Take care of him. He needs help.